also be hard through production. When you want to be the voice, want to be the strong voice. But of course, you should be there. You should be there. You should be pushing the force you believe in. So, what's your favorite quote right now?
Forever is not forever until they're there to the very end.
I don't know if no don't stay up but make me it out over the quote. Forever is not forever
until they are there till the very end.
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that very well. So, tea or coffee?
Tea.
Tea. Does tea fuel your creativity? You feel like it keeps you active, it makes you active?
Not really. I'm just like, it's just a wake up call for me, like tea in the morning, and throughout the day I'm having juice. I'm a juice person.
So another question: what do you do when you need to be completely unplugged, like just zoned out? What do you need to do?
I go close to the ocean. I sit there. I listen to the waves. I listen to good music. Observe nature, God's creation, and remind myself that I'm beautiful and enough.
So, if you could describe the next 10 years of your life, say in a movie, how would you describe the movie? What would be happening in the next 10 years of your life?
A lot will be happening.
Like what? So
I'll be changing lives, impacting people, driving deep new perspectives, and I think I'll be hell bent on making everybody know that they're enough. Like, you don't need someone to tell you that you're enough. Like, find a way to make sure, like, make yourself, like, convince yourself that you're enough. So the Energy here tomorrow will be a brand everybody will be looking forward to. Like, every young woman or a young girl out there would be dying to be me.
Good.
You'll be like, I want to be her. But whilst you're dying to be me in the next 10 years, I want you to be better.
Right.
Like, do better. Because for me right now, I love Vivian's Will, but at the end of the day, when I eventually be the next Vivian's Will, I want to be better after that.
Vivian Sue, they're coming for you.
Vivian's Will, I hope you're listening.
Vivian Sue, they're coming for you. They're so coming for you. So, how do you prepare mentally when you have an intense report? How do you prepare your mind mentally?
Starting first with God. I let Him take control. Be like, Father, your daughter is here again. Please take control. And guess what? I have a conversation with my dad. I actually called my dad. My dad is always one call away.
I want to call my dad. That's my phone. I want to call my dad.
My dad is usually one call away, and he's ready to listen. Like, I don't think I would ever want to be with someone that will never listen to me, because my dad has always been listening. So I call my dad, we have a conversation, and then boom, I'm charged up. I'm mentally prepared. The motivation is there. I'm going. Like, in my head, I know that, oh, my father is expecting a lot from me. My father has told me to do me, and he told me that I'm the best. So that's enough preparation for my mental health and motivation.
Okay, so how do I ask this next question? Okay, so what moment made you realize the importance or the power of a woman's voice?
Well, looking at women that have been raped over the years, and they couldn't speak up for themselves, like they couldn't say anything, and also looking at women who are in traumatizing relationships where they get beaten up and all that. I may know this expert or whatever. I'm looking at the Sia case that happened a couple of months ago in last year. If she had spoken up, would she be dead right now? That's another question. if she was bold enough to put her voice into how she was feeling and let everybody know what she was going through when it came to how her boyfriend was treating her, would she have been dead? Wouldn't she be alive, pushing towards being a great woman or being as great as she was? So her voice was important because she refused to speak, because she refused to voice out how she was feeling. She's no more today. And I'm sorry about that. We have so much imperfect.
Amen. So, what qualities do you believe truly defines the smart girl movement?
High self-esteem, applying high self-esteem, putting pressure into, don't just say things, let your put weight, let your actions put weight to whatever you're saying, let it be visible. We're not audio. You don't just say, when you talk, you make sure it happens. Like walk towards it, work fervently, like work hard.
Did you know about, I think I saw this on Facebook, oh my god, I'll be so unprofessional to be this uninformed, but I did see this post on Facebook about this lady that they said they used to display. She was an African lady back in the history of Africans, where they used to put her for display because she had really curvy bodies. I don't know why I don't remember her name. But yeah, during the last Women's Day, they were posting about her. They used to, I know, if you had read that story, I was like squinting and cringing, and like she had this curvy body, like based on the pictures they showed and how they describe her body. But like I think that was the first type of big curvy body these Caucasians had seen that time. Well, however, whoever, they used to put out for display like these carnivals and these charades so they put out just ridicule, and that was what they did. Even to when she died, they continued using her body for display.
Well, they need to look it up. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, you should. I think if you I told you about the stories on Facebook, right? Did I mention I saw it on Facebook? Because I did see it on Facebook. I thought it just sounded like a Facebook story, but it actually did happen. You should look it up. I think with this description you see it. Okay. Then you would now have a new topic for the next podcast you want to
definitely.
You would definitely have a new, like I said, it was cringe, it was so scary, it was just, it didn't make sense. Why would you ridicule? They used to put out for display, like when they had the carnivals, the parties, she's always engaged. You know, like, do you know like the movie, I don't want to say The Greatest Showman, or like this American horror stories where they just have these people displaying. But then you should check that story out. You should check that story out.
I will, definitely.
So, how do you handle resistance or pushback from something your mind is pushing you back from doing, that you really have to do? How do you manage that?
First off, if I really, really, really think I need to do something and my mind is pushing me back to not do it, then I think I will have actually cut myself slack for a while and then try to get back to it. But when it comes to do with my instinct, it's very slow. I don't know about pushbacks, but anything my mind is pushing me to do, it ends up being great. And any point my instinct is pointing out to me, it's actually true. It ends up being true. I don't know if it's because of how hard my dad prays for me, but I'm sorry.
No, go on.
I'm sorry with my dad thing. I think it's been all over the place.
No, go on.
I don't know if it's because of how hard he's been praying for me. Like whenever my instinct pushes me to do something or to investigate something, I do a little bit of investigation here and there sometimes, but it's quite unprofessional. So it ends up being successful and it ends up being exactly what was playing in my mind. But when it comes to pushbacks or hanging something there that I need to do, if it's not pressing, then I put it down for a while because the mind is what controls you at the end of the day. So
how would you say mental health affects how girls see themselves?
Good. So looking at girls that have gone through a lot. Um, I was actually looking up a movie. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called Last Year Single. It's on Netflix. Where lady graduated from uni, but the boyfriend was like, I don't want you working, I'll do everything. And they got engaged. They were together for 7 years. She was cooking, cleaning, doing everything a housewife should do. And he didn't marry her by then. And she asked the question, why don't you want to marry me? And he said, I'm preparing you to be a wife.
For real?
Yes, 7 years going 8, he met another woman at the office. And he proposed to her. And he drove the present woman out of the house. And when she asked why, guess what he said?
What?
He said he wanted diversity. The woman was boring. Like, he wanted someone that was working, someone with different ideas. And he started doing everything that the woman wanted him to do for her, for that other woman. So, don't think like you're giving your life to someone else. Like, you're giving your entire existence to someone else. It's okay. It's okay to want to live for someone, but put some value on yourself. Like, don't lose yourself in it. So, like, if you tend to lose yourself, at the end of the day, you have nothing to do. 7 years is not 7 days. 7 whole years. Do you know what you would have been doing with your life in that 7 years?
So the viewers are having fun with your conversations. Then see people, man, yes sense. So we should continue. And if they have more questions for you, by the way, they're giving away more questions for you. So I hope you are ready to tell us more.
Okay.
So how would you involve mental health education in Smart Girls program?
Oh, I think I mentioned earlier, we're creating support group program for different type of mental well-being for people, creating a platform where you feel inclusive, because I think feeling included is one thing that will help you. It's a step out of your mental health disorder that you're facing. That's one step to solving it. Making them feel included, creating time, making them being heard, and of course, we find solutions. Like, we are ready to be psychoanalysts. We're ready to help you discover what's happening around you. We're ready to help you bring new ideas. We're ready to help you develop ideas onto what to do next. Like, Smart Girls is there. Like, we're always ready. We're opening the door.
I am going to show you this article, and you are going to. I want to share. It's not like I want to be mean. I just want to share. You know, like when they make person feel bad. I don't want to be mean, but I have to show you this article. I do have to show you this article. Thank God for Gen Z reporting and stuff. Yeah. I think you can read an article about her. Yeah. Anyway, before I get the article for you, what's your take on therapy, taboo, or transformative? What's your take on therapy, taboo?
Therapy as in therapy as being
Therapy.
Is it?
Some people don't. I haven't had a
Is
taboo.
it?
I've had a. It's more backwards than taking you forward. Like, so, somebody described it to me as handling or going through therapy, basically talks about the past, and it just keeps you diving in the past, then even though it talks about healing, compared to burnout that talks about how are you going to heal from this, let's talk about the future, how do we fix this, while therapy is mostly about this is how I feel. This makes me feel bad. That made me feel bad. This made me feel bad. You get me point.
Yes, I get
Like
your
that's
point.
more they wallow about waiting happen while. So some people they don't find it fancy. It's like saying you still not get closure yet, or you're still wallowing in the past.
Well, I feel like it's important for me to identify waiting and waiting no make you uncomfortable. Waiting and waiting lead you to say you did. Like you know, just come fair solution where you know try for explain or you know try for get waiting you go to out of your chest. I mean, like probably after where you're holding up, you know you talk about them. Like this like platform where you able to express yourself.
Yeah.
Like talk about them, like say all the hurtful things, like say all the bad words, like everything you wanted to say, how you react, how it affect you, how it gets you devastated, before you take a step into how you go get better.
You can read the article. Can you please read it loud?
So I'm starting from the first paragraph.
Yeah. Enjoy.
So, in contrast to the other stories told in this exhibition, that of Sarah, Batman's Time in London in 1810, it's a horrifying to modern sensibilities as it was of some of her contemporaries. Batman in 1789 to 1815 was a Caucasian who was brought over from South Africa to be put on public display in Pisagi on the title of the what South African things are these? Hotel of Venus, because of what was described as enormous size enormous size of her posterior parts. This also made her the focus of ribaldry and subject of many caricature prints. Anti-slavery campaigners challenged her exhibition in court on the ground that she was exhibited for money against her consent. She, however, insisted during court proceedings that she was willing to be displayed and that she had signed a contract. She appears to have toured the country and was recorded as having visited Manchester in 1814. Batman went to Paris, where she was displayed and also became the subject of caricatures. She also attracted the attention of judges Curry and atomists famous of comparing racial types, who was interested in her as supposed example of the most primitive form of humanity.
I don't think this one even nicer. This is not even like what I saw, the one I saw.
Batman was studied intensively by an anatomist and artist, and following her death at the age of 27 in December 1815. She was dissected by Cuvier. Parts of her anatomy were displayed in what she was to become. The Musée de Leone in Paris, and remained on show until the 1960s. Her remains were finally returned for burial to South Africa in 2002.
From where it died.
Does that help?
like she was on display from. And by the way, you heard now she was on contract basically. So obviously, you know, when you don't agree, say I'm going to do this. But when they said display, it means she was actually like stripping basically, and then with poke, and you know, like when they put beer inside it. Like when I saw it, I was so. So we're about to end now. I don't say you don't tell me. Are you tired? Well, I have 500 more questions for you.
500.
You think I'm gonna run out of questions? Okay. So, if you had unlimited resources, what initiative would you launch tomorrow?
Unlimited resources, initiative would I launch? Of course, investing in businesses like young women with vision, active vision, investing as much as they need into that, and also opening a free therapy session for everybody going through mental health challenges, and also helping them start up their life financially. Because at the end of the day, it's not about saying a lot of things. It's about helping them get back on track.
Yeah, yeah. So, what's your long-term vision for yourself beyond media?
The best. The best to ever exist. The best.
Okay. So how do you maintain, I feel like I've asked you this, but how do you maintain your work-life balance?
Yes, you have. And I told you.
So if you sort of run out of questions.
No, I'm not thinking you don't run out of questions, but I think that you find the answers very interesting. So you wanted for no again, that you have to structure yourself first. Like know what your offer is in the next week or the other day. Prepare yourself. You don't just wake up in the morning and boom, 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 you're out. No. You structure yourself for the week, know what's going to be in place. But again, you expect extra, but be prepared mentally for it.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes. Are you ready for 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Because why are you Why are you yapping? You not enjoy the interview?
I enjoy them. Like,
don't you feel like it's been educative? You've taught. You've already given us platform to learn more about mental health.
Give me something to ponder, like something to look into.
You didn't even see.
Like
you were reading. I think I had caricature. That's not even what I saw on Facebook.
Oh, yeah.
The article I saw on Facebook was extreme. Just imagine Facebook.
I need to know more.
Oh, you would not like it. It was like, imagine displaying until he died, then still continue to it all remains, and then later on
in 2002, like
imagine that in the 90s. So
gosh,
if you like the museum,
the museum begins.
The museum, that's okay. Okay, so we're going to have a mind check meter. On a scale from 1 to 10, how is your mental health today? 8. Why?
Because I woke up sure, I woke up intentional, and the 2 is because I'm thinking of what next to go to. Like the next thing.
Did you wake up expecting the interviews?
No.
Okay, don't tell me. I don't.
No. No.
So, if you have 5 seconds to send a message to the younger you, what would you tell the younger you?
The thought of you thinking you were not enough was wrong. That destroyed your mental health. But yeah, that's it to my younger you. And to my present self, thank you for picking yourself up. Like, you're great and you'll be amazing.
So,
tips of my dad.
So, use 3 songs to describe you, your personality as a whole. Just 3 songs.
Celine Dion, Courage.
Who's one of Celine Dion Courage? Can you sing it? Who's one of Celine Dion Courage?
Courage, don't you dare fail me now.
I guess they'll listen.
I need you to keep away the doubt. I'm staring at the face of something new. You all I've got to hold on to. So courage, don't you dare fail me now.
I don't know that song.
Oh,
it's like
Celine
like
Dion
I've
thing.
never had it.
Oh, really?
Sounds so, but yeah, 2 more songs.
Okay. Winner Man. It's a gospel song.
Winner Man. Yeah,
I'm a winner man.
okay.
That's who I am. I'm unstoppable, bigger than the world.
I thought it was the Winner Man.
No, it's a winner man. It's a gospel song.
No, I know Winner Man. I know I'm a winner man.
Yeah, I'm a winner man.
God of vengeance.
Something like that.
So What's your take on therapy, actually? What's your take on therapy?
I feel like therapy is essential because it helps you understand what went wrong.
Okay, so describe what therapy healing feels like, or what you think it understands. Have you gone through therapy? Sorry, once. So okay, so now just describe what therapy healing feels like.
Feels like opening the wound, applying medication, and teaching you how to protect it.
Okay.
Like not how you like where you get king, where don't go wound in a state and calm. You don't clean the wound. You don't beat and tell and say this way you do so. Next day when you do na prepare the put there. So like it all land say this I'm not supposed to go.
Right.
We're gonna make a wound this wound what wound so. So like it will do better the next time you go in another particular place there, or you not even go this.
So, another question for you. This question I don't ask to say, not being asking this question. I don't ask 489.
I don't even know.
I don't ask 489. Let me ask the last one. What would you say to young Sierra Leonean women, to smart girls out there that you'd want to inspire or teach smartness or teach intelligence? What would your last word to your fans out there be?
So to everybody watching out there, especially young girls and young women, learn to appreciate yourself. Learn from the best and serve. Like it's okay to serve. Like serve people, because when you serve, others will serve you. And at the end of the day, put weight to your words. Don't just say things you want to do. Put enough weight, and you get the end results.
Okay. Thank you so much. It was really nice drilling you through this interview.
Thank you for having me, Sia.
I knew you were tired way back, but thank you so much for being here. It was so nice to have you. Hi everyone, good morning. With us was Sia, our very lovely guest. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are still tuned. I hope you guys are still looking. Don't sleep. Nobody is sleeping this week, guys. Nobody is sleeping this week. So we have our next guest. I think the interview started getting more interesting because now I've seen a celebrity. So without wasting time, let's welcome. I want to surprise you guys with this guest. Doctor, do we surprise them? Do we surprise them? Okay, so let's give a drum roll for the next guest. So, our special guest right now, Dr. Waheed. Dr. Waheed, I can't say all your names. Dr. Waheed is a respected family physician and a public health advocate, currently based in Sierra Leone. He's Nigerian, by the way. Good morning, Dr. Waheed. How are you?
Good morning, Joy.
It's really so good to have you here. I was looking forward to seeing you, to meeting you here.
I think I'm making history.
We're making history together. This is great. We're making history together, which is why I'm really happy to have you. I saw Tommy's post the day he was leaving at the airport. I'm like, if you guys would have been here, I knew it would have been epic. But it's so good to have you here. It's so good to have you here. When I went for Big Sister, I went to the studio and asked for for support, and I had a great and massive support from the studio. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let's get straight into our interview. So what are the most common health professionals make in their working years?
Well, I would say, medicine, just like every other profession, you make mistakes. There are times when you expect to see some things to go the way it's expected to go in line with many medical texts that you've read, and some of the things you know that this is the way this should go, and it goes the other way. There are sometimes maybe you predict that according to the results, or maybe some labs that you've gotten, you expect that this is some patterns that you expect to see, and the pattern is going in another way. Those ones are things that that go beyond the clinical, it goes into spiritual, that you do not expect to see. And there are also some instances where we say clinical mistakes that do happen in terms of maybe judgment. There are some certain things that maybe in terms of when you're seeing a patient and you need to probably take a spinal tap and you mistakenly have a needle break on yourself, and maybe the patient is an HIV patient and you put yourself at risk, those kind of things. Or maybe there are times when the workload is so much and you probably forget to protect yourself, knowing fully well that this patient has an infectious disease, and you forget that. And also even maybe surgeries, there are some errors which of course are understandable when it happens. But beyond that, I would say doctors are dealing mistakes.
Yeah, hardly. That's the professional side of it. Hello everyone, good morning again. I am the Joy Gborie, attempting to break and set a Guinness World Record for the longest interview in marathon, themed All Hands on Deck. I'll be attempting to do 168 hours of non-stop interviews. And with us here this morning, we have Dr. Waheed. Dr. Waheed is a public health advocate currently based in Sierra Leone with a dynamic approach in healthcare and wellness. Dr. Waheed brings years of experience in clinical practice, health education, and lifestyle medicine. He is also the voice behind Beyond the Hospital podcast, where he shares practical insights to help people live healthier, more balanced life. In this session, he'll guide us through realistic, sustainable strategies for maintaining good health during your working years and laying the groundwork for fulfilling, energetic retirement. So, Dr. Waheed, welcome again. Welcome again. So, in the area of health and lifestyle for working professionals, how can we stay healthy while working long hours during stressful jobs? So I think I can even use this tip right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because number one, you need hydration. You need a lot of water for this quest that you're doing. Water. Yeah, so one of the things that, starting up from water, some of the things that we usually don't do as hardworking professionals is that we hardly have time to even take in water. And people do not know that the human body, you need at least 2 liters of water every day that you need to take. And you see people buying rubber drink, buying juicy drinks and fizzy drinks, and they hardly have time to say they need to take water. And water is something that is very important. It helps because the human body is even like 70% of the human body is made up of water. So you need that water every day, maybe while you're working, even in the office, and you see that you become more energized and you become less tired. Then there's also the art of being mobile. Some people, they work in an official setting whereby they sit for so long and they do not know that, when you sit for so long, the muscle become tense and become, worn out. So it's very important that at least you take your time off, work even within office, from one office to the other, or just walking a short distance can also help, because it also helps in what we call improving what we call venous return.
Okay.
It's pull blood from the feet up to the brain. So those kind of things help. Then there is also something I posted yesterday about eating healthy. There are so many. I started doing something for myself. I realized that I just eat anything. I decided to make a timetable for myself, and I realized that when you eat healthy, it really helps you a lot. A lot of people don't even bother about at what time do you eat, what kind of food do you eat, when do you stop eating, when do you know it's time for you to take in fruit, and those things. And those things are very, very important. It helps you taking care of your health and yourself. Then in terms of exercise is also very necessary. Most of us hardly exercise. And it's understandable because of the environment that we find ourselves and the kind of workload that we do. But then irrespective of that, even if it's going to be like 3 times in a week, one can find time to do some exercises. And exercises are in different forms. And if one can take that opportunity to at least do exercises, like even something as simple as walking some few distances, it can really help. You know, it helps the heart function. It also helps to improve someone's agility and those kind of things. So those are just means: exercise, eating, drinking enough water. Those are things that can help to really prolong someone's life and also help in retirement, having very good retirement.
Okay, so talking about what prolongs one's healthy life, how does stress really affect our bodies, like in long term?
Okay, now one thing that we do not know is that stress itself, in fact there's a podcast we'll be releasing next week, it's basically about stress. When you stress too much, now there's something that is released in the body which is called, the one is called cortisol. And when this cortisol is released in the body, it's, it causes a whole lot of damages, in the body. It affects one's ability to function, to think properly, and for you to be able to perform up to your optimal best. Because what it creates to your mind, because in the body you have what we call the fight or the fight mechanism, and you also have the fear mechanism. So the fight or flight mechanism, such that your body sees stress as something that makes you to either run away from something or makes you get scared, of something. When those mechanisms are triggered as a result of the hormone that is released into your body, it changes your body system. And for you to function effectively, your brain needs to be performing optimally. And when your brain is not performing optimally, then it affects every other thing that you're doing. It also affects even the respiratory system, also depresses the cardiovascular system, such that it can also lead to increase in blood pressure as a result of that stress and as a result of that hormone that has been released. And that's why you see most of the people in the country, even young people, you see at a very young age having a high blood pressure. And you ask yourself, why? What's the reason for this? And you realize that majority of them have so many things that they put on themselves, because maybe you're the breadwinner of the family, you need to fend for yourself, take care of your siblings, take care of yourself, and those things. So it brings so much stress into the body, and at the end of the day affects them, such that, and when your blood pressure starts going up, initially you won't feel the symptoms. Then later you start having headache, you start having drowsiness, and it might also lead to what we call heart failure. And in fact, the moment you start having cardiovascular issues, then you also have secondary issues from having kidney issues also. And those things at the end of the day depresses someone's life expectancy.
Okay, so if you could share a simple wellness routine that anybody can start today, what would that be?
Yeah, number one that I do tell people is, when you wake early. When you wake early, the first thing you do, take at least 2 glasses of water in the morning. When you take 2 glasses of water in the morning, before any other thing, it helps to detox and also helps you to clear a lot of things from your diet. That's when you wake in the morning. Then after waking in the morning, make sure you have a plan of all the things you need to do for that day. And among the plans you need to do, you need to make sure you put exercise also in there. Then you also make sure you eat early. Then at least eat food that are high in fiber. There are a lot of foods that are high in fiber. You have the mangoes of this world, and you have you also have the pear, and you have those kind of fruits. They help in planning your day. Then you also make sure you have what we call a water timetable, whereby every 2 hours you can have maybe having a glass of water among the plans of what you need to do. Then you make sure when you maybe finish from your work, you get time to sleep enough, adequate sleep. It's something that is very important. At least you need to sleep at 8 hours. Some people don't get it. They feel that so I don't know, this kind of advice might not work for you right now because you're trying to break your record. So then it's very good to sleep enough, sleep early and sleep well enough, so that at least your brain can be well rested for the next day's work, and you'll be able to play a lot of things.
Okay, thank you very much. So what role does nutrition play in energy levels and productivity?
Okay. Nutrition plays a high, nutrition is like the fuel that you need to work. It's just like a vehicle. When you have a vehicle and you need to put fuel in the vehicle for it to move, the fuel is what makes the engine move. So the food that you eat also consists of different nutrients. You have the carbohydrate, it has its own work. You have the protein, it has its own work. You have the vitamins, you have the minerals. Now, this food, eating them in the right proportion, because your body needs them to build. Because your body is made up of tissues, and those tissues, as you're using them every day, they need to regain the way they were. So most of the time, the food you're taking in adequate proportion. If probably you've used the body, you've lost carbohydrates, you've lost proteins, you've lost fats, you've lost vitamins, you need to replenish them in the same right proportion. But what we usually have most of the time in this part of the world is that we eat everything from carbohydrate from morning till evening. You see, someone eating rice, and probably tells you he wants to change it, and he will eat your bed. You're still eating
spaghetti.
You're still eating the carbohydrate. So at the end of the day, and most of these food, they have what we call a high glycemic index, meaning these are food that can help to increase the blood sugar, and at the end of the day can predispose you to diabetes. So it's very good. We have a lot of fish that we can eat. We have a lot of other things that we can eat. Rather than use this regular oil that we use, you can use coconut oil, which can also help in helping to improve one's bodily health functions. So nutrition is very important. But not eating just for eating sake, but eating food that you know will help you to create a well-balanced diet. Putting foods also in between, it also helps a lot. So nutrition. When we say nutrition, we need to make sure that we are eating the right food that we need to eat. And one of the things that we do say is that when you take your food as a medicine, it's far better for you than you taking your food as something that you need to feed you. When you know that this food, you're taking it like 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 2 at night. So you know very well that I've eaten carbohydrate in the morning, I need to get some proteins in the afternoon, and I need to get some light lunch consisting of maybe some vitamins or some other things. And you realize one of the mistakes we usually make is that the food, it's the medicine that can really help us to cure a lot of ailments. But most of the time, you see people going for multivitamins because they just believe, hey, they don't take, I take this multivitamin, they help me. But multivitamins, the reason why you're taking the multivitamins is because we know that in this part of the world, we do not take the necessary nutrients that we need to take in the food. That's why you see people now taking those supplements. But those supplements can never replace what you're taking from the food because it's fresh from the source. So nutrients on its own are drugs in their own forms. Nutrition, the food you take, they are drugs in their own form. So if you take it in the right proportion, at least you'll be able to live a healthy and normal life.
Okay. So even though I don't really want to know the answer, but I guess the viewers do want to know the answer, how important is sleep really to the body? How much is enough?
Okay. Now I'm going to use an example. Because most of us use generator now because of the internet. All right. When you switch on your generator and you leave it on for like 8 hours, you see the generator start getting to make some noises, and it gives you some kind of funny noises. You see that you switch it off, you let it cool down for a while, then you switch it on back, then it starts working again. So it's the same way the body works. Now there's a way the brain functions, such that the brain is like an engine. So when you will see that even as a human being, when you work for some certain time, you get to a stage whereby, and I believe that, I think you're doing this for like how many days?
7 days.
7 days. By the 3rd day,
Yeah.
by the 5th day, I
Yeah.
expect to watch you on YouTube and be doing this.
Yeah.
I'll be doing this. So because the body needs that sleep for it to create what we call a reset mechanism for itself, for it to be able to calm all the tissues that have been working. Because the moment you're waking up, everything is alert. The brain wakes up every part of the body for it to be alert. And there's a certain level that it can get to that even without rest, it's malfunctioning. It also happens even to doctors. You would see when we have that burnout syndrome in the hospitals now, because you see a lot of people, when a doctor, that's why when you see a doctor in the morning in the hospital, the quality of care you will get is different from that doctor you're seeing, that you're seeing patient around 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because his brain starts wearing down, it gets tired, and those kind of things. So sleep is one very important mechanism that really can help. One thing that we do tell people, when you need to sleep, sleep. When you're trying to cut down at the time that you should sleep, maybe with coffee and energy drink, you are also reducing the span of your life. Because the brain needs to work at a certain time and it needs to rest at a certain time. So when you're not giving it that adequate rest, and that's why you see a lot of people, we keep rushing every day, and then when you get to maybe some certain ages, it now start affecting you because you've not had that adequate rest which you need to rest. So sleep is something that, in fact, is a prescription that we can give patients. Just sleep. And you can just tell them to sleep. And one thing I do say as a quote is that if you do not sleep well enough while in young age, the sleep that you'll be looking for while you're old enough, you pay for it. Because you pay. You go to the hospital, you beg them that you need to sleep. And it's the same thing that happened to the late Michael Jackson. He needed that sleep so much to the extent that he had to be getting anesthetic medications for him to be able to sleep.
So, Dr. White, am I reducing my lifespan this week?
No, you're breaking. That's why people need to understand what you're doing. This woman is out there trying to break records, depriving herself of sleep, and putting Sierra Leone on the map. So we should really support her.
So, how can someone start exercising if they've been inactive for years?
That makes even me that sitting in front of you. we all fall within that line. So one thing I do say, they can start with little exercises. Something as simple as walking. Walking does a whole lot that people do not know. If it's just going to walk a distance, probably one stays somewhere on it start, because one of the problems we usually have is people just wanted to start and thinking you just need to be taking all this and all. You might not even need to lift all those heavy equipment. You can just start maybe on a Sunday, just do some walking along the beach and coming back home. One can start with that. Then even maybe using some household equipment, maybe the chair, one can be doing some little push-ups, something as simple as 5 push-ups, start with 5 push-ups, then later you graduate and you continue to increase it. And those kind of things, can help. So walking is number one. Then light exercises at home, like even some people don't even know that even washing of clothes can also help. Yeah, it can also help. Probably maybe it's been long that you did that. You might just do it. Even some things as simple as doing some household chores. I say, okay, fine. Maybe even if you have a cleaner, let me get this done by myself and do it. Then later, then you start graduating to it. And there are some exercises that people need to understand, not just exercises for exercise's sake. Because you see people now, what they only do is just to wear tight panties and go on TikTok and just go and be doing this all for the likes. You need to know, what are you doing? Are you doing cardios for your heart health and those kind of things? What kind of exercises are you doing? So you need to tailor it and understand, what do I want to achieve? Do I want to reduce my weight? Do I want my heart to function very well? Do I want my respiratory system to function properly? What are the exercises I need to do to get that done? So starting, the most important thing I do say is starting with walk.
Thank you. That's advice is not for me, but for you, for you especially.
Yeah.
So one more health question, I'm going to show them the other Dr. White. So Actually, not one more. Let's talk about the Beyond the Health podcast focus. What inspired you to start the Beyond the Health podcast?
Okay, beyond the hospital. Now, what really happened was that in seeing patients at the hospital, I realized that a lot of people do not have knowledge about some certain things. And there's always this barrier that is created. People seeing doctors as God. And some people come to the hospital for you to be able to express yourself. It's hard. They can't really express, themselves. It depends on if you, probably we as family physicians, we're very good at talking to patients and we know how to get the best out of them. Because there are some times when I saw a patient and this patient gave me a myriad of diseases. Oh, doctor, I get this headache. Doctor, I get this. Doctor, I get this. Doctor, I get this. Doctor, I get this. After going back and forth, and I've tried seeing him, it was one day, and I really asked him, Daddy, you talk to me if you're free. Only for him to now tell me, hey, doctor, I don't like value. That is really get the problem. So he's talking about his sexual function. That was the issue that he had. And it's been going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But he couldn't just explain himself until I gave. So I realized there are so many people out there who really need an understanding of what they are going through. And as a result of the knowledge not being available, you see people being managed improperly by quacks. And they just believe, oh, well, I don't go to this pharmacy. Hey, I've been to some pharmacies, you just see someone walking, you just say, give me cold medicine. Oh, give me this, and that. And it's just probably for some of the things that they've learned. So I realized that we need to do this so that people need to know how some things work.
Okay.
And the thing you're feeling is this and that. So at least to have somebody to talk to have someone that they can at least rely on to give them something informative about health and how the body works. So that's very fun.
Beyond the Hospital podcast focus.
Yeah.
So which one of your episodes or guests impacted you most so far?
Yeah, actually, what we're doing now is the plan is to run 10 episodes with me alone, talking to people in order to draw them in. Then after the 10 episodes, we'll be having the guests. So we have recorded versions of them that we'll be talking to and we'll be releasing those ones.
Okay. So how do you choose topics that resonate with your audience?
Okay, so from experience, one thing I just realized is that from practice for so long, I realized some of the problems we've been having with people, and we look at the number of cases that we're having in the hospital, like we realize we have a high number of people with hepatitis B. Okay, we decided to do an episode on that. We realize we have people that have issues with dehydration, something that simple as water. You see some people coming to the hospital and you realize all you need to give them is just for them to get the body water up and they'll be fine. So we realized the issue of dehydration. We spoke about water. Then we've also done something about tuberculosis, because we realize we're having a lot of those cases and some people don't understand how this thing works, so that they can know that, okay, when you go to the hospital and they're telling you that you need to take these drugs for 6 months, this is the reason why you need to do this. And next week we'll be having something on low back pain, because we see a lot of people having that regularly. And even low back pain can be something as simple from your mattress that you just need to change. It might also be something as a result of an infection. It might be something as a result of posture. How do you sleep? Some people do not know that. So those are ways we decided. We're also doing something on mpox, because we realize that the cases are increasing, the numbers are increasing, and we need to also try to get that out to people. So we design cases according to one experience that we have in the hospital, then the current situation in the polity.
Okay. So as a Nigerian living in Sierra Leone, what has been your journey so far, like to this point, since you came to Sierra Leone, your family life? How was your journey been?
Okay, I'll say as a Nigerian colonized by Sierra Leone. All right, it's been wonderful actually. It's been a wonderful experience. I want to believe that God has a reason for me to be here, because my coming to Sierra Leone wasn't even to even stay. Sometimes when I look back at it, I'm like, I never planned on staying. I never planned on staying, But then I realized that the country has, number one, so many opportunities. It has so many things to offer. And I realized that I could do so many things here. And also I realized that the youthful populace in the country, they are yearning for inspiration and they are yearning for something to inspire them. And I realized that I could and could be that link for most of them. Then also the country gives you peace. There's that peace and tranquility that exists in the country, which one of the things you can't find in most places in the world, especially the religious tolerance. You know, it's so nice. And one thing I do say that Sierra Leone has made me to see, which is very rare for Nigerians, is only to say sorry. Because you see that when you're driving on the road and probably you have some altercation with the driver, and when I started getting used to that, I just say, sorry, sorry. Next year we're not used to that. The next thing is your papa, that kind of thing is what we're used to. So I looked at that and I was like, this is a very, subtle nation. There's always that, and even when Sierra Leoneans fight, you would see that maybe just throwing tantrums, nobody would throw it, bro. It takes it's very hard. Unlike us, it's something you see every day. Guys who pull clothes, they fight, they do those kind of things. So I realized that this country, there's so many things that they need to offer the world that they do not, that the world out there is not. Look at something I just even discovered with the March Past. I realized that no one has been able to tell the story of this March Past. And I decided, okay, fine, we need to do a documentary on this. Because nobody has been able to document this March Past that brings everybody out, that see everybody coming out. Why can't I do a documentary on this? When we do a documentary on this that showcases the country, we might get people that come and say, let's invest in it. There was a time I read about the matatus in Kenya that they use. It's those that are podas in Kenya. They did a documentary about that on CNN. And it's something that, increases that tourist attraction in people. And I realized those are so many things. So Sierra Leone is a place that is full of opportunities, and it's a place that gives me peace.
Right. Thank you very much. You're welcome to Sierra Leone. And that's you're always welcome. You've been colonized now. You are colonized now. So
my kids can't even sing Nigerian national anthem. That's the worst case scenario.
They're Sierra Leoneans. They're Sierra Leoneans. So about your family medicine and public health, what draw you to family medicine and primary health care specifically?
All right, for family medicine, one thing that I've always loved is that I realized that me as a person, using my business skills, I realized that talking to people has a way. There's a way you can talk to a client and make the client be willing to even drop all their money, that kind of thing. And I realized one of the things that's missing in the hospital is that you see doctor just talk to you, you get this, you want to see the next patient moves on. But family medicine is that aspect of medicine that doesn't only just treat the ailment. We see the patient beyond the diagnosis. We try to build, there's a family doctor that wants to know what the problem is with you. Because you see some women that you see in the hospital, probably she has hypertension. She comes to you, you treat the hypertension, but you see every time the woman comes and she's always looking sideways, or maybe there's something, it gives you the opportunity to probe for her. And you realize that probably she's being maltreated at home, or maybe she's having some issues with her work. It is only family medicine that probes for that. It is family medicine that will make you see maybe a mother and a child comes to the hospital and you see you're asking the child question and the mother is the one interjecting and asking. You, as a family physician, you are trained to know that, okay, you can just tell the mom, please, can you just give me 2 minutes, let me talk to this child. And probably you discover that probably the child is being molested by the dad, which the mom might be hiding, and those kind of things. So, family physician makes you see the human as a whole. It makes you to probe for that and be able to build interaction and build relationship with those people. No aspect of medicine does that. You only get that treatment and that's it. But family medicine is the one that goes for that and build interaction with such patients. And we are the first and only level of care that people can easily access, easily talk to. Because even when you go to the UK, they will tell you need to see a GP. You can't even see any other. You need to see your GP first. And these are the family physicians that you need to always see.
Okay. So in your view, what's the biggest challenge facing primitive healthcare in West Africa? What is preventing healthcare in West Africa?
Yeah, number one, there's the patient side, then there's the clinical side, then you also have the leadership side. Number one, the patient side. Patients usually want a fast approach to things. And medicine is systematic. We have to go from one to the other. We take our time in order to arrive at the diagnosis. Some patients are impatient. You know, they do not really want to wait, and they believe, oh, we don't wait under them through JK and tell you, say this. It's not waiting you get this and that. They don't tell you. And people want to hear things that are, you know, highfalutin. Like they tell you, say, now one you mama in party, now they do you. Or one you this and that, and this they do you. So they tie those kind of traditional things to things. So it's hard for them to come into the hospital. And some even when they come to the hospital, they don't wait for the process to get through before they, and one of the issues also is that because of the way the hospital setting is, you know, some don't even have patients to go through the entire rigor of the medical health system. Then you have the one from the government, in the sense that the level of involvement of government in improving the healthcare is very low across West Africa, because there are some certain things that you expect that people should have that are basic that we do not have. You know, you can imagine somewhere like Connaught, we do not have a CT scan. You know, these are things that are basic that we should, you know, be having. You go to some other African countries also, you will expect that there are some basic things that should be existing in that place, and you do not see it. So it's the level of investment in healthcare is a little bit low. Then you also have the one of the physician. According to how things are, you see less physician getting involved in the healthcare system, because a lot of them are losing interest. Because when they need to feed their family, they also need to also take care of themselves, and what they are getting is very small. So you see them going to other things and doing some other things, or some even working in 1 or 5 or any other places, and you will see that the commitment to one side is very low. So those are things that are affecting healthcare across West Africa.
Great. So how do you as a doctor approach building trust with your patients?
Okay. In building trust, number one, you have to let the patient see you as a confidant. Let the patient know that you are free to talk to me. Whatever you're talking to me is here to stay, and I'm not divulging it. Then number two, you have to let the patient know that, oh, I'm here to help you, to add value to whatever you're telling me, so that at least I can help improve your health. Then you also need to be able to be a very good communicator with the patient. How are you able to communicate with your patient, knowing fully well that I've seen this patient, and even if I've seen this patient, I need to explain to this patient what I see. Because some people, even after seeing a patient, they don't even bother explaining anything. They just write labs and, okay, go take this medicine, after this and that can. But you need to be able to explain, these are the things I've seen, these are how we're going to manage it. We manage it. So letting the patient see you as part of a solution to their problem, not just as someone that is a passive. You see that you're able to develop confidence in the patient, and that the patient's confidence, and they'll be willing to open up to you.
So, what is one health myth you often have to dunk in your practice?
There are many. There are many. The one that readily comes to mind is the one whereby, the one of vaccines. I think it happened during the Ebola, when people believe that we go. Okay, let me put it this way. Like Connaught Hospital, the myth that we usually debunk every day. People just believe that the moment you go to Connaught Hospital, you don't know. So that they believe Connaught is like the last place where you don't done, where nothing on the again, that they go die now. So that's the mentality that a lot of people have. That's why you even see some people say, hey, Connaught, may not they go Connaught too. Yeah, they don't go with an Connaught, hey. So some, begin to feel one kind of way like, hey, na Connaught Hospital, they don't get and go now. And that's kind of thing. So you have that bias among patients. And you see patients, they will have walk around, and by the time they get down, maybe to Connaught, they usually get at a very, very bad state. And there's really nothing much you can do, unlike those that we've been saying earlier. So those are some of the things.
So how does the concept of family care differ from medical specialists?
Yeah, like I said earlier, family care, it goes beyond just clinical, just looking at the patient, at the diagnosis of the patient. It goes beyond seeing the patient as a member of a family unit. Knowing fully well that when we're seeing the patient has maybe something, let me take something as UTI, for example. You want to know, how is your hygiene in the house? Normally, you treat the patient and you go, or probably the patient has malaria. A regular physician, they will treat patient and the patient goes. But we want to know about where the patient sleeps, how many of them sleep in the house, do they use insecticide treated net, for us to now advise them, so that the family can be, free from having such. If we're seeing a patient with TB, we want to know how many people are living in that area, how many of them in that community, where do they drink water from, and those kind of things, so that we can better advise them using one patient to reach out to many other members of the family, so that they don't get down with such ailments. So family medicine treats the patient as a whole and as an important member of a family, unlike just seeing the patient as a single individual and treat the patient alone. So we treat them as a member of a family, as a member of a community, and we go beyond just seeing the patient as a patient. We go and see the patient as a family, so that we can become not only a doctor to the patient and a friend to that patient.
So, what's one health screening test you believe everyone over 30 should do?
Yeah, you need to have done your hepatitis B. HbSAg is extremely important. One thing is that this is even worse than HIV/AIDS that people do not know. Above 30, you need to have done your HbSAg to know your status of your hepatitis. It's not only even limited to one. You also need to have done your HIV. One needs to have known that. For those intending to get married, you need to know your sickling test, at least to know your level, so that you can know your blood group, so you can know if you guys are compatible or not. But most importantly, hepatitis B is something that is very, very, because it's killing a whole lot of people.
So, what would you say is what role does nutrition play in the prevention rather of chronic illness?
Yeah, because when one has chronic illnesses, most chronic illnesses are illnesses that are debilitating, and really there's really nothing much that the doctor can do. So what we usually advise is, when you eat a lot of nutritious food, it helps. There are some like people having liver cirrhosis now. Liver cirrhosis, maybe they have the end-stage liver disease, or maybe end-stage kidney disease. There are certain nutrition that they need to take, because they can't eat like you and I. So, and they need energy. So there are some certain food that you need to prescribe to them, that this and that. You need to reduce salt intake, you need to reduce oil intake, you need to focus on this more and eat this more. And do not eat this, because when you eat this, it triggers some other things. So nutrition and chronic illnesses, they help a great lot in helping to at least give them a very good end of year exits. Because even when some have that chronic illnesses, that that there's nothing you can do, the best that you need to do is that this person needs to at least feed. And when this person needs to feed, you need to be able to develop what this person needs to do. And that's why we have what we call the nutrition department. Those are people that they now develop a timetable for them, a menu that they need to take every week and every time. And you focus also on most of the issues they usually have are pain management, pain care, which falls under the palliative care. So the palliative care also falls under family medicine. And those are people that, when we say palliative, something that will make them have a very good life, such that then they won't even have too much issues, or maybe pains and those kind of things. So nutrition forms a critical role.
So now, can you talk us through your own daily wellness routine?
If I tell my own daily wellness routine is because being a doctor too, I'm guilty, of certain things. But one thing I've started doing now is that right now I've developed a timetable for myself on my meal. I just did that last week, the daily meal plan that I need to have. And if people are interested, they can join me on Beyond the Hospital podcast too. I will be sharing that very soon. So, like, we have heart healthy menus. Looking at them, we also have the diabetic food plan also. and daily, basic nutrients that you need to get every day. So for me, I make sure water is what I'm drinking. Initially, I was drinking one drink like that they know me for. I've stopped it, and I stick to my water, because you realize that water is the most important thing for you, which can really help you. So I drink my water. I don't let things stress me. Things that I know can always be handled, I'll handle them. The things I know can handle, I'll leave it. Then when you feel tired and you need to sleep, you just have to put everything away and sleep. Because one thing that you do not know is that when you're tired, the damage you cause forcing yourself will be much more than when you will have just slept and come back to that thing. Even most people that are I remember in school then when we do mathematics and you're trying to solve a problem, you realize that when you're solving the problem, I read somewhere that someone said just leave it and go away. You leave it, go away, go and rest. By the time you come, you just see the solution before you, and you'll be able to go around it.
Thank you, Dr. White. We're having a free consultation. So send your questions, because Doctor is here giving us free healthcare, health talk. So what feedback have you received that really stuck with you through your medical journey?
Okay. There's so many feedback. That's why medicine is one of the most blessed professions. There was a patient that we saw, and this patient had some mass under the right foot.
Okay.
And this patient has been going, for like a year, going back and forth. So the issue that they had was just that where they went to, she went to a quack, and they just removed the thing without even doing the necessary investigation. And these are the things I said about patient not being patient enough for them to go through things. So we were able to see this patient, take our time, did a biopsy first. Understand, biopsy means you just take a small tissue to know if this thing is malignant. Malignant means it's something that is incurable and will continue to spread. Or benign, which is something that won't come again, is just temporary. So we saw that it was benign. They were able to now do what we call a wide excisional surgery for her. And we were able to at least go far. You know very well that you need to go far beyond the margin so that this will not spread. And the lady is like going to 6 months now. The thing has returned. Only for her, she came all the way from Bo, Dr. Usai, this and that. Oh, I'm so sorry. She brought fruits, and those kind of things. And, you feel good. Those are the things the kind of feedbacks that you get, and you feel so happy. And there are sometimes when you see elderly patients, and they come, and after maybe their children come back from abroad, and they come with their children, they just come and pray for you, and tell you that, oh, this and that, they feel better, and because of the way you've been able to make an impact in their life. And those kind of things are touching. And you can, money can buy them.
So now, what sparked you? What gave you the idea behind Infinity Creative Media?
Okay, Infinity. From the word infinity is something that is unending. And I realized that I'm someone that I'm always thinking unending. Creative stuff keeps coming. I'm always, because when I enter a place, all I'm always looking for is solutions. Like when I saw this whole setup yesterday, I started looking for solutions. That, there's some things I could have here, there's some things I would tell you, there's some things that we could do. Yeah. So I was like, there's some things I feel we should do, there's some things that, that's me. So that's the kind of thing I realized that, okay, fine, I needed to set up something, and I did. Initially, it was a partnership that we had, which was Zoom. Then we fell out, and I decided to go and set up Infinity. Okay. Infinity was already existing before Zoom then. I had it as a graphic design, I was doing graphics design. Then I decided, let's go into partnership, set up Zoom. Then when we resuscitated the Infinity brand.
So how does media production complement your work as a doctor? Yeah,
it does, because there are so many messages that you see that you can pass across. Because in these days, you imagine a lot of people now on Tik Tok, Instagram, and those kind of things. And you realize that you can reach a wider audience, with that. And you can use it to help pass message faster that resonates with people. People will be willing to sit down and watch something that is interesting than just listen to you standing there and talking to them. So those are the things I realized that, oh, this could help in these ways, and we've been able to move on with it and look at the podcast that we're able to set up with it, and it's one of those things that we're able to do.
Okay. So, and also, what skills do you think young creative needs most today?
Okay, the skill that most creatives need today, for me, is number one. I won't even say that as a skill. The ability to think beyond the area of their confinement. For them to be able to think beyond where they are. Because one of the problems we usually have is that people lack that ability to think. And that's why you get even a lot of people that you see them repeating content that other people have done. Because people are not thinking of it that, man, I could do something different. I could do something much more better than what this person has done. So the most important thing now, creatives need to have the ability to think outside the box and be able to create something from whatever the thought is.
Okay. So how do you lead a team of creatives while rooted in healthcare?
Okay. One of the things about me is that I identify talents very easily, and I'm also able to push people to be their very best. Even if you don't want to be, you'll be by force with me, because I'm able to look at it, and when I see people, I'm always like, okay, what can I change in this young man? What are the things? If I'm able to build myself from maybe watching YouTube and using it to build myself, then I should be able to at least impact you and also change you. Yeah. So I use those things to just look at them and say, okay, fine, let's do this. You can do this. And I push them, and they know me. I like something about get it done. That's what I say. What's the solution? If you keep telling me about problem, I don't like listening. I like the solution. What's the solution? What have you come up with? Okay, task. I give you task. Get this done. And you see, you bring the best out of them, and they're able to push themselves, and get things done.
Good. So what challenges do you face in building a media, or what challenges did you face in building a media company, and how did you overcome them?
Those challenges are not things you can overcome anyway. The main challenges is, I will call it trust with human capital. Okay. In the sense that you can bring people together, but you cannot determine when they will leave you or when they will decide to go. That's one thing I realized, and I've started to live with. You can train people up. Not everybody buy that vision of where you're going, and not everybody will stay with you till that very end of the actualization of that vision. Some people are impatient, and some along the line, maybe they just feel, and one of the things we have among the youth is that there's that get-rich attitude. You just want to get rich, you just want money. Or maybe you see someone you're working for, you just see this person just take $10,000, and you're like, hey, they make money, or anything, and you don't really know that, okay, there's so many things that are involved that in keeping this company afloat. There are so many things. There's a tax, there's this that need to be done, and everything is all about learning. And people also need to understand that when you're growing, you start from down. It's learning. You as an example, you learning from TJ, there was that learning process. And you grew along that line. Of course, people will always go one of those days, but when you're living, you should live knowing fully well that you've learned all the necessary things that you need to learn, and you don't live in an arbitrary manner and believe, okay, I know everything, and you don't build that relationship or bond going for that. So that's the only thing, trust, that I really see. Every other thing can be handled, but the issue of trust, because this work, the media work, can't be done alone. You need a whole lot of people to get it done. In setting up this whole place, there are so many people that are involved, that to get these things to this stage. So that's one thing people need to understand. No one force can do it, except you all come together and build a force.
Okay. So what is your advice to youth out there that wants to mix purpose, or they want to combine purpose and passion?
Number one, get it done. Get yourself up your seat and start and get it done. One of the things that people usually don't get is that they think, oh, I don't get money. Money is the least of the things that should be your problem. Initially, when I read that from the book, I read one book that said, you don't need money to start a business. I was among those that say, hey, people just write anything. But I realized it's true. Because the man that doesn't have an idea is worse than someone that doesn't have money. Because if you have an idea, it's enough. That idea is enough for you to move. That idea comes once the way the universe works. When you read this Napoleon Hill's book, The Power of Positive Thinking, it tells you that the universe works for you according to what you think. You realize that there's something they call the red car phenomenon. If somebody tells you, Joy, I'm going to give you 500,000 old leons, 500,000 new leons for every red car that you see on the road, count it. You will see, you start seeing red cars. So it's the same way when you want to buy a car. Like all this while, you've never thought about Benz. But the moment your mind start thinking, I want to buy Benz, every time it is past Chakasibi, they see Benz. Because that's where your mind is. So the way the universe also works is that same way. When you know that, okay, fine, this is your target, this is what I intend to do, put your mind to it. The universe works around that to make it happen. And you see people will gravitate towards you and things will happen. I used to tell people when I started photography then, at Zoom, the first money we made, it was just a small shop. The first money we made was 40 leons. And I was like, God, I think I don't can do so. We were making that kind of money, 40 leons, 20 leons, for like good 2 weeks. And I was like, I don't think this was a very good decision. But then along the line, things started happening and you realize that. So the most important thing is start. Whatever idea you have, start. If it's only an iTel phone you have at home and you know that you want to start content creating, original content creating, not because Jarvis is doing AI, then everybody has to do AI. Just do something that is different.
Yeah.
Hold your phone. If you don't have a tripod, go to your kitchen, tie the phone to your spoon, hold and so to your mama in spoon, tie and begin make and so that's how you do. So that's how you go and move on with it. Yeah.
My heart skipped a bit. But I know we're good. So how do you see the podcast that you're doing? How does it implement or impact health conversations across Africa?
Yeah, what I see that it's going to do, that's the future actually. Because I intend, one of the things we're doing now, when we've been able to at least gain wider audience, the next thing we're going to do is that we want to be teaching people basic, life skills. Like, we want to be teaching the community like how to do CPR. Something as simple as CPR. You go on a beach. There was a story of a guy then when we went to the Lonely Beach. We had outing, infinity outing, and the guy, I saw people, they drew the guy out of the water, and people were just, hey, the boy don't die, he was lifeless there, he was just there on the beach. And I saw a lot of people, in fact, the people started running and abandoning me. So I went there quickly, I did the CPR for this guy. I was able to do the CPR quickly. When he regained his consciousness, I rushed him down to emergency hospital, and we were able to revive that boy. That boy is working with me now. His name is Will. How many years ago? That guy would have been left there and died, because he already drowned. They brought him out and they abandoned him there.
That was how we got choked.
Yeah. So we realized there's so many things. Something as simple as CPR. If we start teaching people now start to learn that and know. They will take it to organizations.
Yeah. Letting
people know that okay, maybe there's someone that's just having maybe a myocardial infarction or having just an heart attack. It's how do you manage those patients quickly? Also, maybe someone is choking. How do you position this patient? How do you do? Or someone is having seizures in the workplace. How do you handle those things? So from there, we start from there. Then we now start shaping conversations. Now making sure that the belief is that we'll start going to seminars, to conferences, and and give story from the model that we've been able to build here, and use it to shape discussions across Africa and across the world. It's still a long time, but I see the vision and I believe in it that's where we're going.
Okay, so another question I'm actually interested in. What are some of the skills you'd advise everyone what are some of the skills you would advise for everyone who wants to be a leader in the future?
Yeah, number one, the skills is one, be an excellent listener. You need to be able to listen to people, listen to people. What are the ideas that they have? Just listen to them, irrespective, no matter how stupid it is. Are you willing to listen? Then number two, are you willing to lead and show them the way? What kind of leadership attributes are you also showing, so that these people can also gain from you and also tap into, because those are the basic things. Some of the things that are missing in Africa is that we have leaders that really do not have any leadership skills, or maybe there's really nothing to show that, okay, fine, these are the things I can learn from this person, or these are the things I can pick from this person. Most leaders do not have that. And some leaders are not even excellent listeners. The people are complaining about something, are you listening? Even if you can provide a solution, but do you show that you listen to them and you're willing to do something about it? Most people do not have it. So then there's also something that I say is that build yourself in such a way to the level at which you want your followers to go beyond. You know that basically, let's take something as simple as the media that we're doing, and you know that, okay, fine, you've been able to build yourself to this level that you can use to train the people, but are you okay with them being at that level? You need to take them beyond. Like some of my guys, what I did was that I decided to put them in some courses online. Register for this course, do this course. It can help you. Because at the end of the day, you are not only building them, you're also building yourself. Because you might not have time to go for those things. They learn it and they also use it to impact you. So those are those things.
So we're just now doing the running down the hill question.
Okay.
So what does impact mean to you in both health and media?
Impact in health is the ability for you to see a patient coming to you with cries and that patient leaving with laugh. That is impact. For you to know that you've been able to make an impact in that person's life. Helping to change the person's perspective about the current disease state and giving that person ability to live for the other day. That's an impact for me in terms of health. Health in terms of impact in terms of communication, right? Media is for me to be able to help to deliver, to develop a message and be able to take that message from a written point and delivering it into something that goes into the wide population and being able to impact people and change their life. Something as simple as the Safe Motherhood Bill. There's a video we did, and that video was something that was really so touching. We were able to see children, girls, with stories about being raped and being pregnant in the course of that rape, and the mom not even believing the child, and the child having to carry the pregnancy, a shame, and having to stop school. Having children that we saw that they were being, because they were under push, and some of them were thrown into some things that they didn't want to do, and in the long run, they lost their path, in that regard. That message was being able to share. We were able to share and help people to at least understand what the importance of that bill. Then also the one about push. We also did a video with the Ministry of Social Welfare, as such that the impact was felt in New York. The video went as far as there. It was played in New York, and the message was being able to pass to let people know that there's life after this, and there are people that can change. There was a lady we interviewed who was already gone with push, and they were able to change and rehabilitate her, and now she's working with the government, and she's had a very sweet story to say. So those are the things that we call impact. They are measurable, and they are really specific.
Yes. How do you stay grounded and focused with so much on your plate?
Well, there's something I do say, is that the other things people do are things that I'm not different from every other man. It's just like maybe where someone is beating himself because Arsenal lost, I don't have time. I'm not a football loving person. So maybe while the person is talking about Arsenal, because it's the same thing I would do. It's just that the way it appeals to people is what is different. You have some people that they are working, they still have time to go and watch football. They still have time to do other things. They still have time to go and play games. They still have time to go to club. Because I think the only and last time I went to the club, I was like, that's what they do. I'm like, how can I just can't function in that one. So you see people that do that, and what they love to do, what I love to do is just different. The only thing I just like is I'm someone that loves information, and I like, pushing myself to get things done. And there are so many things I start doing. Like now, there's new stuff that is coming in terms of AI. And I started thinking about AI in healthcare. And I've got a certificate on that one, and I'm also doing another one because I realize that's the future. So those are the ways I get grounded in those kind of things, pushing myself beyond and learning ahead of time, so that at least when the time comes, the opportunity comes, it can meet me prepared.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. White.
You're welcome.
So one more question. What are you currently learning or unlearning or relearning?
Well, that's a tricky one. Okay, let me just see. Okay, yeah, that one is more for family. What I'm relearning is that kids, you don't need to shout to make it to understand some certain things. You need to be that listening dad. Because me, I was brought up in a disciplined home where my mom is always shouting. There's that rigid space of getting things done and everything. So I realized that it wasn't just because it was the same thing I was doing for my son. And I realized that there was a time I had time, to sit down and, and I realized that there's so many things that he has up there that I wasn't really given the chance, because there's that limit I was just giving that hour. Hey, go read your book, go do this, do that we were always doing because of what our parents taught us. So those are the things I'm trying to change now.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Thank you very much, Dr. White. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very humble egg practitioner and also a media tycoon.
Thank you so
Thank
very
you
much.
very much, Dr. White. It was so nice to have you. This session was very educative. I learned a lot. I've just been nodding, but I've learned a lot, even though I know that I need sleep, but
exactly.
I'm not sleeping anytime soon.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for coming. It was so nice to have you.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
What
so
are we
very
adding
much.
to the setup?
Yeah, I'm happy to say there. well, I think the lighting just can be better improved. So I think on our own, we'll need to support with the lights.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll come with 2 lights for you guys.
Okay, sir.
And we'll get that done, yeah.
Okay.
Then also the people handling the control area, they need to always make sure they have the because I initially thought it was only 1 camera when I was looking at it yesterday. So the 3 cameras, they need to be functioning and needs to be switching accordingly. When a guest needs to leave, it has to switch to you so that the guy is not showing on screen and those kind of things.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you very much. I really appreciate this.
Yeah.
Thank you so
I
much.
reduce your makeup, you get tired. That's why you did.
No, that was just the intro.
But that's what you are
That's advice.
I was like, I really go tired.
Thank you very much, Dr.
All
White. Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Hello everybody. Are you still up? Are you still awake? Because me, I'm not sleeping anytime soon. We have 156 more hours to go. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? So our next guest would love to, in fact, let the studio give him a round of applause. Everybody please help me welcome Mr. Edward Emmanuel. Hi, Mr. Emmanuel. Good morning, Mr. Emmanuel.
How are you?
Oh, I wish I could have replied in sign language.
Fine.
How do I say fine? Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
Oh, so fine. Thank you. Fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's so good to have you here. It's so good to have you here. So would you want to tell us about yourself? Would you want to introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Edward Emmanuel. I'm the director for One Family People, and we're a Celebrity Focus organization in Sierra Leone. And it's been a long time coming when it comes to in a world where we're not the same, we must learn to carry each other. That's been the motive. And understanding that love can only save the day. I work particularly with persons with special needs or spectrums, and it's been incredible to understand their own knowledge and wisdom also to want to participate. And for me, born to a Serene mother and I never grew up over here.
Okay.
And but coming back was very important to really understand that on the other side of the world, you watch TV with people, and they're like, "Can you see your people?" That's how it hurts. And you feel like if we don't do this by ourselves, nobody's going to do it. All what I have about working with people with special needs is what I brought back to Sierra Leone.
Okay.
And when I came over here, I got accepted by a lot of people. So there were other activists like Masterpiece, other civil society from the special court that we started this program together. But in those days, in 2008, not much policies was developed in Sierra Leone yet, but Sierra Leone was still a society that was full of acceptance for persons with special needs. But inclusion was something very, very far off, and that's where we came in and working with different line ministries. But where we really got started was from the special court for Sierra Leone.
Okay.
I really want to thank them very well, because to them, I mean, they've been able to help to shape the way people look at persons with special needs about inclusion. And you know, they stand for the rule of law. And after the Transitional Justice, the TLC, they needed people to also come in different platforms to work with them. And for me, and I think I reached those days was like people didn't really understand how they could work with people with special needs. We had mothers, they were abandoning their kids on the street. But you can't really blame them because they don't know what to do. Because when they know what to do, they always like, wow, I'm sorry, I never knew I could make it better. So giving them an opportunity also to learn how to take care of their kids was just one thing. And those days, street begging was more or less high priority in Sierra Leone by that time for persons with special needs. And most of the time, also people look at them as being very troublesome. But people don't see their struggles. They only see their troubles. And when they try to be good, when they try to be somebody, be a better man, nobody sees that. It's when that they feel they are being prosecuted or being stigmatized, and people like to provoke them way back. But we're able to stop that. Laws came in. The Disability Commission, Minister of Social Welfare, I really want to thank them also, social welfare ministers that have really come through this way. They really stood by persons with special needs. I know that they don't have enough budget, but the motherly commitment to see this change was very, very important for Sierra Leone. That's what you needed. Because if you have the heart, if you have love in your heart, you can always win.
Yeah.
But if you don't have that, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to really know what it really takes to accept somebody else. That's just the main thing. And in my own platform, the street days, the activists I work with, like, Mr. Charles Boy of Masterpiece Sierra Leone, and the other people from the special court, we were always on the street at night. Those days were days whereby women were being abused on the street. But at night, mobilizing the boys to be their sister's keeper was very important. And also letting them understand that we all have the same mother, but different daddies. Because every mother is your mother. Every sister is your sister. So once you can accept that, and people want to change, but if they don't have right to the information they need, it becomes very difficult to contribute meaningfully. And to me, when they use the word disabled persons, it's not. We all have a disability. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I have a thing, but I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but I know, I'm aware of that.
So you know what I'm talking about, but people feel they label, disability as something very physical and stuff like that. When you stammer, anger, addiction is a disability. But it's not, it's coming out. But for me, the way I could make those people really participate was more or less staying with them also where they were. They were living in a disability building in Wapo Street. These are about 150 disabled persons.
Yeah.
No windows, no doors. And the passion came from their own commitment to have a change and just want to just be somebody people can respect in society. And that's how we got started. And with our work with the special court, it was just all about making sure that we focus on peace building and the rule of law, and also the issue of making sure people have rights was what we're doing. So we changed what we're doing to right-based approach. And it wasn't charity, it's about building people's capacity to be able to help others. That's where we came from. And way back in the street, if I remember, living on the street with those people, I had a place, but it was important to you have been there once, and all of a sudden we're like, who is the leader over here? I saw they were organized people. People thought they were not organized, they had an executive. And I was like, there's a way we have to look at how we can portray ourselves to the neighbors. and the anger, the street fight, getting drunk, addiction to drugs, all those things can stop. And they were like, yeah, it's true, but it's because we have no space in society. And one of the things I looked at, apart from lobbying with other partners to work with them, but I looked at how can we rebrand the way people look at them. So I looked at they have passion for music. So for me, music and drama, we started using it as a tool for social integration. And we started working with different line ministries and other civil societies, whereby we celebrate International Day for Persons with Special Needs, women, children. So I started training these people, and we looked at how do we have a name that represents us. I guess you know Wapo Street.
Wapo Street, yes.
Yeah, Wapo Street, way back. So we looked at that, we are in Wapo Street. We can put Wapo Street in the map for the right reasons. It's been there for the wrong reasons, that they are disabled persons here and they don't want to really follow the law. But it's not really about that. There's nobody to teach them. And we formed the Great Wapolians Band. Yeah, and the band, we started, more or less using the drums and the pots to play the drums. We were using the clutches as a guitar. We could imagine, and from there it developed into a band where you have the visually impaired playing the piano, the physically challenged singing and visually impaired, and also you have the speech and hearing impaired dancing. Have you seen deaf kids dance before?
Actually,
yeah,
I have. There's a lady I see on TikTok who trains deaf people to dance. Actually,
so we are ahead of that.
Ooh, I haven't seen so many deaf kids dance.
If you check on our Facebook, One Family for Facebook, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm also, don't forget that music and drama is an informal education also. And it's not but sometimes it can be very expensive. So instead of trying ignorance, you have to look at what you know how to do best, what you love to do best. And we're all born with a talent. You raise that, and you can teach people how to dance, to sing. And that's how we formed the band. The band became an advocacy group. And with that, we had different platforms with the special courts to give them a platform to always perform for the judges and the government. And people started having a different perception about these people. Like really, are these same people who sit there on the street now? They're well dressed. So that if they're given an opportunity, they want to participate. And when we come talk about neglected social issues, and that's where we had a niche in whatever program they've had that day, whatever speeches. But when we come over, we come spread through music and drama. A different scenario comes up, and that's how the acceptance started. To have a band where you have the visually impaired playing the piano. You have the physically challenged and the blind singing and the deaf dancing and signing at the same time. And also one thing we could realize was like we can do more together. Because way back I was just working with the physically challenged and visually impaired, but they approached me and like, you need to do something for us also. We say you're good with people that can talk, that can hear, but we also were part of the society. And as I came, I started training them to dance. And I could understand something from them that they were very, very good with their sixth sense. Me, we have 5 senses. Are you aware of that? Yeah. When you lose one, the sixth one is provoked, is triggered. Yeah, they are good at counting. They always remember.
Okay.
But me and you, I'm going to come 1, 2, 3 today, and tomorrow maybe I'm a little bit stressed and I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're like, no, yesterday it was straight.
It was 3.
So I was getting taught myself also. So also understanding their language was very, very important. And what I've been doing even currently with the SDG 2030 agenda of the leave no one behind. You heard about that, the SDG 2030 agenda, so some of the 11 goals. But the leave no one behind is what we've been doing way back into time. Making sure when there are programs, persons with special needs are not left behind.
Okay.
And together with government and partners, and we've been able to move forward. And when I moved forward, we didn't do it alone. It was having an entire, mob, MOB. When you have a mob, you can't mess with the mob. You don't know who to touch. Is that not true? You touch one, you touch
all.
So, we needed alliances, and when you look at all organizations coming on board, we were able to start protecting them, but for them also to have their own rights and also respect other people's rights, which was very, very important. And so while we are today, they're recognized by United Nations. They leave no one behind. They did the first Leave No One Behind song for Sierra Leone and also for United Nations. and which is being played in Voice of America and other places till now. But what was the most important thing is bring our focus more on looking at health, education, social inclusion, livelihood, socio-economic empowerment. Those things are very, very important in everybody's life. Because if you have those components, you look at that. And once we looked at the issue of school, education was really, they use that word sometimes to build the coffin. You know what I'm talking about? Education, the word education. So, and don't forget also, some people have multiple disability. Maybe they are physically challenged. Maybe also they are maybe be a little bit autistic, or they have ADHD. Maybe they are hyperactive. So you can't get up and to sit down in the class. So you have to look at what the person loves to do.
Yeah.
If you can focus on that, then you can be able to build that person up. That's just exactly where it has been.
Okay. So how did the one thing I want you to tell us, how did the partnership with the Leone Foundation in the Netherlands
Yeah, exactly. Before the Leone Foundation, we were already we were part of the civil society for special court. We're part of the legacy today, and also UNDP also. We also had other people like ICDI. We work with Plan and the Dutch Consortium on Children, on the Child Rights Act. And we were able to start from there to start bringing in inclusion into every consortium we're part of. And when we met with Leone Foundation in 2013, everything changed. We now have the more broader focus on children with special needs. Because we realized they were the most left behind, and they're the most discriminated. After them is the women. And with children with special needs, Leone Foundation, they send at least every year over 1,200 kids to school from primary to university in Sierra Leone here. All categories of persons with special needs. I want to go to school. If you want to talk about the speech and hearing impaired, the visually impaired, the people with visual impairment, the people living with epilepsy, people living with albinism, autistic kids. So have you seen autistic kids also dance before? Have you seen them before? Autistic kids. Children with autism.
Autism, yeah, some abnormal
not
really. The shock?
Not really.
How did you describe?
There are people with kind of cognitive skills disorder.
The skills disorder, the ones that just act like.
Yeah, you raise that. Maybe they react to music, to sound, and all
unconsciously, basically.
You raise that.
Yeah.
And they've been more or less super labeled in Sierra Leone and in other African countries as demonic kids, but it's when you understand it, and they're one of the most talented kids. Elon Musk, I guess you know he's autistic.
Yeah, I heard that. I read that.
Because he had good parents that could understand how to really help him focus his energy, and focusing his energy really helped him build into what he is right now. So most of the autistic kids also that we work with here with Leone Autistic Society is Mary Pentimity. She has a child with autism, so she knows how it feels. And she set up a place here in Sierra Leone that we started supporting them. And today she's been able to help over 500 kids in Sierra Leone. And she's still helping more kids with autism and helping parents to understand that autistic kids also they have a future, and if they're in the right place to have the right nutrition and also the right school also. Just like the school she has in Kosota. I would like the world to know that there is a place for autistic kids in Sierra Leone.
In Kosota?
In Kosota,
okay.
exactly. Being run by Mrs. Mary Pentimity. And they're really doing well. Most of those kids right now, you have some of them that they are now waitress, they are mechanics. So some of them also they are artists also. These were kids that if I give you a scenario of a story of an imam that had an autistic boy, and they were not really letting him do anything at home. But when he started coming to the school, through music and drama also, and the trainings and other trainings also, through the iPad that they were putting through, they started gaining his cognitive skills. And after some time, he could sing and became confident, and he became a waiter. And the day we had the presentation for the parents to come see what we've done so far, the imam was crying. And the boy was singing a Christian song. And he's an imam. Normally he's supposed to be upset. He was not upset. Because he could see his son being celebrated. And when he faced the way he was crying, it was like he never knew that he's sorry. That if he knew that there's another way to really have helped the boy in the past, it would have been easy. But now they know. Once people know they want to make a change, nobody was born with a heart of stone. That's just the main thing. So like we are currently in Freetown, both urban and rural, in 5 districts in Sierra Leone. We're in Bombali, we're in Cambia, and we're in Kono, also Kono district, and we are supporting about 1,200 kids to school yearly.
Okay.
And for the first time, this Leone Foundation project has been able to help at least 5 girls with special needs to pass out from university.
Okay.
Because it's very, very difficult to see, girls with special needs pass out from the university. Because it's either they're abused, or even from their own, some of them they ask some money, they're going to ask something back in return. But the program focused on that to make sure that education is a priority.
Okay.
And also we close the gaps in other ones they have. And having 5 of them pass out from the university was something very good for Sierra Leone. The one of them currently, she's a current personal assistant to the United Nations Residence Coordinator for Sierra Leone on disability.
Wow.
Because that's one of the lobby we had. We explained that you need to have somebody with special needs as one of your PAs. So more or less when you're in a meeting, she can more or less bring inclusion into what you do. And we know you're trying to help, but sometimes it falls off a sensitivity platform. And that's what she's doing over there. We have the other one working with plan, we have the other one also working with us in our office. So if you look at all this, it's because they were given an opportunity. And that opportunity to grow a safe passage is what everybody needs in the society.
So what does disability mainstream in development look like in action?
I think it's about making sure you plan with them. That's the very first thing. Because if you can't plan me. No, you don't need anybody planning them. Getting them involved from the onset. They were on their own. When we say we want to help them, they were on their own. So that means it's their voices we have to follow. Because most of the time, you see somebody that has, that is physically challenged, and you want to go learn computer. So maybe he's good at Teams meeting. Maybe he's good at tailoring. That's what you have to look at. And also for government to make sure that all the line ministries have a particular desk for persons with special needs. And also making sure that laws and policies are tailored to meet their needs. That's what that's really about. So it's not, if you plan without them, that means we're leaving them behind. We're leaving about 15% of the population behind. That means that, and they'll just be there by themselves having babies. You will be having more babies on the street, more youngsters on the street into drugs and alcohol, all the stuff like that. So if they are part of the planning of a country, then you can have a more prosperous country. If you can see how it is on the other side of the world, there is a lot of plan for persons with special needs. The white folks, they know the time is going to come, they're going to be old. That's why they plan for the future. And they make sure there is respect from the beginning. Here, if you're already outside in Africa, we don't mock our grandmothers that have dementia. We don't mock them. But we mock the young ones that have dementia. So you see how it is. So, but I think what it has been is what we make people doing. It's what we grow. If you don't know how it is in Brookfields over here, bring the kids 5, 6, 7, 8 years, bring them, then they come dance. You know what happens in the house. When they line up also, when the kids come over, if you're sharing food, the one that takes food and come back the second time. So that's how you know how it is in the entire community. There's somebody with special needs over there, the person is being pushed up the line. That's what this is all about. So our future generation, I'll use the word, they are the future of the world. They are the hope of our nation. And they are tomorrow's people. And the new inspiration. Are you aware of the new currency for this current generation? There is a currency they have that maybe you can take away.
Wait, what's the currency?
It's talent.
Oh yeah.
You know that. It's not about education no more.
No, yes.
It's about participation. You can take it away.
I thought I only noticed it from the young generations, the Gen Zs here in Sierra Leone, because that's what I see, but I always emphasize on how productive.
Creativity is the word. So that's the next currency. It's a currency they can spend anytime. You can take from there, and if we can focus on that, and that's why it's very important to invest in the youths. I work in other countries. If you look at other countries, they really invested in the youths, and I know the government is trying. All over the world, we all have 1 or 2 things we have to carry every day, but it's not easy for the government, and we are the government. When you use work for politicians, they are there as policymakers, but we also how we treat each other also. So like on the street, you see a pipe is burst, nobody's taking a plastic to wrap it up. Oh, it's not my pipe. So until we have that culture of maintenance and looking after each other, that's when it's going to get better. It ain't going to get better if you don't love each other. And if you don't learn how to share. So I guess you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about looking after each other. That's
Looking
what
after each other.
Leave No One Behind is about.
Mm-hmm. All hands on deck.
You raise that we move
Yeah.
together.
Yes. So how do you address issues of social inclusion and discrimination in your programs?
We have different platforms. Like I said, the very first thing is visible participation. But when you participate means that from the very start of a program, you're part of it. They come to you, we want to help you. It's not just having a wheelchair, it's not just having clutches. It's about making sure there's accessibility. And when people have accessibility, they can do things by themselves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
The schools, I mean, just like this place right here, I mean, this hotel, I think I can see they built ramp in some places. That means if I have a friend with a wheelchair, I can bring him over here easily than he struggles to climb the chair. And when you look at social inclusion, it starts also from the home. We believe in what they call the family portrait. The family portrait is when everybody in the house counts. It starts from the house.
Yeah.
The acceptance from the neighbors. Because when you have a child that is speech and hearing impaired, or maybe autistic, and you're going to parties and you leave that child behind, you take the other kids that can communicate, you take them along, then you're leaving somebody behind in there. That's the main thing. But making sure they can have access to education is another one thing.
Yeah.
And because that's the only way they can participate in life. Because whatever they are taught, they become disciplined and they can be included in society. But if you don't do that, it becomes very, very difficult. Discrimination, that's why we're using music and drama as an arm for social integration. And that, it's been incredible because sometimes when we'll travel around Sierra Leone since the Ebola, the COVID, with the Leone Foundation and United Nations, during the emergency period, to deliver emergency relief and also have some post-Ebola and post-COVID programs. Because you know, when there's a pandemic, I mean, structures are broken down.
Yeah.
So then, but you have to empower those people to carry on by themselves. And our work here as an organization, what we do is make sure that we train the locals by themselves to be able to implement. Right now, we are working with organizations with persons with special needs in those districts, and we're empowering them to work. I mean, giving them the necessary training and support they need to make sure they can continue to send these kids to school, making sure that their rights are respected, and also engagement with local authorities is very, very important.
Okay.
And most of the local authorities have been very, very responsive. It's because they've not been approached. Once they know, they want to be part of it. They want to change also. I mean, but if they don't know, then people just blame them that they don't know. That's what I see. Giving everybody a second chance to learn, to make it right is very, very important in life. And that's how it is. For me, working with kindergarten, I used to be a kindergarten teacher.
Okay.
And once you can do that, you can work with anybody. You know, a kid, a 3-4-year-old kid just sit right there, and when you turn this way, he's up already. And you have not to be angry. So what you have to do is look for what he wants and make sure he can be in charge by himself. But when you're always screaming at them, it doesn't work. You give them an opportunity to participate and do what can get their attention. That's what it's all about.
Okay. So how do you address the issues on inclusion and discrimination? Okay, I think I've asked this question actually. I was actually going to ask you about the economical environment.
Okay.
What economical environment initiative are currently running?
What's very important is the power of networking. Our new project is called Building Effective Network. Our new project with the Leone Foundation for 7 organizations in Sierra Leone. And it's talking about making sure the government institutions also they have a role to play in the project. Making sure resources are there, and also there are always meetings to always assess progress. And from there you can know where the challenges are and can be able to continue. But making sure, education, socioeconomic empowerment, also making sure health, rehabilitation. Rehabilitation, that's the most important thing for persons with special needs. Because you have to make sure you tailor their wants to meet their needs. Because, for example, there's what we call the devices. With somebody with speech and hearing impairment, they need the hearing aid. And for somebody with physical impairment, they need the clutches or the wheelchair, and also you have to make the place accessible for them. And that's like what we've been doing way back since for the past 10 years. Since it's the 2012 election, we've been always been making sure on national TV that we provide a sign interpreter, a sign language, to translate what's going on in most of the TV stations. That's what we started way back, and it's still going on step by step. Sometimes the television, they might have some 1 or 2 challenges, but we still come back and still continue, because it's very important. Access to information is something else also. You can see what it is in social media right now. If you ask some of the persons with special, they will tell you that we are their teachers. They watch us do what we don't go. We're very active. It's how we behave, you know, that if we're well behaved. And one thing also we've seen so far is the issue of volunteerism in the country, social work. To be a social worker is more than going to school. It starts right from your own community. It starts right from your own house also. I mean, being disciplined, it goes a very long way. To have the spirit of acceptance is very important. I mean, and also, I mean, making sure wherever you are, rights are respected. That's one of the main thing about it. And for the government also, I mean, to allocate enough budget also to make sure that they can support other partners, the NGOs, the INGOs, the CBOs, that's the community-based organizations, and other local councils also, and private enterprises. I really want to use this word to talk to most of the corporate organizations that their CSR, they need to also make sure that there is a particular portion for persons with special needs. That's what it's all about.
Okay. So let's get a few questions and then we'll let you go. What do you have more to tell us?
Yeah, I think also the issue of livelihood is something we're really looking at. I mean, livelihood options. I mean, it's something that's very important, because way back we believe it's just, I mean, opening a small shop for them, and we open that small shop, and they can sell some stuff. It doesn't work that way. The market structure, the market value should be by demand and supply. And we look at extensive agriculture for parents with children with special needs. Because when their mothers are they are empowered most of the time, then they can be able to take care of those kids even without us as the NGOs or the government. They need to contribute. That's very important. So livelihood is one of the most important things also. In goal 1 of the SDG is talking about poverty. And in poverty means when the only way you can reduce, but you can't eradicate. And how you can do it is to empower people to be able to do things by themselves, and making sure that whatever decisions they take, I mean, it has a business plan. That's what it is.
Okay. So speaking of the sustainable development plan, how do you promote sexual and reproductive health rights for girls and women with disabilities?
Yeah, first of all, we have the girls panel. We have, just like the other lady coming after me, her name is Salilaka. She's part of the Creative Apollons. They've gone through a lot of trainings. That's what they call the Go curriculum, to make girls be more money savvy, to make them to be independent, and also to respect their body. And that's where these young girls that are train other young girls also in the communities about sexual reproductive health. And it's from there also making sure they can have access to those services is very, very important. Because most of the time, most of the nurses also that we've been training also, it's very important to train them, because sometimes they can be a little bit insensitive. Sometimes they mean it, but they're trying to advise, but that's not the right advice people need sometimes. The lady with special needs comes in, she's pregnant, like, wow, you know the story for yourself. But she has the right, I mean, to breed. She has the right to breed. But when you tell her that, and even though when she's done that, she ain't gonna go back over there. That's why most of them, they end up going to those, I mean, little doctors around, and there can be complications and stuff like that. But we've been working with Aberdeen women, Maristos, and other people. Like, so this is where we always make sure that they know what it takes to access those services. Those services are there for them. And what we normally do sometimes with the band, I bring the band, we bring some doctors, they play football, they raise funds. And when they raise funds, because some of those people, don't forget, they don't have transportation to get there. So those funds we raise, we'll give to the hospital. They have a card. When they go over there, when they produce the card, after they get their medications and services, they're given transport so that they can be able to access the services next time. If somebody is living very far in the east, and you have to come to Aberdeen women over here, but what we have been able to do is to decentralize, to make sure the other places over there in the east, so they can access over there. Just like the children we have an orphanage called Mahanahin Orphanage. It's called in the Bible, House of Prayer. That's what it means. It has about 39 kids with special needs. These are kids abandoned on the street by their mothers. Early hours in the morning, around 5, 6. Way back, some used to dump them in the well, or dump them maybe at the dustbin. But how it was because of the discrimination, the mockery in the community. Once, they know 5, 6 months, a year or two, the child is not too responsive. In mobility, they know the child, maybe the child is having some disability. And if they don't have access to healthcare services, to more or less, ask questions on how they can take care of that kid, then what they do is dump those kids on the street. But there's a woman, she's late now, her name is Mrs. May Chicago. She's on a wheelchair, so she goes to pick them up from the street. And she was having that home. And what we had to do was to rebuild the home, make it more spacious for them to, make sure those kids, they can have a good atmosphere to more or less be able to grow, go to school, and also do some home schooling for them. But some of these kids are kids with multiple disability. Have you seen the kid that is ever impaired, is blind, and can't talk? How do you talk to that child? Yeah, you can see it's deep. But we're working with United Nations, especially the Office of the Residence Coordinator and Ministry of Social Welfare, to make sure that other nurses they get involved, so these kids they can get the right medical services. So also we have other people who come over, some other doctors also to come help. It's only together we can make things work.
Together, all hands on deck. Together, all hands on deck. So can you share a personal story that illustrates the change your work brings?
I think most of the programs we've done so far, for example, if I look at the issue of the drama, we had some drama. The dramas we had, Mexican drama we had a drama about the true life story of a boy, and that was on the street that met with us, and he got introduced. He was able to travel, and he got trained, and he came back to come help others. And that is like in that drama we were trying to portray that if you give this child an opportunity for education and support, but normally way back when he goes to bed, the money he brings back home, that's the money that the parents used to send other kids to school. While he that went to bring the money is at home because they don't feel that he's going to make it in school. In all of it, he's very, very brilliant. He's very, very brilliant, and he's making a change in his own community. We have most of them right now. Right now in Sierra Leone, and I will use one in West Africa, we have the first physiotherapist that is speech and hearing impaired, a deaf person that is a physiotherapist. Nobody was going to believe that he was going to be a physiotherapist. He was given the opportunity to learn and supported, coached and mentored, and now he's doing that. And most of the people also we have, most of them also, they have better jobs right now. That's what is very important. They are in the society, they're contributing money fully into it. And also most of what we've done so far also has to do with the kids also, making sure they have a good rite of passage to work, to school, to participate. The deaf kids at Vine Memorial, they are one of the out of 1st to 5th, they're in 5th position or 4th position in class, because way back, there ain't no secondary school for deaf kids in Freetown. They have to go to McKinney. So what we did was we trained 28 teachers in secondary school, sign language, to be able to receive those kids when they pass out from primary school. Because way back when they pass out from primary school, all they just do is, they go to school for 1 year or 2 and they drop out because they can't hear what the teacher is saying. They are very, very clever students, and most of all they end up on the street doing maybe hairdressing, doing many jobs and other stuff like that. But we talk like, but we should, instead of talking about the problem, we can find a solution. And from the research we had with the Learning Foundation, we're like, it's important to see how we can train the teachers in the secondary school. So when those kids pass out in primary school, they can choose among those schools where to go. We have them in Abat Academy, Collegate, Vine Memorial. They are there and they're doing well. And now they started about 3-4 years ago. Now they're already in SS1. Nobody expected them to go that far. So that shows you, if we can find a way to include everybody, there can be a prosperous society.
So, one last question, and then we get the other guest. How has your work changed your personal view on disability and inclusion?
For me, true love that always saves the day. When you love yourself, you want to love others. And mostly, if you check the entire landscape of disability in Sierra Leone, one family who stands out as an organization that has been around 6 in the street, work with over 5,000 persons with special needs in Sierra Leone, and being able to impact their lives and making sure most of them, and like I said, our own program is the only program for the past 14 years. Most projects come 2-3 years is out. Ours has been there for 14 years. 14, that means there is a rite of passage for these kids to get through to university. And also, we also work with like Dr. Springer, Dr. Abdullah. We work with him also. He on his own, he provides a platform for them to have a job. That means he lobbies with other stakeholders. They go through his own academy, and when they go through that, then they can do job placement for them. So there are persons with special needs that have been employed in society, and they're doing well. And for me, what's been the most important thing is the change of attitude of persons in Sierra Leone toward persons with special needs. I mean, the acceptance when they see them in a field of creativity, they are respected. That's what I've really enjoyed. And also the cooperation of the government also to make sure that we foster inclusion together. That's just been one thing I've loved so far.
So, finally, if you could ask the public, if you could ask the audience to do one thing differently towards people with disability, what would it be?
I will use the word acceptance, for them to accept persons with special needs. Give them a chance. And one thing also I want to tell you, we have different ways of dealing with stress. If you can deal with stress and see the other man down, you give that person a hand. It's not judging. I mean, we should come back to our moral values. It's the moral values that changes a society. Where a society where people don't love each other, or maybe it's not they don't love each other, but they don't really know what to do. You have to seek information. But when you accept others, that's the only way we can all dwell in peace, and that's the only way also we can leave no one behind. Can you sign that for me?
I was going to start it, but then the statement's longer than thank you.
So we use.
So let's sign.
Okay, you pick something up.
Leave.
No. One. Be. Behind. Again.
So we leave.
No.
One.
Be. Behind. Cereal. Leone.
Oh, I don't know how to say Sierra. Then now let me say thank you. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
God be with you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. It was so nice to have you here. This whole session was very educative. I wish the kids all the best, and I wish the organization all the best. I can't wait to meet you guys. I can't wait to meet you guys. Actually.
If you don't mind, also maybe I can bring. When you going to be on till what time? Till tomorrow?
We're going to be on until the weekends, until the 20th.
On the 20th.
Yeah.
So I think maybe you can have a 5 to 4 minutes performance for the deaf kids.
Okay.
You need to show that's very important because it's a way to sensitize the entire public that we can give them a space also to be part of society. They can come perform for you over here. I know you're gonna love it.
We'll fix that up with
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And have a blessed day.
You too. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this session. It was really an educative one, and I learned a lot. I hope you learned so much more from this. Mr. Emmanuel was just telling us about his interest in disability because he has people he is responsible for and takes care of. And his advice is that we accept everybody. So next on our list of interviewees, we're going to be having Salema Tulaga, who is coming to be giving us a talk. Hi.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Are you happy to be here?
Sure.
Thank you for joining us. How are you again?
I'm fine.
Oh, so would you please tell us about yourself? Tell us more about yourself so we get familiar. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah.
My name is Salima Tolaga, and I work for One Family People as the Child Protection Officer.
Okay.
And I'm an artist
Okay.
for the Great Wopolia Musical Band. And that's just a brief. And Salima Tolaga here you're sitting is a disability activist.
Okay.
You know, that I work with so many different organizations, you know, things related to persons with disability. And, like for example, the UNFPA, I was once a youth champion for UNFPA starting since 2018 to 2022. And I serve as a youth champion where going to the community, you know, raising awareness on the sexual reproductive health, also again trying to encourage other youths, you know, more especially, you know, we know that our country has been going through, our girls, you know, women there has been going through a lot of stigma or challenges around the sexual reproductive health, especially rape. So like we are doing this awareness visit. But how it all started, it started from One Family People. You know, I've been a beneficiary with One Family People. That was in 2008 when they came in Sierra Leone. Yes, when they started the operation properly. And after that, I've been a beneficiary. Then I also work as an intern in One Family People. Then later, before taking me as a permanent staff, you know, me going out there, sending out messages, working with women and girls living with disability, and also those without disability. So like, you know, my staying at One Family People has made me to gain more knowledge, has brought so many lights into my life, has brought so many connections into my life, and that makes me a disability activist today. So like, you know, being in One Family People as a musician, let me say as a singer, and also as a disability activist, you know, it was a great journey. You know, when I started working first as a volunteer, that after my studies, yes, you know, we started with the Her Choice project. You know, Her Choice project was a project that gives rights to, you know, girls out there in the community. You know, we were having a lot of girls, you know, going for this early marriage, parents giving out their children. So like, you know, when One Family People was given this award to lead this particular project, you know, I was there as a champion, going out as a field facilitator, going out to the communities, working with other young girls who are disabled and those without disability, you know, sending out messages, working with parents, caregivers, community stakeholders, you know, also again, just for us to see how we can break this stigma around our girls, the child marriage stigma around our girls. And also again, after the project went for about 5 good years, and it came out successfully. And today we can see that. Also, we go to another project also again, you know, the Girl Power project. The Girl Power project, giving voice to women, giving voice to girls out there. And we are working with the community people. In the community, we work with parents closely. These parents, caregivers, they are the owner of these children. So what we did, we give them the rights so that they can provide 24-hour support, 24-hour guidance to their children. They should make sure that their children go the right way, training them the best way to go to school, giving them the opportunity to participate in development activities on development areas in their community. You know, we work with these women wherein they provide 24-hour protection to these women, to these girls, both disabled and non-disabled. And after that, again, we work with the stakeholders, working with the chiefs, we're working with the Mami Queen, the youth leaders in different community under the same Gal Power project. So like later we switch over to see how best we can able to focus on people living with disability. You know, for us people living with disability in Sierra Leone, it was really challenging before the intervention of one family people. For me, I'm a victim. You know, I was disabled at the age of 5. You know, coming from a poor family background, wherein there is no better education, there is no financial support from the family. You know, I depend on other people giving me their own support just to change, you know, that stigma, to break that barrier as a disabled girl coming up. So like meeting with one family people, they also gave me that platform which made me today to become outspoken in the community, not only in the community, but for Sierra Leone and even beyond. You know, it has been a great momentum for me. It has been a great time, a great opportunity, me coming across with one family people. Remember I told you that they were first my foster parents. They gave me this opportunity to learn. Then after that, they take me in just to make me become empowered. And taking me, make me empowered, also allowed me to be a speaker to other women and girls with disability and those without disability, to see how they can come in, how they can also, you know, use me as a role model. And that has been achieved in different community where I was being given the opportunity to be the field facilitator, teaching these young girls, you know, on life skill, you know, issues, things that are real life things, you know, telling them that you should be careful, focus in your education, don't try to put yourself in any way where maybe you can lose your attention, you can lose your future. That are going out for men, you know. Men use different skills to get women. And so like, you know, me going out there, these girls, you know, see me as their role model. And sometimes some of them, they say, you know, when I ask them, what do you see in me? So like some of them, they will say, well, we don't see anything like disability in you. What we can see the future of our young girls with and without disability. The Sierra Leone future of our young girls, how they want to be, how they see me, and that's the way they want to be tomorrow. Being as a disabled person, yes, though it was challenging, yes, but we strive to manage, we strive to change the barrier. So like, me now coming to the musical parts of my life, when I came in class of one family people, you know, what came into my mind, I was thinking about, because as they said, we are coming to change your mindset. So I was thinking, how are you going to change this my own mindset? What do you have? Are you just coming to give me 1 week training, 1 year training that can make me back again, go in the street? And they say no. So like they say, okay, you can join this group. We are in the create the Wapolia musical band group. There I joined this group and I became the head of this particular group since 2011, because we were having the founder, but he's late now. Yes, Abubakar Siddiqui, he's late now. So like, you know, I took over after he passed. I took over when I came into the group, and when I came into the group, it was like, wow. I also make sure that other, you know, girls, young girls with disability, with men, boys with disability, they also be part of this group. So like, our group is comprised of both persons with disability and non-persons with disability.
Okay.
So like, I've been the head of this group, you know, being with these guys, going out there, using the music parts to sell out messages, trying to see how we can be able to change the mindsets of other colleagues who believe in the streets or other parents who are out there seeing that being a disabled, there is nothing good that can come out of. But I and other colleagues who are disabled have done that in this our nation, Sierra Leone. And today, because of my music area, I'm well known. If I'm working with different organizations, that's come from my music part. Because when they got programs, we go there, we do our performances, and then after that, some people will just go, oh, what's your name? I want to be your friend, you know. We build this relationship, the good rapport then. So I begin to enter into different organizations. So like sometimes we just call upon my boss, we need this lady, we want to have 1 or 2 chats with her. So I will go there, then try to sell out my own idea, try to sell out the lives of persons with disability, how they should not look at that, oh, we are people that nothing can come out of us. No, we can change that together. If you accept me together, if we work together. Accepting me is one key as a disabled person. Then seeing me as a disabled person that can change the mindset is another thing. When you accept me, you should also be able to believe that I can change the mindset. I can go do anything that other person who is not a disabled can do. I can do it also. There is a barrier. Sometimes the barrier is the physical looks. That's maybe because I'm using crutches. That's the barrier the people see. But for me, I don't see it as a barrier, because if I want to go to school, if only I got the support, I can go to school and I can make the difference. So that barrier, we cross it, we change it, and today I'm really good. I really feel good and proud because I'm seeing other disabled, you know, who also see me as a role model today, are now in the empowerment stage. Some have finished the university, some are now working in good offices in this country because they know that life starts somewhere and it ends somewhere. The Bible said, though my beginning was small, but my latter day shall greatly increase. So I believe in that.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I wanted to ask, what inspired you to become a child protection officer?
Okay. What inspired me so much is that, you know, when I was a child, I came from a very poor background, like I said it earlier. My parents were not having this opportunity, you know, to give me the kind of support. And I'm the only disabled child inside the family. We were 6 from the same mother, you know, that survived. Though we were 12, but 6 died, then 6 of us survived, and I'm the only disabled child, you know. I was left in the community always by my parents until one day a man came saying that he's going to help me. So I was also thinking how, and that really gave me the impression, that really gave me the passion, you know, to carry on with what I want to be, helping me. From support came to me from other people that really motivated me. It gives me that passion because you are not my mother, but you gave me that support that I need most. So that gives me the passion.
Thank you. And also, how do you respond to child reporting abuse?
Okay, child reporting abuse, you know, whenever, because we have areas that we are looking. One, access for justice. That's my area. Related to persons with disability, you know, we have so many stigma that's going around persons with disability. And whenever those report, like the rape especially, remember that it's an area of protection. I need to protect that child. I need to protect that lady, that youth who is a disabled. So like, you know, that one has been a great thing for me. And in Sierra Leone, I will not say there is no justice. There are justice, but around persons with disability, it's really hard to see justice for persons with disability, because there are so many stigmas. There are so many things that have been going on around these young girls and ladies with disability, you know, which today they have no justice for. Some will decide even to stay in silence and die with it. We have handled so many things like that. The other area again that I look to is also the area of the reproductive health. You know, like I said earlier, I was a youth champion for UNFPA, and in youth champion, being a youth champion for UNFPA and also an ambassador for my own organization, One Family People, you know, I used to go out with colleagues there, try to see how we can able to talk to our other colleagues there, you know, that believes that if I go to the hospital, they are not going to give me the rights that I deserve. We try to manage, change that mindset around them, encouraging them that no, just go. Whenever you have issues around the reproductive health, you don't need to be ashamed, because based on the stigmas we have been having, when we go to the hospital in the early stage, they will say, how will they so still they do man business? Am I not a human? I'm a human and I have sexual feelings. So you see, you cannot just look me and judge me. You cannot just look a book and judge the book by its cover.
Basically.
Allow me. Open that book, read it, or allow me to say what I want to say. So like if they decide to, when they decide to discriminate us around the area, we decide to turn it the other way. We will go there, be friends with them, and tell them what really we want. If I want family planning, I will go there. That's why we are also working with other health workers like the Maristops. We are working with Rainbow. We are working with the Abadi Women's Center, because from all these centers we get the reproductive services that we want from them.
So also, how do you deal with cases involving child labor?
Child labor is another thing. You know, sometimes when they talk about child labor, people think that it's only those children who are normal, who are okay. But let me say it here today that even persons with disability are going through that pain. When you think about child labor, don't only think that those who are okay are the ones facing those challenges. So like, we are also working with the Ministry of Social Welfare. Yes. We go out with them, you know, they help out us to send out the messages. We work with the Sierra Leone Special Court. We go out in raising awareness, schools, community, to try to see how, you know, these people who are disabled, who are suffering from child labor, also can get the knowledge, and so that they can come out and speak, if even there is nobody to speak for them, but they can be able to stand and speak for themselves.
Thank you very much. I love these engagements. By the way, the One Family people have given me a very good session. I've been having a very good session. So about your youth, because there was a time as a youth you were a youth champion, and so what has been a youth champion mean to you?
Well, for me, youth champion has been a time of experience, gaining knowledge from others, because how we go out in the community, work with other people. Like I said, we used to work with the community stakeholders. We gain experience from these people. When we go out there in the community, we want to see how really they are working with these girls, you know, to protect them from getting married, protecting them from not letting them to become a school dropout, you know, protecting them in other areas. So like, we work with them closely. Like I said, these are the people we try to build a structure in the community, try to see how they can be able to manage their community, how they can be able, you know, to wipe out the stigma of child marriage, the stigma of rape, the stigma of other areas, you know, affecting these young girls. So like we work with them because they are in the community with these people. They know best about these people. When you want to know about the community, go to these people. Sometimes they do not want to come out to say that which you want to, but there are ways, you know, that you can be in rapport with them. You can get to what you want.
Yeah. So can you describe a scenario where youth power was in action, that you saw a powerful youth, like youth power?
Yes. I remember the 10th African country conference that took place. I think it was 2018, that was organized by the government of Sierra Leone, the Purposeful. I remember that conference. You remember that 10th African conference was a youth conference wherein, you know, we were having this. The conference was about the reproductive health rights for women and girls.
Okay.
And out of that conference, so many things came out because it was a comprised of different African countries who came in Sierra Leone, you know, try to see how we all can send one voice, one big message out there around the reproductive health for women and girls in Sierra Leone and other African countries.
Okay. So what keeps you motivated to continue your campaign as a youth, as a youth champion or child protector? What keeps you motivated?
Well, for me, I can say my organization where I find myself. My organization, One Family People, and also I have the perseverance. I'm ready. You know, I don't look at things that I cannot do. Just give me the platform. Like I said, we try to see how we can change the mindset of disabled and other people outside there who do not have knowledge on disability.
Speaking of sexual reproduction, why is sexual and reproductive health education so important?
Well, it is important because it talks about the well-being of you, the individual. And for me, as a disabled person, for me, it's important. It helps me, not only me, also my children out there. I have kids. I'm a mother of 2 kids and also helping other disabled. So, like, it is important because me getting the knowledge on the sexual reproductive health from other health workers, from other organizations, from my own organization, can be able to send this message out there to my kids, which can also help to protect them, for them not to go in for the wrong decision or the wrong choice.
Okay. So what are your biggest, you know, when I say this is a lie, what are the biggest lies them way to go around, the biggest myth the way to go around in terms of sexual reproductive awareness? Like misconception where people they say.
Well, the misconception where people then they say, where then they get now this, you know, they don't want for accept this family planning. Parents out there, they get one philosophy. Me pikin no they go in for this injection because it go give am problem. You know, reach it for porn. But trust me, when you allow you pikin go the right channel, go into the right decks. I mean the family planning decks. We have different family planning units in the health centers. You know, when you allow your child to go there, those nurses or those workers in there cannot just go say, yeah, this they go, or yeah, this. I believe they can give education to you first. Then after giving you the education, then you can see all the options they have come with. They have given you education on. You can make your choice. So like, you know, for the community or other people telling people that no, don't go for family planning, it's a big lie. Let them allow their kids to go. Let women, men, even men, they should be in for this family planning because that will help them to save to space in their children they have planned for.
Can you sensitize them more about male family planning? I don't think they know.
Male family planning is very important to you men. here looking at me or listening to me, because it will help you all to give space in your childbearing. Not only in helping you to give space, but also protects you from these different diseases we have: gonorrhea, syphilis, and HIV, so forth, as you know.
Clearly, men, you need protections. Not even protection, you need
to go out there. Yes, and the most family planning method I can advise you, the most method I can advise you to go in for is condom. Condom is very important. Condom can prevent you from diseases. Condom can prevent you also not to give pregnancy to that child or that woman who is not yet ready for pregnancy.
And staying and So what has been the most powerful awareness campaign so far that you guys have done?
Well, the most powerful awareness campaign that we have done so far is We Ring the Bell.
Okay.
We Ring the Bell is a campaign that we do in here in Sierra Leone. We have done so many powerful campaigns. We Ring the Bell is about education.
Okay.
We find out that many children living with disability, are school dropouts. Let's take, for example, the speech and hearing people. In Sierra Leone, in Freetown especially, we only have one primary school for speech and hearing.
The Cocoa?
Yes. That's the deaf school.
The deaf school, yeah.
That's only what we have in Freetown. Then I think we have secondary school in Makeni and also another primary there.
There's no secondary school in Freetown?
In Freetown, there's no secondary school. So once that child or that speech and hearing person finish with the primary, which is even also hard to achieve, that's the end of it. So like for one family people today, we have tried our best, raising awareness, as we say, we ring the bell. Every school, we have ring that bell to that it is good for them to accept people living with disability. We want this inclusive education. We want this mainstream education for persons living with disability. We want to see how children with disability can able to mainstream themselves with other children who are not disabled. So I can say the 1 billion, the Ring the Bell campaign is one of the greatest or the biggest campaign. Then the other one is the 1 billion rising for justice. And that's what we are still going on with. The 1 billion rising for justice. We did it I think in 2014, something like that. And we even have a song about it which say 1 billion girls shall rise again, 1 billion women rise again, calling on Cambia, Sierra Leone we rise, calling on governments, Sierra Leone we rise. So that's 1 billion rise for justice. We want to see justice for our women and girls. We don't want to see where our women and girls die in shame, die with stigma. We want to see how our women and girls come out there. And also, we have so many songs like, we have this song that was done by this fella. Give God freedom, give them power, give them reason to go higher. We want to see our girls, being educated. We want to see how they can, come out to become that person they want to be in future.
Beautiful. So I'm actually enjoying. I'm also taking notes.
Really?
So what has how do you measure the effectiveness of the sexual reproductive health awareness? How do you measure the effectiveness of the awareness programs?
Well, I measure it as,
when you know it's effective, it's working, how do you know?
For me, it's really working, because when I gave birth to my first child, I said, I'm not going to give birth to the other one now until this one is close to 15 years. And do you know what happened? I go in for family planning, and it worked for me. So I encourage other girls out there, both disabled and non-disabled, and it worked for them. I gave birth to my second child when my first child is 17. So my second child is now 2 years old.
So you waited. Well, it's called determination.
Yes, it's with principles.
Determination.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
principle. Yeah. So, how do you respond to criticism from those who go through sexual harassment? The criticism, how do you guys deal with it?
Well, for us in our organization, as one family of people, we work as a team. That's why we believe in teamwork. You know, when we get reports about what's the question?
So how do you fight the provocation, the criticism that
when we
people
got complaint around that particular area? You're talking about the sexual reproductive,
yes,
right? So like we encourage those victims to come out with their complaints, and when they come out with their complaints, we will make sure that we channel those complaints to the right places, and those complaints, they are well looked into, and so there comes the access for justice. Justice will come out for them.
Okay, thank you very much. What would you say to girls out there, disabled girls, or everybody is disabled, but what would you say to physically challenged girls and people that, just girls in general, in terms of advising them how to take care of their sexual reproductive health, and also how to advise them on how to take care of their reproductive health?
Well, for me, my message out there is that to you young girls who are disabled first, you know, you should make sure that you value your life first. Be a life keeper for yourself first. Make sure that you count yourself. In the area of health, you count yourself first. Because when you count yourself first, you will be able to save others' life. But if you don't care or you don't count yourself first for good health, then you will not be able to save others' life here. And also, you should be ready to take the step of moving forward. Forget about what is behind you. Like I said, girls, you know, today they see me as a mentor because they said they don't see the disability in me. What they see in me is the future, and that future is successful. How they can be contributors to their families, to their communities, and even beyond Sierra Leone. So like, that's also what I want, you know, girls out there, women out there with disability. I want them to see themselves as, you know, important people. Despite the condition, the situation where you live today, the condition which you in cannot determine. You can determine your success. And that's why when you determine your success, hold on it. Don't leave it to go. Don't allow any other stigma to come and take it from you. Because if you allow it, you cannot achieve what you want to achieve. Then for our girls there without disability, I believe they can be life changer. They can also help to give support to other people. Those who have the knowledge there, who have come, you know, who are survivors. You know, Sierra Leone, most of our girls are survivors, but we don't know. Most of them, they are survivors. So I want those girls, you know, who are not disabled, really to be able to take a step also to move forward. No, we should not allow these guys, you know, to come and ruin our future. No, don't allow them. Your beauty lies in what you are able to change. Remember that if you work hard, you make an improvement for yourself. That beauty, many other values can come to it later.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I've still been thinking about the whole cookery school or the
speech and hearing
the
deaf
speech
school.
and hearing deaf
Yeah.
school, you know, cookery. So since it's just primary school, especially in Freetown, I wanted to know what are some of your strategies for engaging the out of school.
Okay, that one is a very good one. One of our strategy is the mobile clinic.
Okay.
I know when I think about mobile clinic, I'm thinking about the hospital. It's not about the hospital. It's about us as one family people, making provisions out there for where we have the speech and hearing people attending school. What we do, we provide internet facility. We provide sign language interpreter. And the other thing we do, we make sure that we give training of the American Sign Language to teachers in this country, which so many teachers have benefited out of them, out of that training. We teach teachers the American Sign Language. That's why we are working with sign language interpreters. We are not alone in this. Remember that, you know, in changing the lives of person, you need others to come together. You alone cannot do it. You don't have to believe in it. You can believe in yourself, but you don't have to determine it that I can do it all alone. As long as it's concerned where other people are involved, allow others to come in. We can share the knowledge. That's why we train teachers who are now today in different schools, you know, helping these speech and hearing impaired people. For them to be able to acquire the secondary school education up to the tertiary level. So
about giving voices and giving spaces to these youths, how do you amplify? How do you help amplify the voices of these youths in environments where there is decision making, or in a space where there is decision making? How do you amplify? How do you give voices to these youths?
Well, how I give voice to these youths, like I said it earlier, first of all, I measure it that we work with the people, our leaders in the community. And in the community, we have leaders, we have the youth. You know, me going there to the community stakeholders, I will make sure that I will talk to them how they can be able to bring in other youths, allow these youths to be in, because there are things very good which can come out of them if only they are given the opportunity. And also encourage this youth that they can change the world if only if they believe in themselves.
So, by the way, what role have you observed? What role does social media play in youth development nowadays?
Well, social media has been trying, really. It has been trying, one, you know, bringing some educative messages on the social media. That one has been going on in a very good way. Remember that the same social media we used to destroy, we used it to destroy the youth, which are the future leaders. But the same social media also, we can use it to come out with, encouraging, things. With things like sending out messages, how youth needs to, use the media in the right way, so that the thing going out around the bad side of social media can come out and look as the good one, using the media the right way. I think social media, they are trying, because when they want to pass messages, for now, if something is happening in Waterloo, just have top up or data in your phone. You can see what is going on. So you see, so like social media is really trying to bring people together. Also, again, it's a media of connection, bringing people together.
So bringing people together, how can youth being together help tackle gender-based violence in their communities?
In different ways. Let's start it with the TV stations. We go to the radio stations. We go now to the Facebook. We go now to the different WhatsApp groups we have. As youth, I believe that we being in those groups, we can be able to send out messages, positive ones, which can help other youth. For example, this Kush that is going on now in Sierra Leone. I believe, youth engaging other youths in social media also can help. You have to tell your colleagues the negative, the bad things of them going in for kush. They need to think. Tell them about the danger, the harm around it, how it can destroy not only themselves, but their children to come tomorrow.
Okay. You mentioned the singing parts. That's the one part I am now curious about to know. All formalities aside, tell me about the music parts.
Okay, the music parts, like I said earlier, it's a group, both disabled and non-disabled.
Okay.
It's an inclusive group.
Okay.
We have the speech and hearing people. Those who cannot speak or hear, they dance.
Okay.
We use drama. When you have your programs, like you want jingle, we can produce jingles. When you have your programs, we can, like those awareness raising programs, we can do drama. We can do songs also. Any type of program you have, the Great Wapolians, we are there to give your service you want to.
Okay, Great Wapolians.
Great Wapolians, yes, and we came from way back in 2008 from Walpole.
Do you have instrumentalists also?
Yes. That's why I said it's a group comprised of both disabled and non-disabled people.
So you do everything: music, drama, dance. Well, not even everything: drama, dance, music, instruments.
Yes.
Do you play any instruments?
No, I do sing.
You just sing.
Yes. I wanted to learn the piano before, but I don't have that person who can really teach me the piano. Yes, because I want I want to see me as a female. I want to see myself playing the piano and also singing. It will look so awesome, so unique. So I want
and
to.
And then we give you an opera show, opera concert. That's what you're imagining right now. It's a red ball dress, like Alicia Keys.
Yes, you know that we can have men who sing and also play keyboards, but it's very few for female. So I want to. Yes.
But the females, you should. They'll get back to you. They'll get back to you.
Yeah.
They'll get back to you. They're watching here. They'll get back to you. It was really nice having you on set. Thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
This session was really educative. Anything else you want to say to me?
Well,
tell me.
pass the singing, because like my own passion, the music. I have a song which we titled. Remember when my executive director was here, he taught you a sign, where he said,
To leave no one behind.
no one behind.
Hey.
I have a song around that which says, how many disabled have walked? You said you wanted me to walk, but I no land book, I no land work, I no get any skill. But when you said, I'm so overwhelmed, when you say you like disability, that's the song I love so much. And I also have this other theme song which is I Wish. I Wish was a song, that we started first when we start our musical program. I wish through my voice I can change your life. I wish through my voice I can bring you peace. I wish I knew how it could feel to be free. I wish I could break all the chains holding me. I wish I could say all the things that I wanna say. Say I'm loud, say I'm clear, for the whole world wide to hear. Say I'm loud, say I'm loud, say I'm clear, for oh, free town to hear.
Hey. I make the best backup singer. I think you're the third guest that has sang today on the show. So let's keep it coming. In fact, let the artists keep coming.
Thank you.
It was really nice to have you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So your name?
Oh, sorry. I am Joy. What? I am Joy.
Okay.
I've never told anybody my name since the interview started. Now I'm going to start telling my name.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome. And I really appreciate the good work that you are doing.
Thank you.
And I pray that God continue to keep you,
Thank you.
direct
Amen.
you,
Amen.
and give you wisdom on your work.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. It was so lovely to have you.
So I think we should have a photo.
Yes.
Thumbs up. Guys, don't be jealous.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Viewers, are you sleeping? Amy. On enlève en bas vidéo. On enlève la vidéo. Non, put en bas vidéo. Oula, c'est putain. That was 1 minute commercial break. Well, few seconds commercial break. We're back, and next on our list is Isho B. Mbayo. Isho B. Mbayo is a Sierra Leonean who just moved to Nigeria the ending of last year, 2024, to join the Nollywood film industry. He's an actor, a renowned, very good Sierra Leonean actor, and so far he's been able to be part of some amazing movies, acting or starring with Nollywood actress. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Isho B. Mbayo. Hi.
Yeah, hello, and thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
It's so nice to have you here. It's so nice to meet you. I've seen pictures, so it's so nice to meet you finally.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I am Joy.
Yeah.
I promised I was going to introduce myself. I am Joy.
Yeah.
And we're going to just be asking you a few questions and just a couple of profiling. But would you like to give us a little background about yourself, just your background journey, what inspired you to become an actor? How's your acting journey from Sierra Leone to Nigeria, moving to Nollywood has been?
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, I want to just say some greetings, and it's PM already, and bonsoir, yes, and Onjarama, my Fula people, Konoa people, Wente, and over there in Ghana, Etisen, yeah, of course, and when I could share what they do. The name now is Shobi Mbayo. Yes, I was born and raised in Kono District. Yes, and I started schooling in Kono District. Later moved over to Freetown. Yes, to continue my education. And later, I think around because I started acting since the very first day I was born. Everybody is an actor, but it's left with you to take it. It's left with you to take it as an activity, or officially, but everybody's an actor. So the reason why I'm saying that I started acting since the very first day I was born is because my mom gave birth to me. People were coming around and I was crying. I was acting, I was crying, and people that were around me, they were smiling, So that's why I said I started acting since the very first day I was born.
Did your mom tell you that story? Because I can't believe you just told me a story about the day you were born, and that was the day you became an actor.
She said it.
Because you knew you were fake crying.
Yeah. And officially, I took it upon myself as coming into the field or to the career way back in 2008. Yes, 2008. Did a couple of movies. 2009. And I admire Nollywood a lot.
Okay.
Yes, Nollywood, that of Ghana industry, Gollywood. I admire them a lot. And I left for the very first time around 2012. I went to Ghana, Gollywood, joined them over there in the industry. And by the grace of God, it went out well. And I came back to Sierra Leone around 2016. At least whatever experience that I had already, I just want to come back and see how we can help to build the Sierra Leone industry. So, yeah, this is just few background about Joy Gborie.
Okay. So, you said you love Nollywood. Is that what inspired you? What actually motivated you to make the decision of moving down to Nigeria to join Nollywood?
Coming up as a kid, I always wanted to be heard, I always wanted to be on platforms. I always wanted to be that voice. And I see how actors, the power, and Nollywood, of course, the power Nollywood has, in passing message, in passing information. So all those things inspires me. Way back, I used to watch the likes of the Van Vika, the Ramsey Noah, So all those are just part of my inspiration. I said, okay, it's a dream, and I need to make this dream to come true. And I went over there, and it worked out.
Okay. Because I was going to. So how did your family and friends react to your move?
For my family, it wasn't easy. It wasn't really easy. Not being funny. Where you get daddy when a teacher.
Oh, okay.
They left this country. You focus on your education. I said, Daddy, I'm not gonna let you down. The reason why they put this into Creole, because outside, one thing about Sierra Leone for now, outside they lack the Creole. I did Nigeria, they left with pidgin. So my daddy, of course, not being taken easy for that left and go Ghana or Nigeria, not being really taken easy with me. But I tell him, I move on to him and say, Daddy, I'd always be that kind of picking where they taking time. I don't get for deviate, I get for continue my education, And also my friends around me, where you left that kind of age, you go, you're too small, you left for go, you're in your 20s, you want for go, But yet still, the story where them go here, later where I go where them here, then feel overwhelmed, then feel happy,
So, what are the challenges then? What are the challenges that you faced on your first arrival?
Yes, first challenge is my first time. That was my first time leaving my comfort zone. Yes, you have to work with new people, living language barrier, If you want to communicate, definitely you have to just communicate in what they will understand. And the support too wasn't there, you get it. So these are some of the challenges. And by then, the way of doing movies in Sierra Leone is quite different from the way of doing movies in Nigeria and Ghana. Okay. Yes.
So how do you bring your Sierra Leonean identity into your Nollywood roles?
The first thing we then notice about me, the way of talking, as the director will say action, say, where are you from? I said, I'm from Sierra Leone. Yeah, that's it. We accent, the way we talk, they see that kind of difference. Now that they make we African, we are one. But Ghana man, we talk, You will read the pacho, you will read then the tone. You understand? When Nigerian man talk, you will see the differences. When Sierra Leonean talk, you will see. So now one part of the thing and then the way they identify it, this guy na is Sierra Leonean. And everybody on the sets begin to call me Sierra Leone. They know they call me the name again. Yeah, Sierra Leone, where are you? It's time for your scene. Yes.
So how do you prepare for your roles? What's your process when you get ready for act? How do you prepare for your roles?
Yeah, first of all, you have to put yourself inside the character and the script. You have to read the script and understand, say, you know to issue be anymore. You know Ndubusi Buna for the Nigerian name, like character. You know, forget about who you are in person and now think about the character. Ndubusi Buna for is going to be a madman. You know, straight as you read your lines, you even start for they not say action it, where you read the lines, the madness they go along. They read the line, if you therefore will laugh, you will laugh. So that they prepare you well and they make you deliver according to what the production wants.
Nice, good. And what was your purpose? What's can be your purpose when you get into a character? What's your process actually? What's your process when you get into a character? How do you process yourself?
Yes, one thing about what's more they help you for process yourself now, you need for be discipline. You need for listen a lot. Never mind that you're gifted, but the whole thing about you processing yourself for that very character is whosoever that director is. Maybe you will see the director is small or what they expect. Listen to her. Now you know the director. Now you know how you want that very scene day. So you take all those things into consideration. They help you for letting you process that scene day. Yeah.
So how do you handle cultural differences during a set?
Yeah, definitely they come, but you just, one thing you for know is that we all are Africans. We get different backgrounds, different culture. You just need for tolerate. One thing I learned that I tolerate people a lot. You understand? I really tolerate people a lot. So that they make, I'm not perfect really, but that they actually make and they are not going to do things them way maybe the other person not like. You understand? Like a very tradition in Nigeria with our culture. If them buy drink, before they go drink and then go pour on first. You still expect to that. Now their culture, before you expect that, don't disrespect it. So I always take me time in a foreign land and see how best I comport myself. Yeah.
So what's something people don't see about you or know about you except whether they see you in movie like misconception? What don't people know about you?
I think yes. I think the business side of me, we some man they are not to just move, something the way they do. Like I'm into logistics, I'm into procurement. I did procurement in school, logistics in school. I think that some of the things that the more way they don't know about me, and I'm a family person. You understand? So I did into logistics. You want for bring goods from all those countries where they go there for. You want for bring goods or send goods over there, like I do all that stuff. Then they ask me side hustle. So I think people, apart from movie, people don't know me side hustle. Yes. Yeah.
So that they can sell you?
Actually, I just get couple of people we not go able for go Ghana or Nigeria. Then just go give me them cash. I buy whatsoever thing I for buy for them there. I get me vendors them there where I go buy. And also take them the various airports, the Nigeria airport or Ghana airport, and I bring them for them safe, then take them up now Wilkinson Road. I think some people don't know me side also.
Okay, that's actually a good one.
Yeah.
That's actually a good one. As an actor, what's the most difficult scene you've ever had to shoot?
A drunken scene. Like for the first time, let's say, Kanchak, it's really noisy. You know, ever chat. Even somebody we go don't chat before, but when you see camera, everything will change about time. Yeah, it will begin to do so. It been so challenging for us to achieve that scene. We have to shoot them a couple of times. So I think all throughout these years, one of the most challenging scene for me for play the role of a drunkard.
The drunk, they lost, but the idea
Yeah, they lost. You see, lost.
all you need for do now, for they don't have grown.
The actor will say, no,
Cry.
not to so I want time. No. Yes, not to so I want time.
Okay,
no,
okay. Have you ever disagreed with a director's version? Like what you say, director is not so I want time. Have you ever had an experience where you would disagree with the director's vision?
Oh, yeah. Most times, directors, it's so natural that on the set, they see some nature around where they go out for make use of. Then they go out of the scripts. You know, you don't give me scripts before time. On set, until you don't see, say, I for use something. You say, I for use that thing. And now they take me time. Because people, when they watch, then they forget, say, issue. Most people, they will just forget, say, issue na character, no more portray. You understand? And so they will just picture you. That character, the way you play, they will just picture you. So the director will say, I use a particular something, you know, for enough achieve that scene. So we argue about that. The producer tell him, say, no, it not be the part of this. So me left self the producer, and the producer argue. You know, he say I for one condom. And as he say, but they really be nice. But na something where they not be don't tell me before. You understand?
Okay.
So now one part of and the way I come into disagreement with the director. But NBC I say nature. They don't kind of scene now. Directors that are very powerful people. They will just kind of see nature, begin make use of nature one time. Yeah.
What's the name of the Sierra Leonean movie industry that we have Hollywood, Nollywood?
Okay, a couple of names. First we can get Sollywood.
Okay.
You know, yes, and we me I really know of. Yes, and
It changed?
yes, I'm not sure if it changed, but now we can just call them Sierra movie industry or something like that.
Okay.
But I think with the walk around, we still the walk around something.
Because
Yes,
I've heard something like this.
Sollywood, exactly.
So what is your take on the current state of Sollywood?
Sierra movie industry, they try. They really try. At times, I attend some interviews in Nigeria, then they ask, say, what's the problem in our industry? I they tell them, say, not to equipment. If I say this, now because I want to let you know, or viewers for no say, Sollywood they try. We get all the gadgets them with the likes of Gollywood, Ghana, Nollywood, Nigeria gets. We get gadgets, we get equipment them, you understand, lighting, we get cameras. And also, is it the actors? Recently, we get very powerful actors. You understand? We get script, we get story. We storylines then they're on point. So me coming back to me, if you person they ask me, say, waiting at the problem, I don't know side the problem be because we they prove them to you. It should be the common I go Nigeria. They make some marks, you understand? It will be recognized, it will do very well in the Nigerian Hollywood industry. So I don't know side the problem really. We industry in a salon, they really try. Movies then we had to watch on YouTube, they watch online, and they compare. This is not salon film, this is not Nigerian film, this is not Ghanaian film. I just see now the same thing with them. You understand? So in terms of standards, Sierra movie industry, they really shoot standard stories. Yeah.
So how do you see the future of African cinema movies?
Yeah, the future we are growing. We even compete with people we they admire, the likes of the Hollywood, yes, and the likes of the Hollywood they look. Then they try for collaborate. First of all, let you get Netflix. Now Africa it been very difficult, but now we get the attention of Netflix. Then they tell you say we are going somewhere. Africa cinema we really they try. Yes.
What's your biggest dream for African storytelling?
I want to see my stories. Of course, we African storytellers will tell you say, I want to see myself Hollywood, I want to see myself in movies and then on Netflix. So same goes for me. My biggest dream that I want to see my stories them on Netflix. I want to be on a project where na Hollywood now gets that project today. Yes.
That's strong. That's nice. That's nice. But so would you ever consider directing or producing?
Yeah, I've produced. I
Okay.
have a movie titled Teacher Nyankwi.
Teacher?
Teacher Nyankwi.
Okay.
Nyankwi is a Kono name.
What does it
Yes,
mean?
Yes, it means riches. Nyankwi, riches. So I produce some, and as for directing, I don't direct. So I Ghana, don't direct. So not to feature movies, not to feature films, full length film, or like then short films. And later, because the best director is somebody we don't they act for a very long time. So later I will come into acting and also come into directing. But produce, I don't produce a movie, I don't produce Teacher Yankwi, and I'm ready for do more for the Sierra Leone movie industry.
So again, what is your opinion on the role of film in addressing social issues?
I think the filmmakers already, they've been doing it. They don't they address social issues. You understand? We just need for try for do more. For example, more this way of how people they use social media these days. Social media, you see the power of social media. I think we forget more stories than when they tell the youth them. Because some youth them just they destroy them countries them. They don't know. You understand? A lot the way I hear about Nigeria, we will make you afraid for good day. Just because of how stories and don't they go all about Nigeria. And at that kind of thing there they see the gone right now, na social media for even we come to Sierra Leone. You understand? So movie makers for try hard as possible for make films them where will tell youth them or tell people them say this kind of thing not to use yourself you do, maybe now a whole country you do. And movie makers we are so powerful. You know, just a scene can change somebody. You know, so let we tell them stories. Don't they don't let we continue for they tell them stories and this one I mean advice that they for we movie makers, let we take part in telling them stories. We will address social issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you balance? Now tell us more about yourself. How do you balance your personal life with you growing in your career?
Yeah, first of all, I did try hard as possible. I think it's not easy emotionally something and the way they happen that your personal life. Remember, one can't bring her into your career. You know, for example, so tell you left home, left home good. Director don't come. Are you set? You want to do this and they bring that thing where you left. You pull a boss car. So I can always try for manage myself. You know, if I want for post about movies where I don't do, it's natural that sometimes I will begin to bring me family or my personal life into it. You know, that's they make you as that kind of personality begin they encourage dragging. So you get for control yourself, know your life as an actor and know your life as that kind of issue. You understand? So I always try my best for manage myself in that area. It's not really easy. It's not easy because we're a mortal man. You understand? But I can just try my best and manage myself in that area.
Nice. It's all about like balancing, discipline, and all that.
Yeah.
So, what do you do to unwind? Like after you don't get a long day, a long shoot, what do you do to unwind when you go home? What do you do to relax and just
Yeah,
get your
I have a kid, of course. Now, first by then, I like music. I like entertainment. I like music. I walk out that long day, come, I will listen to music, and by the time I listen until then 10-20 minutes until I don't even sleep. I don't get enough rest. But now until I will come and begin to play with my pikin, my family and all that because I love music a lot. I do music as well. Yeah.
So, who do you turn to for motivation when things get tough? Who's your motivation?
I think yes, God has been my motivation. You understand? Because one thing about myself, no matter the things I go through, like entertainment. And one thing about people, they believe that you as an entertainer, because of maybe the scenes and all things you do on TV, your spiritual life is not that kind of okay. You understand? If I'm into difficulties or I'm into certain things, I turn to God. You understand? And also, I just like I'm doing research more about stories. You understand? Some stories that I see or hear, you know, it keeps me going. You know, it motivates me. You understand? It keeps me going. Yes, it makes me strong. You know, because a lot can be going on in your life as an entertainer, but it's just left with your relationship with God. You understand? I know He has never failed me, and whatever it is, I'll just come back to that same God. Yes.
So how do you stay grounded in the midst of the growing attention you have in the movie industry?
As for the attention, and it will just keep coming. You will continue for the calm, but like I say, the discipline side of you. You understand? Because not till now I begin do stuff in the industry, you don't take. But I always, one thing I can say about acting, for coming to acting I want, but for maintain that standard, that stardom, it takes discipline. Because you as an actor, you as that kind of person, we don't hit a little bit of stardom, you know, something inside themselves for you to go, you know, for the go there anymore. So discipline are the first thing, and humility. You understand? Now that me and that kind of person are not perfect, but always humble. The entire Sierra Leone movie industry, one thing I know say they like about me or know about me that are humble, are ready for tolerate whosoever. Yes.
Good. That makes you the welcoming one, the bigger person.
Yes.
So, what has been your favorite fan moment?
Like me.
The encounter you don't get to say fan when I like your favorite moment with a fan.
Okay, I think 2022 for Teacher Nyankwi, there was a show where I attended, and I not be even think say Teacher Nyankwi don't go that kind far because we don't put it on YouTube. I not really think say don't go that kind far. I had a particular fan way. Say, I just come back at the country. I show you the try that Teacher Nyankwi. So he explained, give me like 10% of Teacher Nyankwi. You understand? So I see I'm saying it taking time for know the story and taking time, my performance, you understand? Tell me not this, you know. I felt okay, even take picture, get videos, this, something like that. So I need them. You understand? It make I keep going. You know, so now one part of the moments then and the way I don't say I really okay with where I don't get with a fan. Yes. So
how do you deal with the fans that are being mean or criticizing, leaving hateful comments? How do you deal with those fans?
Yeah, that goes back to it's not really easy. Me na mortal man, you understand? Myself na mortal man. I will just react, but I can think of one thing that's discipline. You understand? And me na that kind of person I will ignore. You understand? I'm not saying that your opinion that day about me. You know, I will just use that day as that kind of way of a blessing towards me. So I not go react towards them and all that. I will just use them in a positive form. Yeah. So now, so most times I like recently, somebody they say, where you go to Hollywood now just for take pictures? I'm an entertainer. I'm an actor.
Yeah.
You understand? Now that's them people and they make them go viral. I don't go there, I go shoot with Yuledochi. I not take picture with Yuledochi. Waiting at the CV. You understand? So with that in comments, I just take them positively. You understand? Yes.
Speaking of the comments you just take, you were mentioning something that I want to ask. But anyway, where do you see your career as an actor in 3 years? Where do you see your career as an actor?
In a few years, let's say in the next 3 years, because journey to Nollywood last year. I go first, I focus on shootings. I don't do a couple of movies. And I dey expect, I dey pray to God, let them movies then they begin come out. Because you don't work. People no go know say you don't work as they see the work. So in the next few years, I dey see myself in that kind of level where, yes, I will be well recognized, not just Sierra Leone, but Africa as a whole. Yeah, by God's
Hopefully,
grace.
by God's grace.
Yeah.
So, do you have plans to return back to Sierra Leone and cinema someday?
Yeah, I'm even going on set anytime from now because I was in Nigeria and few producers already talked to me about being part of one or two projects. So by next week I'll be going on a set. Actually, by next week I'll be going on a set because whatever I go there to do is for me to come back, giving back to my own very industry. You understand? Others have been doing it, they have been doing their best. So it's all about we coming together, collaborating in a way that we see Sierra Leone movie industry going the way we want it.
And would you like to collaborate on an international film project? And what film would that be?
Yes, if I would like to collaborate on an international film project, like I said it already, for sure, yes. I want to see myself being featured in projects that is meant for a Netflix or for Hollywood, you understand? Or even for, let's say, Hollywood industry. Yes, I'm praying for that to happen. I want to see myself on bigger screens, on international screens.
That's amazing. No worry, I need to sleep on you. No worry, I need to sleep on you. I don't wake back. I don't wake back.
Process.
I don't wake back. I don't wake back. I need to sleep on
Process,
you.
yes.
I'm not gonna sleep on
Joy
you. I don't wake
process,
back. Just the process. I don't wake back. So for the fans then, what message do you want to send to your fans to your roles?
To the fans then, I know say other than just fans, I know that very well. At times the way when I can take with character, when I take with character that's serious, and that's so we want for be make it real. We dey act some scenes then when I foresee say if I see issue on the street, I want attack them. But at times, let we take time, do how we react to some of them, to hold them, or then scenes them they wanna see in a movie. And also the support. Please, actors, entertainers, we need on our support. You understand? Not to just financial support, but if you see a Sierra Leone movie industry or movie maker in a street, in as much as you really are aware, you know say this person an actor, this person an actress, this person a director. You understand? Make let feel proud, let feel okay, say somebody they really appreciate what they do. Walk up to them, you know, tell them, let feel like you really they watch them, you really they follow them. So that's some of the support then they will need from fans them. Yes.
I asked earlier if you plan for produce a movie, but I think the next question is: do you actually plan to write and produce your own movie soon?
Not soon, yes, because from Tichanyankwi, I'm waiting for certain things. You understand? Like I already have a YouTube channel, a paid and monetized YouTube channel. It's just waiting for content, you know. But I just want, like I said, I've shot a lot of movies over there in Nollywood. I want those movies to come out, at least whatever thing I am going to engage in now for myself, the attention is going to be there. So not now, I'll be producing, I'll be writing, I'll be directing my own very project. But not now. For now, I just want to pray by His grace.
We're still looking forward.
Yeah, sure. Exactly.
We're still looking forward. Yeah. So, I know I feel like go it's so as an actor, do you ever feel like a scene or role that is given to you is being used again as a stigma Does that happen to you as an actor? Does roles stigmatize you, like the drunk man or a madman?
Yeah, of course, yes. So since then, like let's say teacher Yankui na my story,
Okay.
but the role where I play as a teacher, now a true life story. My dad was once a teacher. Yes, he teach for 40 something years before. Now he late.
Okay.
He died 2019 years.
That's
So playing that role, like I just did think about him. You understand? Because in are the purpose where I bring teacher Yankui's story.
okay.
So it bring a lot of stigma around me, you know, the challenges in go through as a teacher, but he still focus and like that in teaching job. You understand? So that very character the way I play, they bring that kind of stigma around me. So very since then they said when actually they call me for shooting at that teacher Yankui, I will put myself first in that kind of begin to reflect. Growing up, seeing my dad, you understand, I will begin to put myself. So yeah, like you say.
And what legacy do you want to leave? What legacy do you want to leave as an African actor?
Yes, I want the continuity of my story. You understand? Because at times it's about the continuity. You making sacrifice towards certain things, but it will not continue even when you are gone. You understand? I want that continuity where I stop. You know, I want others to come and continue. I had always wanted to tell stories. We have untold stories. I had wanted to tell those untold stories. So I want that legacy to be there. You understand? I want at least the next generation we will come safe. Let them see say issue. We don't be part of them kind of thing they are. You understand? I always pray and want that for happen.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. And I just want to ask, I just want to join Agde, how also you want to be remembered as in Nigeria or in Hollywood movie history?
Yes, if for like Nollywood, for example, you get the population self with the actors, actors both male and female, it blends itself past some areas them will get a but it's about the grace of God, and at times, yes, the grace of God now first thing, and at times the experience where I open my mouth for act. This guy, there is something in this guy. So even if you get a lot of Nollywood names, but you see, Mr. Ibu not there again. But something unique there about Mr. Ibu, where people know they forget. You understand? So now, so I want to see myself. You understand? Even when I'm gone, when I'm nature, you understand? When I'm gone, but let there be that moment where a set of people will just sit down. One guy when they know you, he should be in bio. That guy not this, that if you get an action, if it's enough for you, so you know. So I want to see that kind of moment. Yes.
Okay. So Isha, what is one African story that you would be excited to tell? Like movie storytelling. What is one main African story you'd be excited to tell?
Yeah, talking about Mr. Ewu. That Mr. Ewu come, there was a time where we get interaction. I think it was about 2018. The time for was it the inauguration or so, something like that. He come, and the interaction we get with filmmakers, me in general, the entire tell me say, I don't forget the film entitled, but now find African story. He say a brief way to explain. He say how you know say the president na soldier, you understand, na a military person. He say among them all like how he can survive, you understand, something like that. So now me Mr. I will be the C, you understand. So I really want to let that kind. I make I feel that kind of way where I go. When I attend them now the way the Mr. I will not day again, he late. So now me be the C that kind of person way will play the character of His Excellency, you know. So then kind of story, then the untold story. He say he mentioned they always been there as soldier, but he can survive, you understand. So I like for the part of the African story then yes.
So if you can start in a biopic, which life would you play?
Which life will I play? As for that, will I like to play? Because at times you will want to do this, but maybe the director or the script writer, the picture, you not make them get auditions, you understand? And but if not for me, I want to play that very character with Mr. Ebu, with the team for there, I'm going for play. Yes, exactly. But he left with the director, the casting director, I make them get auditions. Maybe what do you think say you play? Casting director, they watch you. Your appearance somewhere alone. Casting director and people with them so powerful. Until your appearance somewhere alone, you say no, this very fellow, I want to play this kind of character.
Okay. So what does passion mean to you in the industry of movies?
That is one thing I don't joke with. A lot of people coming to my DM. I saw you in a movie, Morgan Pastor with Lizzie Gold, Destiny Tico. I want to be an actor. I said the first thing you as an actor should picture in your mind is the passion, the love. Because this industry you are coming into has a lot going on. Trust me, if you don't get passion for it, you know they continue.
Yeah, sustain.
So passion, the question where you ask passion at the first, I love acting. I can be here as long as I am on a set. Even if I'm not shooting that moment, but what I am here for is going on. I will just be there smiling. You understand? Like some people now with the passion, I got go, then they waste me time. But me as issue, I will come there as long as I see other people and they act. Okay.
I'm not so you can.
Fine. Yes. I did exercise
patiently.
Now this I come for. I like camera. Now I come for. I see so many people and they go through the interview. I see them are patient. Because waiting I come for they go on. Some people then will go and say, they don't shoot me, seen it. No, you know their passion. I make. Now career. I make job different from your career. You get job, sometimes they go there no more for salary. But career now your life. And then you want to spend time. You feel happy when you did it. You understand? So passion is number one thing. You will want to be an actor. Passion is number one thing where you forget inside yourself. Love the thing first. Yes, it will help you. Now they'll be the blessing themselves. Yes.
So where you go Nigeria? What's your favorite Nigerian dish?
I actually be like the local food. Like, one part of mine I mean akpu, then fufu, so soft. Yes, with egusi. Yes, akpu when I then fufu with egusi. I be like them local. Then they serve them get them young jollof, fried rice. But I be like them young local.
How is the is this food I always want to try? Amala.
Amala, yes. I like them, but not to the way I like the akpu and that of egusi soup. Yes, amala, of course, yes.
Because amala no get beef leaf. Amala get beef leaf. Or now the way that you can just design her, you don't even mix size. You don't use to cassava leaf, but then mix.
Exactly, yes, sure.
So, what has been your widest, or what has been your weirdest scene on set ever?
I think one scene where they say, you know, for now one scene where then I then see me around. Actually, I not go for act for this particular production because Nigeria you will go act the very set until I get 4-5 other productions. So they see me, they act as an officer and then they go pull me, they say like, I can act for the other production as a pastor. You understand? So it be so kind of strange to me, and what make it be so difficult and so then get them speak in tongues where they give me so it be so horrible. You understand? And we do one thing, no, I don't like this. And I therefore tell the PMs, it's not easy for me, but one thing, at the end of it, I did very well. You understand? Because of instructions, you know, I make 1 or 2 mistakes during the way the scene they go on, more the speaking tongue area and all that. You know, me not a man of God, me not a pastor. The more that speaking tongue area, you understand?
Yeah.
But later, as an actor and that's something where I get passion from. After a couple takes, I'm not gonna lie. After a couple takes, I try to be myself. I achieve them. To me, surprise, I just see everybody around him, they laugh, they clap. Say, he did it, you know.
He did it, yeah. So, so what do I want to ask you then? Who makes you laugh the most in Hollywood movies?
In Hollywood movies, recently is this guy. His name is, I don't know his real name, but he's going with this name, Mr. Idiot. Yes, he left for a comedian. Like he left for most times play them, then get my that guy they make me laugh. And Hollywood, I make me laugh. And one day I see him like this. In appearance alone will make you laugh. I laugh. I say I'm from Sierra Leone. I've been watching you. You are so funny. Eh? The guy just be the way to accident in it. They make a laugh on that set and all that because now they think say we are all one. Because I saw them there and that. You know, in as much as then status, but if you did together with them in the CC on one. Yeah, so that guy Mr. Idiot. They really don't make I don't laugh a lot where they watching movies then.
So if you had to act in only one genre forever, what would it be? If you have to act in only one movie genre forever, whether not action, film or romance, just one genre forever, which one would it be?
Let's say action, and I want. If I want, yes. What they say?
You want first, Charlie?
What they say? Action, and I want that kind of action film where, let's say, Daddy Pete Edochie go be part of. Because the kind man than the lady. We are always the yarn for the part of just one film self we Peter Edochie the part of. So yeah, action film, yes. I like action.
So the Nollywood action.
Yeah, Nollywood action.
So Peter Edochie in an action film.
No, you know they do action film, but you just they say ain't go the part of them. You say action film go more maybe na you daddy.
Yeah.
They say no, they go cause trouble, they complain, they can't beat me.
Okay. What's one word to describe your acting journey so far? How would you describe one word your acting journey so far?
I think perseverance, yes, or consistency. Something like that. Consistency is the right word. Yes, consistency has helped me a lot. There was a time I was off screen. 2008 or 9, I come into movie and be off screen. And movie making is about market. You get people who don't shoot film for 5, 6, 7 years, but they are no more into the market. You understand? So that tells you consistency. You understand? Consistency helps you as an actor. It helps you a lot. Because people keep coming for you when they see your last project. That your last project they make, they say, "Lord, go for this person." You understand? So I think my journey so far, I would say consistency. Yes, consistency.
So starting this event last night, I obviously had some anxiety. Like when we start, I was like shaking.
Yeah.
I was singing national anthem. I knew that my voice was cracking. I'm like, I'm going to do this. I can do this.
Yeah.
But it was all anxiety because I knew I was about to start.
Yeah.
And then I watched the time. I'm like, this is 168 hours. If I stop, I don't put me in on all past minutes.
Exactly.
So I'm like, this is it. This is how we're going.
Yeah.
So, as an actor, as a movie actor, how would you describe what is the atmosphere like in a movie set or in a dinner set for act film? What is the atmosphere like? What does it feel like?
I will just make a comparison like my career where I start as an actor, movie set. Because one thing about them, their camera, lights, you know, which man just get your own way how you make them. You understand? No matter your behavior outside, Immediately you come in front of camera, you know, it just change a lot. It will change a lot. But now, I don't just make this thing be part of me. You understand? I would be on the movie set, I'll just take them as a normal life. You get it? Now on the movie set, I will just take them as a normal life and all that. We'll try for interact, you know, with people, stars and all that, take them as a normal. That's where experience comes in. You understand? That's where even the consistency, if you keep being on set, it will just tell out. It will tell. You know, some people will understand, I know this one, this you don't take by this thing, you don't take by this thing, you know, my career, you don't take by this thing. So now they see a movie set like just a normal life, unlike before. Yeah, when I started first, I would shake. Yeah. You know, before you say action self, I don't sweat. You understand? But now I will just take the whole movie set like a normal life. This now my normal life, now my career, this now my work, this. Yes.
So, do you handle last minute script changes? Do you do that? Like, is there like last minute changes? Do you handle that? How do you handle it?
Yeah.
How do you handle it? Do you go offhand, or do you have to go through the scripts and know what's there?
No, it's about like we go discuss them. Yes, we go discuss them. To tell me and the director waiting at the reason. Because if you not take time, the director self again right stay where you can mess up with your own character.
Yeah,
you get what you want. The director get what he want. So when I get for discuss them, disagree, agree, then you accept them at the end. Because now a contract you sign. And when you sign some contract, them now then get you until that contract they end. You understand? But just that when you say bring your ideas, tell her, you still not do so. No, why? They say where you go make this arrest, you forbid the inspector. Gunman for the gunman not the end, he no go look the packaging no go there.
Yeah.
Yes, so when I discuss why gunman not there, then they say okay, suspense they all want for give. I make not give gunman for let you go arrest together with this dog gunman. So when I go for discuss disagree and agree, and at the end when I come to that kind of meeting point
what do you want to learn the world, or what do you want the world to learn from your story? From your entire story, what do you want the world to learn from?
My entire story down throughout my journey, waiting I really want let the world learn from me now, like patience, you understand? One thing where I know that can't be seen out yet, one thing where I believe that God gave a reason will make it a hide me. You understand? I'm not there in a rush, you know. That's what I keep saying. God has his own reason of hiding me. You understand? So Mutaman, patience. You get it? Maybe God wants to prepare you very well before you come out. You see some people can just get sharp stardom. So then stardom they stay for even a year. You understand? Because they don't exercise that kind of patience. So one thing I want to let the world learn about me now, that's patience. When your time comes, you see things they go easy for you. You understand? God they watch you. You don't make the effort already. You don't choose say this now you want for me. You don't make the effort. Just exercise patience. It will manifest. It will happen. So I want to let the world, the younger people, let them learn patience. You understand? From me, I don't patient. I don't do in this industry for years. You understand? People will come meet me, say they can't eat, but still they exercise patience. You understand? So many people where they watch rough edges, they watch now, this they call me. I they tell them, I say when I ask certain people who know me, then can me say na magic. If I go Nollywood today, I go act with you like na magic. No, I don't do na the corner day. I don't do. Na the corner they do me things small. Yes. So patience.
You're from Kono?
Yeah.
Are you Kono?
Yeah. Kono by tribe. Yes.
From whose part in Kono?
Komo Banekado, Kowadu, Kute. Yes.
Me say from Kono, but I don't know so.
No, King Kono na British Kono.
Yeah, me say from British Kono.
That's what King Kono na. But me, they are the talk Kono to come very well. Yes.
As I be say, Queer?
Yes, yes. I say queer.
Most important in a queer, as I say.
Food, yeah.
You know it's here, little but. So I
Yeah,
think the
food,
most
queer.
important corner for that, I mean, I would say Namu Queer. That's what I'm interested in.
Yes. You remember?
That's
I
your
remember.
Tangwe.
That's
what those are the valid ones.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make I remember I've been there in the midst of some men. They talk me in this one. I say the only men they will understand now that one more payment. Because now food.
So did you grow up in Kono?
Yeah, I grew up in Kono and later moved over to Freetown when I was around. That of 13 years of age, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How was your time in Kono? That means you attended secondary school.
Primary school. It
Okay.
was good. Kono, one thing we didn't know we didn't know for we now that we know they go out in those days. Kono, the family, we just okay. We go no side. We just believe in diamond mining. It's a rain cancer if you go pick diamond. So like we just okay. We not be the go no side. So life in Kono by then it was okay, it was somehow okay, it was good. But that kind of place where all the other tribe then I didn't go. So you want to go Kenema, you get the Mende people in Kono. You want to go side Fula people in Kono, you get the Fula people in Kono. Even the people from Gambia, those Maracas, you get them there. So life in Kono was really okay.
Do you still defend Diamond?
Yeah, no. No. Okay, Nagon I will say, but you need for for mine first. Yes.
How many be they do? Don't the Diamond every day na the surface. How much? I don't understand. How did Diamond done?
I don't know. I don't really. I don't because now for you get talent today, you need for struggle for you need to spend a lot. Before you go get her.
On the bright side, before my grandpa die, make her see one. Even though they died, but at least me uncle no to see Diamond. Me uncle no to see Diamond. I want to follow you there back. You want answer 5 questions that you
In the spot? Oh, okay.
Same thing. No worry.
Okay.
No, nothing. Nothing. No, everything. In fact, this is supposed to be more fun and safe.
Okay.
So we play a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get chance for say two truths, like two facts and 1 lie. Then me supposed to guess which one are the 2 truths, one are the 1 lie. So you're just going to say 2 things that are true and 1 thing that's a lie. And me they pick now it's in a 2 a lie.
Okay.
Don't go easy on me. Not talk Nollywood now. The canons are be all you acting.
Okay. So we go with the truth first. Oh, okay.
Well, you don't tell me.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
random. Mix there. No, random. Mix there.
Of course, I'm married with 3 kids. I'm married with 3 kids.
Okay.
Then now yesterday, day first study. Now I come to Nigeria. Day first study. So I'm married with 3 kids. I came back day before yesterday. Yeah, sure. You tell me now what's one of the 2, which one of the.
You married with 3 kids.
Yeah. Then I did first study. I come back. You watch the under.
I don't watch I'm going to story talk. Oh, it's a 3 pick, you know, to just be married. Not to just be married, and the 3 pick is only unborn. I don't agree. That's the lie. That's the lie right there. First of all, why you know when you married?
Shock you.
Then you go explain why you know when you married him.
Shock you.
Why you know when you married him? So, son of the 2, son of the like.
Okay. None. Not the one that were actually married.
Una so they
But I
play the
mix
game.
some, yeah, I mix some no once I get paid.
That's cheating. That's what they play. Exactly. You see what you emphasize on? Say the 3 kids. That's what the married talk. I say get 3 kids and I watch like it's possible, but last it was now if you get him now. So what's in your favorite scene ever where you act?
My favorite scene ever where I do act, I think an arrest scene. Yes, because anything about action I like an arrest scene wherein Lizzie Gold was that kind not passport, but they seize advantage. You know, they preach, but in the way they preach, they force you, say you forgive life to Christ, and then in a crime. So then they send me as officer to go arrest him and you go. You understand? So that was my because at me time you hold on, myself hold on, drop your guys. The movie there outside, you all get pastor, and on YouTube channel. So it was my favorite scene. Yes.
So I'm going to ask 5 questions, and then you're going to have 3 seconds to answer each. For example, if I say favorite co-star, you want something?
Okay.
So, dream director.
Tyler Perry.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good pick.
Yeah.
Jollof rice or cassava leaf?
Cassava leaf.
Salon jollof. We're gonna gravy.
I still not change.
That's still that
I still not change.
The Leone. Anyway, it was really nice having you here. I had a very, very good and interactive session, and I learned a lot as well. And it's also nice to meet you.
Yeah.
And you left the game. How was the session for you, by the way? How was the
It
session?
was okay. You know, I thought you were about sleeping, but
I told you I will not sleep on you. I don't wake back.
It was really okay.
This
It
is
was
after
really
the
okay.
next. This is
Yeah,
until
it was
after the
really
next
okay.
2
You're
hours.
doing
So
well.
we're doing
By His
this.
grace, you achieved this.
Amen.
By His
Amen.
grace,
Amen.
you achieved this.
Thank you very much, Isho. Konoi konofa.
You sabi kono. You sabi kono.
Ingwe.
Where
Thank
my
you
car?
very
Yeah.
much. Hi guys. On your screens again, I am the Joy Gborie, the article THE, attempting to break and set again into a record for the longest interview in marathon. I'll be attempting to do 168 hours of interviews. We have a very little number of 154 hours remaining. So our next guest Hi guys. So my crew is and people are see what I do me. Hi guys. So our next guest is Mr. Anthony H. Lincoln. He's the executive director of Hill Sierra Leone. He has a bachelor's and master's degree in education and has gone through a lot of capacity building training. He has over 17 years working experience with both local and international non-governmental organizations in Sierra Leone. Please help me welcome Mr. Anthony H. Lincoln.
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir.
This one?
Thank you. You sent for me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
I hope you did not have to wait too much.
It's fine.
Are you happy to be here?
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you happy to be here?
I'm so
Are you ready to make
Sure.
to break the world record?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that one.
So, would you tell us more about yourself? Tell the audience more about yourself.
I am Anthony Hindove Lincoln. That's the meaning of the H.
Okay.
I'm the executive director of Hill Sierra Leone. I went through two of the most best schools in this country.
Mm-hmm.
I went to CKC and also the Great Bull School.
Mm.
From there, I transitioned to Jala University, where I did a Bachelor of Arts degree in education.
Okay.
After that, I also did a master's degree in educational administration. I've worked for over 17 years with different local and international non-governmental organizations,
Okay.
like Care International.
Mm-hmm.
I've worked with Catholic Relief Services.
Mm-hmm.
I've worked with Oxfam Chibi. I've worked with Methodist Church Sierra Leone. And I've also worked with the ECSL programs in terms of electionary processes.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah,
You've done a lot of work. Congratulations, you're doing so amazing.
thank you very much.
So tell me about Hill Salon. What's actually inspired you to start Hill Salon, and what is the organization's core mission?
Okay. Hill Sierra Leone, the meaning Hill Sierra Leone, HEAL is an acronym,
Okay.
which means help, ease, agony in life.
Okay.
So it is a local non-governmental organization that was established in 2010,
Okay.
working towards alleviating the challenges and sufferings people are going through, especially children, youths, physically challenged people,
Mm-hmm.
and marginalized people.
Okay.
And our mission
Mm-hmm.
is to see how we can alleviate poverty and help to improve the life of people.
Okay.
And we have been doing a lot of activities towards education. And in Sierra Leone, we have different thematic areas that we look towards.
Okay.
We work on education, we work on justice and human rights, we work on governance,
Mm-hmm.
livelihood, and also access to justice.
Okay.
So those are the thematic areas Hill Sierra Leone work towards.
Okay. So, tell me more about these missions. Can you please dive more, like the access to justice, and just dive more? Let's know.
Yeah. One of the things that Hill Sierra Leone does is to see how we can ensure that we take the voice of the voiceless.
Okay.
We do advocacy on people who are going through a lot of challenges
Mhm.
in the society, linking them with government, and ensuring that the rights of the people have been given to them.
Okay.
We have issues around, for instance, human rights violations.
Mm-hmm.
We see how we can work with the victims, ensure that we link them to the legal systems,
Mm-hmm.
and even follow up on the matters in the court system, and ensure that they have the rights, justice is given to them, and the perpetrators have been punished for the crime they have committed.
Okay.
So people see Sierra Leone as a bridge between they who are voiceless,
Okay.
right? We take their voice to areas where it matter.
Okay.
So that's the reason why, in terms of the violations, they most times come to our office,
Mhm.
report matters, and we ensure that their right is being guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
So people have confidence in Sierra Leone, and they have trust in them to ensure, because they already know that their rights, if their right is being denied,
Mm-hmm.
if it's being violated, Sierra Leone is always there for them
Mm-hmm.
to ensure that they get the rights that should be given to them,
Okay.
right? Of course, in terms of education, Sierra Leone is a household name that people know for education.
Mm-hmm.
We do a lot of engagement in schools. We engage teachers, do classroom observation. Of course, my background is education. I have wealth of experience in the education field. So most times we go to schools, we do classroom observations, right? Identify the gaps, look at the teaching pedagogies, and ensure that those gaps that are there will help to strengthen the capacity of teachers. Because one thing, you cannot give what you don't have. So if the teachers have the requisite capacity to pass knowledge to the children, then the children will see improvement in the academic level. Wherein we have progress, a lot of passes in external exams. So we do that support in those schools, right? At the end of those classroom observations, we call them like a frank discussion. Yes. Do assessments, look at where the gaps are, and also see how we can support them in terms of becoming very effective and make the classroom a very conducive and learning environment for the kids, so that they will have the desired output that is expected. Yeah. So in terms of emergency response, also here in Sierra Leone, we embark on emergency response activities, even like during Ebola and Corona, we did social mobilization, wherein we engage communities on the preventive measures, the do's and don'ts in terms of contracting those diseases. And also we distributed items, hand washing items, to communities, which help to contain the Ebola outbreak. Yeah. Then similarly, in Sierra Leone, in terms of governance, we have been so great in governance activities. Even during the electionary processes, we do voter education, right? We partner with ECSL, wherein we had forms from ECSL. We did a lot of voter education, which helped to improve the awareness level of voters on the electionary process. So, in a nutshell, these are the things Sierra Leone have been doing. And lest I forget, during the Ebola period, Sierra Leone is one of the organizations that brought the e-learning process, e-learning education. Because during the Ebola period, a lot of people, there was no school. So we brought the e-learning, wherein we did radio and TV teaching. So it was Sierra Leone that brought that one. We had support on that one. So we made sure that even where there's no school, the children should benefit. They should not sit in the house. So Sierra Leone, we brought the e-learning, and we ensured that we taught kids during the Ebola period.
That was a good idea. I think I studied with that.
Yes. Yeah. So we have also done something on the education trade fair. We are in, of course, we partner with Ministry of Education in ensuring that we did the education trade fair. We brought a lot of learning institutions, banks and other business areas, for them to portray what they are doing. Schools, all institutions, we brought them together, and which I believe is currently going on. The ministry is still pushing that activity. The education trade fair is still happening. And here in Sierra Leone, as I mentioned, in terms of the issue around disability, we always ensure that we try to improve the condition. We include marginalized people. So we always do what we call Disabled Got Talent Award, for them to also know that, yes, they are physically challenged, but they have talent which can contribute towards societal development. And we want to see that we unearth their potentials. So for people to see them that, yes, they are physically challenged, but they still have talent. So we have been bringing disabled together. We call that activity Disabled Got Talent, where they come and they showcase what they can do. Some people bring their products, weaving, some people, their crafts, other things that they develop. And it's also like a trade fair. They also sell their items. And they are also giving awards.
Okay.
You see. So we use that as a platform to do advocacy for physically challenged people. So we have been doing everything, much like I mentioned. We want to see how we can help elevate poverty, right, and reduce agony in the life of people. We want to ease that one. That's why the acronym goes HEAL. Help is agony in life. You see, so it's an inclusive approach we're using.
That was actually a nice. As I think about after a while, we say the heal agony. I'm like, yeah, it works, and it turned out to be heal salon. It was actually a nice one coming with. So with your 7 years of experience in the NGO, what are the key lessons that have shaped you, that have shaped your leadership approach?
As a development worker, one thing I've learned is about inclusivity. In community approach, when you want to achieve as a development worker, you have to include everybody in the community. It makes your work very easy. That's when you look at the development model, right? You have to include them in the planning process. You include them in the monitoring. You include them in the implementation. Let them feel part of the activity. And let them see you as somebody who have come to work with them, not to work for them.
Yeah.
That is something that's, as a development worker, if you put that into practice, it will help to shape you. Because when people see you as somebody who have come to work with them, you have to go with them side by side, right? But if you just come, oh, I have all the knowledge, I have all the ideas. Yes, you might have attained all the level of education, you understand? But they also have their own ideas. If you put them together, then you achieve. Another thing is about respect.
Okay.
When you have respect for the human dignity, it will help to shape your life. It will help you to achieve your objective as a development worker. Everybody is important, whether they are children, aged, physically challenged, women, they are all important. So you should have, whether they are rich or poor, you should have respect for the human dignity. When you take those things, it will help to mold your life, and it will help you to achieve as a development worker. So those things, I put that into practice, and it's have helped me greatly. That's why I've worked in many areas in this country, right? It's 17 years, not 7 years. Yeah, I've worked in Kailan district, Bond district, Kwenadugu district. I worked there for 12 years. Yes, with different NGOs, right? Work in the western area. So I've toured around this country. I've worked in those areas, you see. So I've learned different things from people, the culture of people, ways of life. So all those things, I've learned great lessons, and have helped me as a development worker, and which have led to me earning or holding the big positions in organizations, from manager level and all other high levels.
So how would you describe your leadership philosophy?
My leadership philosophy, I'm like a consultative leader. That's my leadership strategy, or my leadership quality, or my leadership style I'm using, right? I listen to people, consult, and I also, of course, I take decision that is right towards achieving the objective of what I'm up to, right? I also believe in teamwork. I don't believe in working alone, because when you consult, when you work with a team, then it makes you an effective leader, right? If you take that pathway, it will even make your work very easy. You'll just be like following up. You share responsibilities, right? Although responsibilities also go with capacity, okay? So if you, as a leader, when you also see capacity gaps, you have to see how you can build that capacity to ensure that you have a very strong team. So I'm a consultative leader, and I believe in teamwork to achieve my desired objectives.
What makes a good team in an NGO?
A good team, it depends on the leadership. A good team is a team that have a focus. You have one direction, and you are supportive of each other, right? When you say this is our objective, this is what we want to achieve, you all do it together. You all contribute. Everybody contributes towards achieving the desired objective. So a very good team is a team that is united, that have a focus, that always work together to achieve the desired result. And when you have a team, if you win, you all celebrate.
Yeah.
You don't take the glory. Oh, I did it alone. So as a team, it's a collective effort. It's just like a chain on the bicycle. If one is cut off, that bicycle will not move on. Will not pedal it. So that is how a team is. It is connected. You work together. It's not. You should not be separated. You should be united and have a focus towards the objective you set.
Okay. Work as a team. So, how do you deal with, especially during the starting up of your organization, how do you deal with setbacks and program failures?
Well, normally, when you are dealing with a program, right, the first thing you have to do an assessment, right? When you do an assessment, from the assessment, you will know where the gaps are. You do gap assessment. From assessing the gaps, then you make your plan. What should we do to surmount those challenges that was there, right? So in terms of dealing with those things, you have to first know the problem, then you set the plans in terms of overcoming those challenges. For instance, if the challenge was capacity, a capacity gap, you do capacity needs assessment. You know where the gaps are. Staff were not performing, there was late reporting. You have challenges with donors because you have not been timely reporting. And as a result, perhaps funding have been diverted a little bit from you. You want to see how you can surmount that one. So first you have to do your assessment. You know where the gaps are. Try to see how you can make a plan. You build a capacity. Try to improve on the reporting system. Then you will see those gaps that you inherited as a leader, as a manager. That gap will be surmounted, and of course you bring back the donor confidence to see how they can continue working with you or your organization. So those are the strategies that you can put in place in terms of inheriting a challenge, a problem, and you want to see the organization move. So those are the key strategies you can use to move on.
So, how do you ensure community voices are included in your work?
There are different strategies you can use in that direction. One, of course, you can do focus group discussions, because there are times if you have a general meeting, some people will not talk, especially when you have mixed groups. You mixed the young ladies, you have the chiefs, other people. You understand? You will not get that voice. They will not tell you the burning issues that is happening, right? So one strategy you can do focus group discussion. They can tell you their hearts. You bring the women together. What are the challenges you are facing in this community? Without the men, when the men are there, at times they become shy. If the chiefs are there, you bring the youths and the chiefs together. He will not get the voice. You will not ensure that you will not get their problem. Another strategy you can use, you can have like a suggestion box in the community, wherein people who are literate can write and put something in the box expressing what is happening. And also, you can also take their concerns and take it to other level. Because there are some people, especially in community areas, because most NGOs operate in deprived and remote communities. So, there are some people who have never come to Freetown. So if they have issues, their voice will not reach to those authorities. So you can also take their views, their concerns, and also relate it to the areas that matters in terms of solving those problems, you see. So you can use different approaches in terms of ensuring that their voice is heard. There are times you can even do an interview, right? Where you can do interview, get their voice, you can play it on air, right? So it depends. You can use different strategies you can use to ensure their voice is being heard, either directly or indirectly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, they're still going to hear us indirectly.
Yeah, sure.
So, how does Hill Salon addresses the gaps in this community, like the gaps it focuses on? How do you address it?
Yeah, most of the times when we do those community engagements, right, that's like getting the voice of the voiceless. We do radio discussions on key issues that are born in the community, right? We can even write reports. We share reports with our partners, even with government authorities, right? In terms of ensuring that their voices are heard. Those gaps in the communities, ranging from educational challenges, ranging from human rights violations, those gaps in those communities, we are always there to see how we can bridge those gaps. Like in schools that are really deprived, we do those assessments. We shared assessments with the Ministry of Education. A lot of schools benefited from the reports we take from the community to the ministry. Some schools benefited from construction, some were rehabilitated, some we are supplied with teaching and learning materials, right, based upon our intervention, right? We have issues around human rights violations that we have make a big noise about. Those issues were settled, and perpetrators we are dealt with. So those gaps in those areas, we always make sure that we serve as a channel, we serve as a bridge between the marginalized, the voiceless people, and the government and other entities. So we're always there to bridge those gaps and ensure that the vacuum has been there in terms of the challenges they are facing is being solved.
Okay.
Although we cannot solve all the problems.
Yeah, we cannot.
The problems are enormous.
We
Yes, you cannot solve all the problems. So Hills alone will not heal all the problems. But we are contributing.
We'll try.
We are contributing towards ensuring that we heal the challenges people are facing in society. Yes.
So, what motivations you keep going after these 17 years, the whole 17 years? What's the motivation that's been keeping you going?
It's about the passion. right? Because the whole thing is about passion. It's all started when I was a young guy in my teens. Of course, we went through the war, so we saw the bitterness and how people suffered, and we saw the role NGOs played in alleviating the problems. So since that time, when I was a young guy, I had passion for working for humanity.
Okay.
Right? So that passion have kept me moving and motivated within this time of my working period. There are even sometimes I love working in the provinces and Freetown. Yes, because I like working in remote and challenged areas where we have vulnerability. You see it, you feel it. Yeah. Like the times when I was working in Kwenadugu district, there are some areas even people will not enter. Even when you go there, even to get pipe bomb water to drink. But I say if people are living here, I should also try to be there, because if we're not around, their problem will not be solved. So the passion for humanity have kept me motivated, right? And throughout, I've been working for NGOs for the past 17 years. I'm still motivated in seeing how I can continue working with NGOs and ensuring that we support and fix challenges that we have in the society. And even quite recently, I'm even presently on some awareness raising campaign in schools in Freetown here, right? We are in engaging, because when you look at the girl child, they are more vulnerable to men. So as of now, I'm on awareness raising campaign on the prohibition of the Child Marriage Act 2024. Okay. Because it's a new law, and a lot of people are not aware about what it entails in the law. So with the support from Plan International, I'm presently doing some awareness raising campaign within Freetown. You see, yesterday I was at St. Joseph Convent, and tomorrow I'll be at the Fine and FSSG Thursday before the break. So, because I see that girls are being tortured, they are being marginalized, they have suffered a lot in the hands of men. So I see that it is germane to see how we can support governments to ensure that they are aware that there is a law on that one. Because one thing about right, you always ask for your right when you know that this is my right. But if you don't know that this is my right, you will not fight for it. Even if it's been trampled upon, you will not fight for it. You see,
because you don't know your right, basically. So you don't know what to fight for.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, what book or quest has deeply inspired you?
Maybe come again.
What book or quest has really inspired you?
Well, one of the things that inspired me is there's a book I read, The Death of a Salesman by Leone. You understand? Yes, which talk around people who, no matter how they are, they always want to make themselves as if they are rich. You see, Leone was a poor man, right? But he never wanted to accept his status. So he wanted to live with the rich people. So what he did all what it can take for him to be closer to rich people, right? Which ended him into doom. So I was inspired by that one, because in life you should accept your situation. No matter what happens, don't try to put yourself in a situation where you are not. You see? So those that are poor, I really pity them to be with them, because they accept their situation and they try to live within the confines to ensure that they make life better for themselves. So with my work with the NGO system, I always have the passion to work with marginalized and poor people, because it is not their wish. Everybody wants, if wishes were like horses, if you ride it, you see? Yeah, you see, so that's why I was motivated. I will always want to work with poor and marginalized people to help ease their conditions. Yeah.
So what have been your toughest moments of your career?
One of the toughest moments of my career was when I was working with the emergency response program for Oxfam. Of course, we all know when Ebola came, it was like, that's good here. You see, so there was a time when I watched, I nearly was about to resign, you see, because it was really risky. By that time, I was working in Culinary. There was a community they called Fanta, right? It was really scary. Yes, you want to work for humanity, but you see the high risks involved. You see, so it was really challenging and difficult, but I surmounted those challenges because I really had the plan, or I still maintain the intention, working for vulnerable people. And within that process, I saw that people were vulnerable, so I took the risk, although I did it with caution. Within the contract, I said, okay, no, I will not go to the red zone. If you want me to work with you, I will be in the green zone, wherein I just do social mobilization, engagement with a distance. So that was accepted, because I was about to resign from the job, because it was life-threatening. So that was a really difficult moment I had, but because for the sake of humanity, I surmount those ones, and I continue working to solve their problems.
So what motivations do you keep? Like I said, after the 17 years, now what is the motivation you keep throughout the 17 years of working with NGOs?
One of the things that kept motivating me is when I've been recognized. Yeah, like when I was working for a series of NGOs, I have a lot of awards, because when you want to keep somebody, when you want to keep somebody to continue working, when the person realizes that indeed is being recognized, the work he's doing is being valued, is when you give the person award. So I have received a series of awards, which really motivated me. I said, no, yes, I'm being awarded, and I know I'm doing more, right? So I need to continue the work I'm doing. So the motivation have been so great, and that have kept me working up to this time.
Right, thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to sleep on you. So, if you weren't into entertainment and development, what would you be doing?
I would choose development.
No, you're not going to choose what. You're not going to choose what you do right now.
Okay.
What would you rather do if you weren't doing everything you're doing now?
Okay, if I want to do everything?
If you were not doing the things you're doing now, like education, like environment, all these things that you're engaging in,
okay,
what else would you be doing?
Okay, I will prefer to do business. Yes, business, if I'm not in those things, in education or entertainment, I would prefer to go into business. That would be another pathway. Even when I'm working with NGOs, yeah, in terms of sustainability strategy or an exit strategy, I'm even thinking of, after NGO, what next will I do? My next plan is to go into business.
So you do want to go into business?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know how to do business? Have you done business before? Are you a businessman?
Well, I'm not a businessman, but I've gone through a lot of trainings on business management.
Okay.
Because when I was working with Kia International, We work with women groups. We supported them. So we train them on how to manage their business. So I have those skills in managing business, which I believe if I go into it, I will really prosper in that aspect. So I have that capacity. And those we trained whilst I was working with Care International, a lot of them really excel, you see, because we really train them in terms of how they can manage their business. We're looking at their capital, their expenditure, right? Because these are the things that makes a lot of business to collapse. Because most people, when they're going to buy business, they will not even check all their expenditures, because all those expenditures have to be checked. Then you look at how you can price the product. Like for instance, if you leave from Vult to come to Freetown, you have to check your transportation. You have to check the accommodation.
Sure.
You have to check what you have to eat. Then when you buy the goods, you will ensure that all what you have spent, you realize it's at the end of the day from the profit. If you don't realize it, oh, that is no business.
Yeah.
You see, so I have those knowledge, which I believe I will really put into practice.
So if you could speak to your younger self, what would you say to your younger self?
One thing I would tell them, in terms of whatever career you are pursuing, you ensure that you diversify. If you are a banker, if you are a journalist, make sure that you back it up with some amount of business, because that will help to improve on your resources. You see, so and whatever they are doing, your job, you should take your job very seriously. Commitment to job is really key, because if you want to achieve in life, you have to like what you are doing. If you don't like what you are doing, you will not give your best. So in terms of even like those in the universities, you have to look for a career. A course that you are doing, don't just do a course because you want to do a course. That's the problem most people are facing. You have to look at a career you want to achieve at the end of the day. Then when you go into that career, you make sure you do your best. At the end of the day, you will see growth in your life. So my advice is my advice to the young people, they have to ensure that they take their work seriously, take their job seriously, and even when they are working, as I'm also thinking of embarking on business, that they also think of that one as a backup to support them and their family, which is really key and important.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
So yeah, let's ask you. What tribe are you?
Oh,
You're
I'm
Manley.
a Manley.
I don't
Why
know.
did you just say yeah? Why did you preempt?
I had the
Tell
name.
you read
I
my.
had the name. I had to like okay. I had the name. I saw.
Lincoln doesn't
I
sound.
think actually the H.
Yeah, H. Yes, okay.
What's the H?
H is Hindu fair.
Yeah, that's what
Okay,
I
don't you
heard.
think Hindu fair? Yeah.
You know, you said the H and you showed the
Hindu
the
fair.
main
Okay.
H.
Yeah.
So where did you grow up?
I grew up in Bo. Oh yeah.
You're mainly from what part of Wokomende?
Now I'm from Lewabu, very close to Shemigo. Do you know Komende in Bo? Or you just
That's where my grandma was from. My
Ah.
grandma is a Ghana.
okay?
Do you know the Ghanas?
Guinness? Okay. And the name sounds familiar.
She was a Ghana.
Okay.
Now you make that a bluff. I'm not happy when I say it.
Okay.
So yeah, it was nice having you. I won't forestall you, but no, yeah, we can't punish other person. Will take you the rest of your time. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. We've learned a lot, and this was actually very productive. Can you please give your last words and just sign out and send shout out to your fans there?
Okay. Thank you very much for having me. I just want to tell everybody, say, heal Sierra Leone, Ude, for ensure that we bridge the gap between the marginalized people and the government of the day. So we are always there to solve their problems, whatever challenges we communities they face in terms of access to justice, human rights. Let them get through this Sierra Leone. And also want to continue for raise this awareness to communities. Please, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2024 is in existence. We need to know, say, any Pekin, nobody for marry Pekin below the age of 18 years. And there is a penalty. Anybody who married Pekin below 18 years, they face the penalty of the law. The one that will officiate the marriage, the parents them, when they part of the marriage, they don't commit a crime, and they go to jail for 15 years, or they pay a fine of 50 million yuans. They pay a fine of 50 million yuans, or they pay both. So for no say there's a penalty towards that one. And all marriage will be don't happen before the signing of this bill. People for no say that marriage will be nullified. The victim have the right for make a petition so that that marriage can be nullified. And the one who is the perpetrator, he will compensate the victim. But now we just get this one clear, say, the child when they're born, if they're born any Pekin in that marriage, that does not nullify the right of the child. That child is still the child of the father. And any marriage will happen when this bill was signed, when this became a law, because the president signed them on the 2nd of July 2024. All marriage will happen after that one is considered null and void. And now also say back again, the victims then, there is protection for the victims then, and they will be provided with support. So I want to tell you all thank you for we wanna watch we. Mina Anthony H. Lincoln, the Executive Director of Heal Sierra Leone. I want to say shout out to my parents, Mrs. Dolly Lincoln, my wife, Matilda Shaw Lincoln, and the entire staff of Heal Sierra Leone. I also want to say thanks to the Bloggers Association of Sierra Leone. We appreciate the work they do. Because whatever will happen, they ensure say information reach to people. The bloggers and the journalists, we appreciate you now all because you guys are doing great job. I tell you thank you, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So guys, this was one fine Monday man giving us a very healthy health educational section or segment. And now for my next guest, without wasting time. As you can see, I've had my makeup for hours. I just wanted to wait until the makeup artist comes for an interview, then I wash my face. So please help me welcome Keptor Macaulay. Hi. I told them you did my makeup.
No, I'm doing it.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
So this was why you had to not do your interview yesterday.
How do I look?
How do I look? I know I look all battered and shattered, but okay.
You're doing well, by the way.
You're
I'm
Mr.
really proud.
FBC. Thank you very much. You're Mr. FBC. I no doubt.
I am.
No doubt. So there are viewers out there who might not know you. So would you like to introduce yourself to them?
Hi everyone, my name is Keptor. I am a third year student in the University of Sierra Leone, Proudest College, studying politics. I am a model, I am an influencer, I am a proud makeup artist, heavy on proud makeup artist, and then I am the reigning Mr. FBC.
Forever and always, Mr. FBC.
You know it.
Hi, it's so nice to have you. It's so good to have you.
Thank you.
This is not my makeup. This is not even my first makeup did. I think the first makeover you did for me was in 2022.
2022, yes.
Yeah, I
After
still
Big
remember.
Sister.
After Big Sister, it was
Yeah.
2022. I was supposed to do some television, and this is the second makeover.
Right.
So since 2022 to now, people don't even know. Say you don't even say what actually inspired you to start makeup artistry.
I don't even want to lie. You know the cliche thing, everybody say, oh, it's a dream, it wasn't. So after high school, I started to do WAS and I got requirements for college. But there was always something playing in my head that, okay, you know what, this is another stage and I need to do something, I need to start doing something. So instead of going to college directly, I decided to start working. And when I tell you, say, this house I will work, not to make up a good for good. So now basically, then we get printing dress, we like, you sabi like this big organization, we get makeup studio, photo shoots, and different stuff. So this house I will go for good land, like the printing stuff and all of that.
Yeah.
Work not be the day as much. So I'll be always defend myself, they come outside and the makeup section and for help the makeup artist to be did it. So like I said, it wasn't a dream, I just be the help, considering the fact that Usa be the go for work not be the I just be the type of make myself busy. So I think a few days later, my auntie came and he said I help. And the only thing the game changing thing was when my aunt said, oh, Keptor, if you land this year, it go give you money. And me, I like money. So by the next day, my auntie come back, it meets, I don't put the makeup artist, I be the assist, I don't put and on, then me the practice. So I'm not going to lie to come here and say, oh, it was a dream. No, it wasn't. It was just along the line. It just happened.
Okay. So in Africa, Sierra Leone to be specific,
Right.
in this era, what were some of the challenges or misconceptions you had, especially when you started your makeup career? Because I'm not saying they're not going with you now, but when you started, the questions were many. So what were the questions? What were the speculations?
Funny thing is, it doesn't end. It doesn't. I hardly go into spaces where people they need to turn their head or raise their eyebrow. They couldn't see me with me makeup kits and all of that. But it was really tough considering my age at that time, because I just feel like with now the maturity and the age don't make like I don't like kind of understand certain things and type or no. But I feel like growing up from where they come up, I don't ever be that type where you could tell me waiting for you. In fact, waiting you know one for me, I just like challenge. If you want for do something, just tell me, say, oh, Keptor, you know able one. And then I go one for Kuvan, so you say I able one. So for every single star go ask there, you say me na makeup artist, the first thing they're going to ask, is he gay?
The speculations.
The speculations. I feel like that's the main thing that people are going to say, considering the fact that I'm a makeup artist. That's the first thing that comes to their mind whenever they say, oh, he's a makeup artist. Like, I legit go out to work and you go see big woman there, like you would expect much from. But at some point I don't can blame them, because you know, like the generation, we are changing the narrative. Then you don't see them, they not be get people the way they like do them thing in it. So you go say I go legit say makeup here, and then you go see one man make inside. Where the makeup artist? And then they say, look at me. Are you the makeup? They not be you. So like legit, this is how they will look me from A to 2 and all of that. But now I feel like I don't understand the difference between afraid and respect.
Okay.
So if you disrespect me, I know how like I go like say okay, don't tell me. So no. But it happens every day. To be honest, I'm not even going to lie. Every day. But I'm happy. I'm part of this change. I'm changing that narrative.
And you're making your money too. On the very bright side.
Who that gets him for listening to you while they make money? Because who that gets him?
So, through your makeup experience, what has been your biggest like makeup blooper? Like you don't. When I said this, I remembered when I don't know what we were trying to do with my face, and we were doing. You were so scared and nervous, do I'm back and forth. But what has been one of the main blooper? The one where you don't do and like, no, this one is not nice. Like when you started, what has been the biggest fail?
Well, considering the fact that I am a perfectionist, I feel like it happens all the time. Well, not all the time, but it happens because before I did touch your face, I don't get an inspiration at me where there are times I like makeup be fine, but because of that expectation, so I don't get at me I will feel disappointed when I don't do makeup. You understand? But I feel it happens all the time.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
Yeah. So what are the top 3 makeup products? Like it's a must-have makeup products for you.
Fenty by Rihanna. Fenty. L'Oreal, that's a foundation brand, and Juvia's Place.
What's that again? You know,
that's
if Fenty wasn't Rihanna, I wonder if I had known what Fenty was.
Well,
so when you start with Fenty, then I don't know the category.
I haven't used the Juvia's foundation, but I have with the eyeshadow palettes, and they are really good. They are really pigmented, so it's a must for every makeup artist. But I think Fenty is actually good. I haven't used all of them, but I have tried the concealer, and the coverage is really nice.
So as a makeup artist, do you prefer glam makeup or natural or the experimental artistry makeup?
Actually, I feel sad when people come to me and say, "Oh, I want a natural look," because I don't know. I don't know if it's because it's my thing. I just want to like explore. I want to do something. So whenever I just want light makeup, no, I feel so sad because me, I really want for like glam. I really want for glam. But yeah, then again, I can realize a lot of people know what's in they want, and as a business owner, like I work for you. So basically, if you tell me, "Oh, I don't want too much makeup," I literally need for listening to you, and you get for realize some people in Boku makeup no fit size, then makeup Boku so it go bad and all of that. So that they all get for the way you clients want.
Okay. So speaking of styling, what's in your signature makeup style?
I think the lip where you get on right now, that is my signature. I can't
even see my lips.
I hardly move from nude lips. I love nude lips, and I love the brown natural with a bit of shimmer eyeshadow. Yeah, that's my favorite, and that's like my ideal look for most of my clients.
You have a whole character on TikTok. Do not mention that this is not the TikTok Keptor. Tell us about all this inspiration that got you to this character on TikTok. Actually, you have 2 characters on TikTok. I know Sister Comfort. Sister who? You go talk. Sister who?
Sister Domestic.
Sister Domestic. She says Sister Domestic. I don't remember a chaotic. What actually came up with Sister Domestic?
I feel like half of everything that I am comes with the fact that I'm a makeup artist. So initially where I learned for do makeup, of course you for expect the way you know sabi do something fine. Not so all man go want for sit down for you for make you walk on your face. And me not be get that time with the kind of like zeal what I grab with for learn makeup, I'm not be like I be one for like learn quick. So I'm not for be able for wait for people and for can't sit down for make a learn at their face. My sister was willing, shout out to my sister. My sister be willing, but my sister they go school. So and by then I tell you say where I sit to us instead of I go college, I work 1 year. So I just say, you know what, I begin learn on my face. So I begin learn on my face, and I be once that kind of thing where okay, now they post on TikTok. So years from now, I will go back and say, okay, this is some we work me day, and these are the improvements. So I'm like, okay, so how are we able to do this and make it not like now the makeup normal they try for sure. So I'm saying, okay, you know what? Let me just let me try for those skits, like make a whole character, and then the name I literally own the eyeshadow palette, and it was another sister domestic.
That's sister domestic.
Sister domestic character come, and I'm not going to tell you like I'm not going to tell you like makeup really give me that, because one of them videos is when they pulled me from 11,000 followers then to 64,000 followers.
Oh wow!
And the video gets 1.8 million.
Sister domestic was last was is people's favorites on TikTok.
I feel sad that I'm not able for continue. I'm not getting energy again. Basically because the main idea, and there was a misconception as well. Abidoye he say, oh, the easy way make her do sister domestic now because I look for opportunity for cost rest.
Oh,
I had that. So make people enough to say I stop because I didn't stop then. The purpose, I feel like sister domestic don't serve a purpose. I mean, they learn at that time.
Okay.
Now I don't serve it. If I do announce it, because even quite recently I signed a contract with Orange, and considering say I get for the make content, I say, you know what, make I bring sister domestic come back. But I find out who I get that same day again for can sit down, for can put almost hour and make
dramatic.
For can put that social media way, the reason we make a big guy for one and for land. And I just feel like it's serving purpose, and that's just it. But I'm really proud of sister domestic. It opened doors then for me. I feel like say it might still open doors then for me. Probably people are just think for beginning to say I don't get mind do sister domestic again, so I go do them back because my lecture.
Then say you don't get mind do again?
No, if people
I want to you do
so,
more. I mean, I'm a fan. I didn't even notice his stuff.
Tell me otherwise, so I go challenge. You say I go do one. I love challenge.
I actually want to say otherwise. I just don't understand that you want.
Tell me otherwise, so I go do one.
I want it anyway.
Yeah.
So there's another character where you can just come and do this and just left 2-3 lines for people that are in the video they end.
Alright. And that is like myself, not
yes.
Right. So my sense of humor is wide. But the things that I think about at times I can say, what's that the pull on them there? There are some things I say, even me says if I don't pull on my mouth. Why? How? Then aside me humor, when I go out, a lot of people keep it to say I'm quiet. I'm not quiet too, but when I go out and doing it there, I look around, I observe, I can take somebody in character. Like you have someone who talk, you have someone who left some line, and I will be like, okay, you know it's in now do video today and do this same thing. And most of them things they I can do so they are realistic because there are things they will like I go like experience something like KK and all of that. So like one way I be see one dog I got one video I talk about dog way I say you see dog they gonna after me they say for the so dog video after the person somebody will tell and say oh no so I think about it I say okay waiting let's do something and the pickup line there or like the line there outside can just be something you can just come on and be as I say the things that I think about.
Typical content creator.
Yeah, they are wild.
Typical. So with all these contents, they actually, which one is your favorite content to create?
I'm not going to lie, sister domestic. I really enjoy sister domestic.
Domestic was fun.
Sister domestic is fun. It's like even watching, like after we, I'm like I go don't do me Miss Kita Luka. It's like you sabi like way you wish you get a twin partner. You understand? Yeah. So like it's like I look another side of me. It's just out of my comfort zone.
Okay.
It's just out of waiting Keptor actually look like on a normal day because some people like ask me at times so I can make up for go outside. I say, oh no. That's the whole sister domestic thing. Not to me.
So how do you handle negative comments online? Because these comments are how do you handle? Let them know because me I can guess. How do you handle negative comments online? Like with the makeup, the speculation. when you tell me, I'm like, wow, you know, feel like my interview, I'm like flabbergasted about people just having opinions and like anything they get opinion about. How do you handle these negative comments?
Prior to Mr. FBC,
Okay.
I used to answer a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you come for me, I will come for you. Like I don't get tired. But after winning Mr. FBC, there were lots of things, because even after Mr. FBC, you know, there was a car situation, or say I win Mutoka.
Okay.
So then somebody threatened me and tell me, say, he gave me 1 month, me and the Mutoka they born, like I was born inside the Mutoka. So that was something I really want for answer. And then my manager in it say, you know it's in, you need to understand, say, this point to you reach to, you and Bokuma not get for the talk.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like Danny and I just changed me whole mindset. Now if I answer yourself, I go watch, okay, let's not talk this.
Mm.
But I used to answer a lot because one thing about me, no will come for me. That is why I don't like I need a fame plaba. But if you come for me, I will make sure say I come for you. But now, considering the fact that I'm not going to cause anybody or attack anybody, I'll just like report if not very serious one and say, okay, this can affect me life or anything. Then I take legal actions against you.
Okay.
And then if not, I feel like I need for ignore, I will just ignore and all.
Then okay, what the energy is
Right. And me personally, I don't feel like say it is wrong for somebody gets an opinion. I might have an opinion about you. You might have an opinion about me.
Yeah, really.
But let it just stay with you. Nobody can cancel me. I have a reason why what I think about you now inside me 80 left.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end of the day, my opinion doesn't even matter. So it's the audacity for me for you to say your opinion matter enough for you and kind of be faced. I don't know.
So you mentioned Mr. FBC. I know you're Mr. FBC reigning. What's a typical day? What's a typical day for Mr. FBC on campus?
After Mr. FBC, they hardly call me, like I hardly go by me name Keptor.
Mm-hmm.
That's na campus, like
Mm-hmm.
all man Mr. FBC then have me for.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's just like normal because me, to be honest, I don't even like for say I get fans. I like for say I get supporters.
Okay.
Now once you Danny we they can allow for the equal me no matter now one of my players and no matter how I go, no matter the kind of money like where I get slang or like forget to start come up from or begin act some certain type of way. So it's normal for me, like even if people think you want to make a big deal out of it, I try to make you understand, say, okay, I am Keptor, a human being like you. It's no big deal. It just be saying, no, mommy, go and I know.
Right. So, I wanted to ask, how do you balance school and your creative work? Your creative life, basically, and studies in school?
So, a lot of people might lie about this, but how do they study your exam card?
Yeah, a lot of people.
A lot of people will lie, but me one thing about me, I will not lie.
I mean, one thing about what's wrong with that, now I say, oh
yeah.
For some people it's not normal, but yeah, I understand.
The candidate study. Now, when some reach for exam, you will not say, okay, like exam don't come here because I work. Like I work, I get things them for you. Some brand they really work for, sorry, like we work for them. They don't really care if anything happens to you. They are paying you. You're supposed to deliver, which is actually not their fault. They actually pay you. So I get boku thing they what they do. Some classes them at times. Sorry to me lecturers, they are not king go. Some looks like I don't want for go, but at the same time, like you understand. I'm just realistic like that. So I really did study when the exam comes. My education really did kick when I get exam.
Has any of your lecturer ever mentioned your TikTok, like your contents that they don't see and they talk about in our class?
First of all, especially with this sister domestic character, if you meet me out and ask me, say, oh, you're not sister domestic, I didn't. So I feel like say, but come on, we even see me as sister domestic. Like most of it's very
sister domestic too mean.
Most of it's very like maybe but like it's done a college and somebody they pass and the person go say, oh, now you know that boy not I did deny. So the pastor they go pull me and that they say no to me. They say no to me. So one day I don't feel like saying me lecture and then don't like know. Probably because of the makeup, the wig and all, but none of me lecture they not ever. Then no say I did TikTok though.
Okay.
That particular character.
Okay. So, Mr. FBC, I can remember the night. But to you, what was your proudest moment at Mr. FBC?
I think the talent performance. I want to relive that moment, say, like, they need to pay me.
You were giving us goosebumps at home and everywhere, all over the place.
The whole idea for that talent, say, you know, say competition now something like really tough, right? The tension, they did not so we serve them as contestants, even the people that they come for support. Something like this school left hate comments by this person supporter ala commodity. Like parents in small one already there are lots of things where you were able to say, there are lots of things where they will send by you. You said it will shock. So the whole idea for that talent, I was like, you know, it's in I want for first of all, a lot of people in Brookfields to say I go do, which is actually not making sense. But come on, to say I go for good makeup. But after we get them for sit down 45 1 hour, they look me, they make up. So I sing as well. I go like but na church no more. So I say okay, I want something like I want to make you can't support me, you not support me, you not can support me. Where you see that talent say, or like where you see me on stage for every clap and that. And that's if now alive, but all man beating up. And it was fun because
it was fun.
I am actually like life of the party. I like for enjoy. So it was actually nice for you to see. And it's funny how the switch just come off from people supporting other contestants and move to me. That was my proudest moment, to be honest.
That was actually a very beautiful moment. I was at home and I'm like, send me video. When I send me the video,
I saw my friends crying.
I said you were giving goosebumps at home. People were crying. It was just some moments that I think it was really unexpected and it was just wow. So everybody's reaction was just wow.
I think aside church, I don't feel like I don't ever find myself in a space where I sing. So I don't even say I will hold myself. But it was actually nice, to be honest.
Okay.
My proudest moment I did.
I don't know if you're as confident as I know you, but I know you're as a confident person. But however, how has makeup and content creation and creativity just boost your confidence in general?
I don't think that, well, for makeup, yes, because as the experience that they come, I did like know how for like handle certain things there, and my confidence really they go high on so many areas. Because when I tell you people they come for like actually on different levels.
For expressing yourself.
Yes. So there are times where even as a normal guy with confidence, I see new ways and technique for the people that attack me every day. So with that, I didn't know how for handle myself and the confidence they really go up. Like to be honest, I don't know why one lady they give me 110. The only thing I said I don't know why you as a woman, you're not able to hold pencil, you're not able to hold lipstick. But here I am as a man, I able to hold anything and you're dragging me for 2 weeks supposed to do. And when I said that, I actually realized, okay, it makes sense. You as someone, you know, sabi do and they drag me. I say, so me as a male makeup artist, it speaks high volume, like so. I don't understand. So that they boost me in confidence.
Do you actually think creativity in general, is properly or generally appreciated in Sierra Leone?
No.
So do you think that's actually a factor to the response and reactions people give to you? Because then you look at from the creative angle.
I just feel like people are not just one for grow. You understand? Because I can tell you for a fact, from when I was small and to now, I don't get certain things that people don't tell me. When people they don't tell me, say, okay, this is wrong. You understand? But growing up, I am learning. I did live my whole life. I did experience certain things. One thing about me, I am open to change. So elect na that name mama be don't tell me. If moving forward, I find out say okay, this na the right thing, I'll do it. Okay. People do not just want to accept say there is no such thing as a gender job. Man can do it, woman they do. woman can do it, man they do, as long as
That's a good point.
That's people are not really open to change, especially when it comes to that particular side. People are not really open to change. I don't really understand why man will be makeup artists without them not think say now that even with ladies the way they dress like man, I don't feel like say that's a valid reason for the person feel to say because the lady they dress like man than a lesbian. No. Fashion like Nadia is the one for express yourself. Like people for be able for like it's a lot I feel like they are not open to change.
Yeah. So speaking of expressions and how do you define self-expression in your own words? Your own self-expression, how you would describe how you self-express yourself?
I express myself by the way I dress, to be honest. I like for send a message with you I dress without an open months. I would like for make you know say I'm very hard working with the way you book me, how I work for you. Really. But to be honest, expressing myself now through the way I dress, to be honest.
So tell me again more about Keptor's Glam, the growth way it is now, how it starts, society starts, and the growth way it is now, the odds. The man also don't talk about most about. Probably that's not all the odds. That are just people then talk, but probably you had more with some say family, some say finances. What were how this to give you the backstory of Keptor's Glam till today?
When I decided for be a makeup artist, I come from a very supportive family, by the way. I come from a family who sign a woman named Boku, like basically I mean I be the only man I foresee who will be in the family. So everybody was supportive except for one auntie when we make a statement. And one thing about me I don't forget. And I'll let you know. Say you make that statement, say, and I don't forget. The auntie make mention, say, oh, always in woman they do now one for you. But that was the only negative comments I get from family members. Family members are supportive, and I like the fact that they really take advantage of my skill. They go once for pay. So I feel like how some family members go feel obligated and feel like say, okay, because you know we became, you need for come. No, my family member they, without me asking, they once for pay. Except me tell and say, okay, no, it's fine, it's okay, I can do this for you, this and that, blah blah. So and financially, yes, because when I start, I feel like I give free makeup past how I take money. And I feel like that they happen because based on the fact that I don't get people the way who sit down for makeup for make a land at the place. Same camp, I don't say if I say I give them free makeup, then go accept. So then they like therefore affects me small. Then I start very, very low when I'm 150 grams. And one thing about business, not to for put this price no more. If you want for come off from that price, if you go to another one, not to all man go really copy. And of course, makeup is very seasonal. Like na seasonal something to see like to happen. You know, like December and the same way. So say if you don't take an 8 some years, but you come here again money, you don't say again money. So December, I think a bit of April. Now you need to tell we makeup business today, but aside that, at times it can dry. Like I don't really make money like that in the period. They go April and December.
Would you ever launch your own makeup line?
I actually the plan. I want like when I graduate next year, like the day I graduate and launch.
You want to keep on secret? You see you are launch.
No, not so secrets.
What are you doing? What's you make for you?
Not so secrets to you. But I'm not going to tell Jama.
Well, you guys stay tuned and watch out. Don't forget about tonight. I am the Joy Gborie with the article THE attempting to break and set a Guinness World Record for the longest interviewing marathon. And with me here we have Keptor Macaulay. He's a very, very good makeup artist. Just look at me. Keptor did my face beat since last night. Now just imagine since I start and I still look flawless. And he's one of the most hilarious salon TikTokers you would see on TikTok. All of his content that are my favorite. He's also the present reigning Mr. FBC. We shake FBC for days. Hi, Keptor. So let's talk more about your growth. With the what's in the biggest lesson where you actually with TikTok learn you?
Alright. This might sound offensive to other TikTokers, but it's just something we don't learn. So TikTok really don't learn me that exclusive, like the content's for me very exclusive. So if you want to be honest and watch the way our TikTokers then you go realize say okay, we get somebody we like all make a TikTok, right? And I don't find out say a lot of people need to try to create their own content, try for do their own. They all want for do it in this one person. And it's become like it become boring because we not all they do the same thing. So starting sister domestic, because prior to sister domestic now be just like sounds basically waiting that other person they do. Right? But then when I start makeup, that was when it actually kicked. So exclusive, like no matter what you do, you need for be exclusive. Try for like do something different instead of waiting all man good. So TikTok really don't show me say don't make a dollar and say you need for be exclusive.
So overall, personally, how you would say you don't grow since you start your creative journey, let's say since after WAS to now, what's the personal growth you don't experience?
For even feel free on social media, because prior to TikTok days, we had Facebook days, right? I was very, very, very popular on Facebook. So there are lots of things that really happened during the days, and you know, high school drama and all of that. A lot of things were said about me on Facebook. So when TikTok came, I don't talk say, yeah, I'm not going to be part of her. Like, legit. But I get to me and say, no, you know me say because something don't happen and I know me say, you know, go like do what you want for me. It's another place. So it don't make like I don't really go with my mind the way I think. And I don't feel comfortable for even because as much as I'm not a shy person, not so all the time I go and talk.
Okay.
But I don't go in that area. Then networking. Networking. I can tell you for a fact if I want to make a whole event right now, I will make that event from beginning to the end without I don't pay for nothing because of the people who are starting a good relationship. TikTok, I feel like TikTok is really about that. Or the internet as a whole. It's about that, it's about making money if you do it the right way.
Okay.
So I don't like go with the networking and all of that.
So what keeps you motivated during your hard days?
First of all, if you understand times and seasons in the Bible, you will understand say it's not going to be always easy. Even people that we feel like say successful, they are living the life, then get sent this. And social media not real life. Just because you see somebody can put this
right.
fancy life,
right.
something in India, in social media not real life. Everybody gets in this. So during 10 days and I'm just like, you know what? Time and season. At the time this for make I feel this type of way. At the time this for make I go through this type of thing. Tomorrow is another day to go again.
That's good. That's a good one. That's a good way to actually see life. So what do you want to be? Actually, what are you known for? What do you know? Say you're known for the makeup artist, the TikToker, the Mr. FBC, or just Keptor from international?
A little bit of both, but I feel like makeup don't like take over. Because even prior to makeup, I mean like really known for models, Keptor at some point. And some people they call me models, Keptor. I feel like for me, I've been doing makeup like all anything and you just like go on this side, we make it able resurrect come back safe now because after the whole Mr. FBC thing and Bokuma like when we for talk, oh I know we know this game started this and somebody go say, oh no you be doing so this modeling thing and all of that. I feel like makeup really that's the thing people really know me for.
So is that something you want to be known for, or you get something else where you want or prefer rather social media know you for, or you want to make social media know you for the superstar that you are?
First of all, I limit myself. That's one thing I don't do. As far as makeup is concerned, I am sure that's something I want to do till God call me, which is not anytime soon. It's something I want to do, make people learn for me, and I decide for make more man than kind side the beauty industry.
Stand for teach them.
I am really open to that. I'm really open to that.
Teaching, they would like it. They'll pretend they don't like it. I'm sure they'll like it.
And then I'm not going to say I'm passionate about acting. I'm not passionate about it. But if the opportunity presents itself, yes. And I want to be one thing when I be always a dream, where I feel like I get for do as well. Now for become a fashion designer. I be always coming up, I be always want to be a fashion designer. And I make I say the whole makeup thing, it wasn't a dream, it was just along the line. But I be always want to become a fashion designer. Like I always want to look good and I want to make my own clothes. I feel like it's something that's going to happen. And any other opportunity will come along the line, I'll take it because I will not limit myself at the end of the day. Because I get my plan, now one, forget my own plan now one, waiting God on plan now other thing. So if along the line God in your own plans now, why not? I'll do everything.
Right. Do you see yourself anytime soon or anytime in the future mentoring creatives or content creators, basically creatives? Do you see yourself mentoring creatives?
Yes.
I think that's why you should be teaching them the makeup.
Yes, actually in 2020, I don't know if 2023, 2022, yes, 2022, collaborate with Grace Welfare Foundation. We owned by Joyce Turner, and we will go out and teach 20 teenage mothers then for become a makeup artist. But the problem I have is not so like I don't want to teach people. There's something about me, when I am passionate about something and I put my time and energy into it, if somebody decides for making it carry, I get mad.
You know, I know the project you're talking about, and I know I've seen you one day you're mad because of eyebrows.
I get mad. Oh yes. One of the
I went there.
I get mad.
Yeah.
So I like why they put my energy into something, I didn't like see results. And not see people and go tell you, say, oh, makeup. Now I make one thing but me, if I ask you, say, always make you have to do makeup, you say now you're passionate, you say it's not like because that's the cliche thing where everybody is saying. That's a cliche thing. Not see the way they will say, hey brother, I want to learn for makeup. Rose, you go teach me this and that's what you see them take 2-3 days. On seriousness. So that is where I get mad. Now I make like I know they even strive for like put energy there, but if one man can't see it, because when I tell you man they do well, no hate to the female makeup artist, but man they do so well past the woman. Because anything way man puts on by, especially when at the opposite gender thing, that they take away all seriousness.
I thought you were saying male makeup artists in a salon good past female makeup artists. Have you seen you try for saying another
like generally.
Okay,
generally. I can't say, I don't feel like say man makeup artists really boku na salon like that.
Yeah.
They're not really boku.
Yes, actually.
Maybe me come back to me point. People are not open for change. There was this time where Benjamin Thomas, Mr. FBC 2021, the one before me, invites me to like this in conference with him model, male model there, female model there, and you still see some male they actually get interested all waiting at the top. They are so attentive, but they think about waiting people they get for say or how society get for look there. You understand?
Yeah.
They think about waiting the world get for say. So we're not open to change now this side of the world. Like this country is really like stuck. There are times I feel like I just need for travel. I really can't blame some creatives that they left salon and go other side, because at the end of the day, if that's where they are appreciated, they need for good. And I am happy for all of them. sometimes with all waiting they happen, salon will finally realize when they say, okay, this is their place, this is their home, and they should be accepted here before going outside. But people are not really open to change now. And if people and it's one thing for make you want for be somebody and forget the support. You don't need for like equity the person they do. Just support. Just support. But man, and you get some people that will like really like masculine like that. They don't want for see they do certain things. I have some friends that will like certain things that we go do as man. If they do as something they go like they know we will sleep safe for the whole of the day. So all that they get for do is waiting people and get for think for say. I don't know if because naturally me I don't really care what people want for think for me. Even family members I don't care. I'm not being rude, I'm not being disrespectful. But you had your life to live and you make your decision. I'm not going to sit here or like in the next 60 or 40 years and I'm regret to I wish I don't do that and I want if I get for regret anything it's because I did not take the step because I know I'm for take not because one family member tell me say I'm not be supposed to take it. So yeah.
So how do you deal with people who underestimate your creativity? Like a person will see you for say this they can't make up. It's a being a man, so how do you deal with these people?
Like I said, I like challenge. You just need for tell me say I'm not able to do something and I want for show you say I able to do one and I able to do one times 10. Like they even say people like they marry the way something one got maybe go don't look from up to them and say it. I make sure say I do extra. In fact, if I don't be one for you certain products I will use them because I want for public point. So like basically, me work the way I deliver, especially as a makeup artist. Trust me, when I tell you some people don't keep it to say okay this is a mess up they can do. I go do one wedding quite recently and I don't know. One thing people need to understand, makeup not to tattoo. Even with you, right now, you sweat. Makeup not to
you
tattoo.
make up for just whip me face so you say makeup not to tattoo.
Makeup not to tattoo, it's going to come off. You know what will make you even start this enclosed space with people inside. We as mortal man no more will get it. So I think the makeup like wipe off at some point. So like before they reach one of the bride and family will come overseas. In tell me, considering the fact say in get sense and no say this particular house I want to carry this year and I make this makeup like wipe off and he tell me say then people they say you know sabi makeup now me tell myself for makeup. The moment they tell me say these people doubts me or they feel to say anything, I make sure say I do whatever always say I be need for make that I be in makeup now wipe off and I make sure say I tell them waiting they not for do and make them see the results and later on they call me say the makeup now wipe off.
Professional.
Yes.
Period. Please, what is your opinion on Sierra Leonean? Let's say, what's your opinion on beauty standard trends of Sierra Leoneans?
Sorry?
What's your opinion on beauty standard trends of Sierra Leonean? Like the beauty standards of Sierra Leonean, what trends as beauty standard? What's your opinion about that? So, beauty standard in sense, you see people consider skinny as beautiful. People consider revealing clothes, they make them look beautiful. So I feel like say every community, like West Salon to another country compared to like some South Africa, they will get different sense of beauty standards. So now, my question is, waiting na your opinion about the beauty standard trends and as waiting the trend as beauty standards?
First of all, salon really get beauty standard.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
Because at the end of the day, it's just like waiting other countries they do. Now salon really wants for. That is why, you know why I don't put too much money in. You see, you ask a question and I just talk me I really don't like for put too much money in it. Because you find out, say, somebody go wear this thing at salon, they'll have a problem with it. But if somebody wear an overseas or any other country, they will not have a problem with it. Right? You will see salon man go body shame in companies union because you know if in fact if you just plus size and then when they see other person they do or celebrity will do certain things then go actually appreciate that. So salon really get business standard.
You want to you know, Bogo Hills country.
You know, because basically they judge from waiting with the other people that they do, like me, I really let it like contribute patterns of the day, to be honest.
Right. And you make a really good point, like the judgmental side of them. They're not ever getting the same reaction, like the way how
They're good for that.
yeah, the way how
That's why I
Rihanna
don't
would dress
contribute.
compared to.
I'm not the contribute. I'm not the contribute. Like you will see, there are times seen on social media, people that complain say, oh, how they treat other people from other countries, so they treat say this and that, blah blah blah. At the end of the day, they got their role at this country.
So, what subjects do you secretly enjoy the most in school?
English, considering the fact I not ever fail English. Don't forget that they mix English and Creole for you.
I know you.
I like English. I not ever fail English from my go school, so it's something I really love. It's something I really enjoy. I really enjoy English, and I feel like now one of me seeing anybody look for in friendship or relationship, because the moment I find out you know how to speak English, it puts me off. Then I go so one for correct you, more especially this word concentrate. People like say concentrate. I go get the urge for correct you.
I feel like concentrate na tongue though.
Half of the people are not sabi spell, and because if you sabi spell, you go able. That's the thing. Me, somebody, you go see some man go talk some kind of word and they talk around, but then they say, oh, na Korea, they talk. Then they make me ask 1% because clearly this not English word.
Right.
It's like I feel the need, like the urge they come for make a correct you. And when you need to correction, that is where we draw the line because.
I still think say what's not the word again? Now I think say that is
tongue.
Yeah.
Oh yes, any person call like brain, somebody like somebody call them brain. if you sabi spell the word there is no way.
How is that we call the word then the opposite?
Because this is something
I don't even
like
brain man.
that's we like the
I don't even brain and like yeah, then they now around the side.
So if you once you call them you see some man go say instead of cherish, they say cherish. Instead of challenge, they say challenge. So people don't know how to spell these words. Trust me.
Yeah.
That's the only thing because you know we go school. CH.
Is it challenge?
You know how to spell it. Trust me.
So what kind of message you've received from a fan? What kind of messages do you receive from your fans?
Alright. So I'm not able to forget this particular message like gets from this bubble. Remember I said you say Benjamin called me now one of his friends. So there was this boy we visited on it. His name is Joseph. I think it's Joseph Tui. I can't I don't even remember his name. So after the class he came and asked me for my number. So I gave him my number. Then when I come on my phone, I mean it's like a long message. Really, this Bobo basically tell me he's a baker. And he's saying that the music will make it decide for be a baker because he be afraid to say, even prior to the time where I begin to make up, he be afraid to say, people will say, if you be a baker, then in a woman job. This Bobo basically tell me about my life. All the things the way I don't, the things the way I remember, the things the way I don't remember self. We basically don't contribute to I feel like that they stand out, to be very honest. Joseph, I don't know what I just feel like that message if I get away for because even there are days even as a confident person you have your days where you feel down, you feel like you're not doing enough. So I feel like saying that one message and it will go forever keep me going. His name is Joseph Tui. I think he's on Facebook also and he's a baker. I feel like I need to reach out to Joseph for buy cake or something.
We should. I thought it was Joseph that sang. There's Joseph I know that sings. So anyway, you mentioned even being a confident person. So how do you stay confident in a world that often judges creatives and content creators?
Alright. So if there is one thing you know, and I know say I'm sure you know that all of the people that we judge, watch the people that we judge, na fake accounts.
Yeah, most of the time.
Most of the time, na fake accounts.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but this is what I believe in. If you're dragging me for something, probably you don't get the ability for one, and I do. So I can try for like think the whole thing. You know, the whole thing is just about your mindset, how you think, how you try for like take certain thing there. So at the end of the day, I am doing this. On a normal day, I'm a confident person, and you're not. You need for talk down on me, for make you feel okay. So for me, I just understand. Say, okay, you are not actually hurting me. You actually help yourself. That is why you need for talk down on me. Like you need for me, I look like I did on here, for you feel like say you do up there. So now one thing that they always, so for everybody, they try to drag me or they try to make her feel low. That's how I see it. So talk down on me at your own detriment, because at the end of the day, I guess it's, like, I guess until like I will actually think about you.
Oh, and also when I get expensive products, what's the most expensive makeup products you bought?
Sadly, I don't remember the name, but it's a concealer palette, and it didn't you get like 16 shades inside. Like I use I think it was 950 euros. For salon, because you know, see like some other products and they will like you go buy from overseas, and if you convert the dollar, even though like you go buy small money to them, big money to it, I can't, because like Juvia is fancy, they are very expensive. But the one way I don't buy it, me money that particular one, 950 euros.
Wow.
Just 50 euros left for me to go 1,000.
So which are you proudest I did it moment? I'm not so that mistake. I'm not saying also mistake.
Or makeup?
No, well, in generally, like the moments you felt like so proud I did it, like this is my did it moment. Memorably, you can't forget about it right now.
I think Mr. FBC.
Mr. FBC. Mr. FBC was epic.
Mr. FBC was.
Mr. FBC was epic actually.
I don't be like me plan not be, because I've been noticing nobody knows the competition for me, but at the same time I was humble enough for noticing to me one qualify for the camp. So it was more about for me to go enjoy myself, because at the end of the day, now one win I get for it. So what if I go and not go enjoy myself, that I come at the end of the day and not win? So I was really going in for me to enjoy myself.
Okay.
So with everything that happened, and with consistency and people inquired at that time, I really in as much as people they will really support me. Most of my supporters them didn't have the other consistency, but there are a lot of things you said about me. Like Bokuma not be actually feel to say they win Mr. FBC. So it was really, and come to think of it, now be my first pageant and a winner. It was
FBC na be first pageant.
I'm my first pageant, and a lot of people then get for like surprise say, and you do so well, but I'm not my first pageant. I feel like I'm not going for you to forget Mr. FBC anytime soon.
Mr. FBC was actually epic. I'm just want to make it easy for you, make us difficult for you, make us big Mr. FBC. But Mr. FBC was epic.
I did it moments. I get one way I don't really do. Then I get one way I plan for the 26th. So for me, being a makeup artist, I don't ever like go for makeup here, because I do here as well, but not as good as I do makeup. So I don't challenge myself with somebody in big day for the person here and makeup, and I'm sure I'm going to be proud at the end of the day.
I'm sure so too. You don't start for do here yet?
I don't start for. But I know they put her out there like that, because one thing about me, if there's one mistake where I do with makeup, I start for doing makeup even where I not be so professional, and then become, even if I call certain guys for me, Pokemon will say for this book. So I want for make I go to do makeup first when I become so perfect on the hair part. But I'll let you know how it goes.
I'm here for it. So we're all here for it.
Probably are we here now? You go no side, you go pick me.
People that big day. I know the feeling. I don't crash weddings there inside the drive.
You?
Well, not to me, but me studio, not to me directly. But imagine say the driver puts 5 different weddings there. 4 or 5 different weddings crash. Wedding, drive, that's not a picture video.
Let me interview you now.
It wasn't so soon.
Because you can't relive the moment, so to get for happening again.
You know when you self no say this nothing or the one can go to the drive even go all the way UK or like they send us so they send a Nigeria. They send
For the neighborhood,
no way, the neighborhood team. There was
I feel like I'm going to do well.
no, yeah, you would
To
do
be honest,
beautifully. You
to
would
be
do
honest,
beautifully.
I feel like I did study for makeup as I did study for college.
Okay. I'm sure you do beautiful. And I know say you study.
I study.
You now for like see eyeshadow, you know, say this
As I
eyeshadow.
understand somebody the same say this, but say they look makeup video. I always they look makeup video. Always.
So if your makeup kit had a theme song, what would it be?
No, I can't think of anything. But wait. Answer. I can't think of anything.
Take it. You know that theme song for your makeup kit?
No.
Think about it. I don't know how to music I think right now.
So that question where they ask you, like quiz, they ask you forget about everything. It's like that's the thing.
You want to call on Desperado?
Nope.
See? You get an idea of it, you know what?
Please, I can't think about anything.
I want Epifen name for that, but me not even say makeup for Epifen one lovely music title. Like one Rihanna song so.
Firstly, I go to the end I just know. I didn't think about some probably not because it just
Really?
comes. To be honest.
Really?
Just you sabi the moment you go ask you say, tell me about yourself.
Yeah.
And then automatically you know you will talk nicely about yourself. I feel like this is the one of the
Okay, let me give you one easy one. If you wear a makeup product, if you not be a makeup product, what do you for be and why? Eyeshadow. Why?
I just feel like with eyeshadow, it's colorful, and you can actually make the rules. Like you know, like foundation, where you know, say okay, foundation. This is the only way foundation they can use. But with eyeshadow, you can really play around. Like there are no rules. You can really do whatever you want for you. So if you have a makeup product, I will want for the an eyeshadow or contour. Because contour gets it where it is structure, waiting God already give it is structure and make it with your nose, like you know like people get or make it sleep. I feel like that is like magic.
Does it work on every nose?
Hey?
You're not the makeup artist.
It does, but at times it can be very difficult for some belly woman. This is some belly woman like
you know, obviously. Yeah.
But it work, but
so that means it actually works because that belly woman then now
yes,
different
no for
condition.
normal person like you know I still like the C so it's quite defined. It works.
Okay, by the way guys, my contour is quite defined.
It is.
Which celebrity overall worldwide would you love to do a makeup for?
Worldwide. We'll go on by country.
Okay, so first salon, who celebrity they I don't want to talk with you in your mind though. Who celebrity they that salon with makeup? Who you go love for makeup?
Vida. Considering the fact growing up I listened to Vida a lot. And with everything we be born with she was sick for the longest time. And then I think LJ and Shua I see perform like a video from the beginning since to the end. I even sent out so I even post that. That's how much I want for like work for.
When you say video, I don't know if you not just me mind. If you like I know say you get some signature eyeshadow like what you like for do. Yeah.
Yes.
Like something
I actually
like
do like observation.
Yeah, I noticed
So
that.
the next country.
I noticed that. Huh?
The next country.
The next country, America.
Rihanna, considering the fact say into
Yeah, all the products and they just
you get all
bring
the
it out.
products and so
Yeah.
like, I will just hold me bag no more self. I will say okay, let's do it.
What about Nigeria?
Nigeria get two.
Yeah.
Funke Akindele and then Nico's Living. You know Nico's Living?
I think I've had that on Instagram.
Yes, Adeleke, Davido's cousin.
Davido's cousin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Nico's Living and Funke Akindele.
Yeah, no, Davido's cousin. She has a very baby face, like pretty face.
She is. And one thing about Funke Akindele, I don't know. I like him makeup face. I just want to see if myself do another result, they go come with.
Okay. How do you make one product serve multiple purpose?
Makeup no very good than a one. So I can use me eye pencil for lip liner. I can use me concealer for lip gloss, like for lip stain. I can use me dark eyeliner for lip liner. Yes, I can use me lipstick as blush.
Oh yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah, I can use me lipstick
I've seen that hack. I don't see that hack lately.
I can use me normal powder. I can use foundation as contour. It just no need for me the same shade as the regular foundation.
Okay.
Yes.
One more game question. Actually, two. What is your go-to? What is your go-to snake while editing or filming?
Sorry?
Your go-to snack. Sorry, what's your go-to snack while editing or filming?
I don't eat when I edit, but if I go get snack while I eat, I think plantain chips. I feel like plantain chips to be
Vibe. I think I'll ask you this: the most expensive tool you don't buy. Okay, one more. Most embarrassing moments during a glam session. Why I laugh safe.
I think it was during this time we do this person makeup. So one thing I tried to do, not to I like for talk all day all over your face, but makeup they take quite a lot of it take a long time. So in order for you not feel bored or you not feel sleepy, I try to communicate. So I feel like one day this person not be really there for the conversation, and I really talk to the person and I was ignored. That was embarrassing. And the thing is also me one really not even lots of people in the day. I try to forget conversation. So it's like
Then you mind they say this no say I'm going ever want for you to talk or touch this again.
So but I feel like we just get it bad because you actually don't make up all that same day.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I get another embarrassing moment where one client called me for like doing makeup. I wait for over 4 hours and you know sure. That was embarrassing because in a crowded place, all my people say I can't look up this person and I'll be a big person in this country. So
You're not sure at all. They do the makeup on the side?
I don't even know, but later on we be here for results.
Okay. Something just come pieces like council and go do makeup on
We
the
resolve
side.
simple results also based on the fact you know cancel. They just call me another time for the makeup, but there was no explanation as to why she did not show up there.
Your time, your efforts.
Yes.
Would you like to expand into fashion and skincare though?
Yes, I'd like to. First of all, I really plan for start outside and expand in a salon, considering the fact that salon not really ready for creatives there is. So I rather go outside, start, and when salon is ready for me, because I am I want to start with full force, and then I can come back and salon if I expand. Fashion, yes, I want after college, aside the makeup brand, I want to get a clothing brand.
Okay.
And clothing line rather, and then yeah.
So what is one legacy that you want Mr. FBC to leave in the beauty space?
My inclusivity. I have really managed to sensitize people based on that aspect. I can tell you for a fact, I can't overemphasize on that particular thing. it left to the people now. I can tell you for a fact I don't make people now say it is very okay for a man do it to man and make woman do it to man do. I don't succeed in that part. I just left the other part when people really need for realize okay, this is actually it and I need to go for it.
What is one bold drama you have that scares and excites you at the same time?
Sorry?
What is one bold drama that you have? Okay, rather, what's one bold dream that you have that scares you and excites you at the same time?
The lifestyle I want to live.
In
my
your head.
my lifestyle, the lifestyle I want to live is very, it's at times I feel like they use me next life for combiner. It's almost like impossible for me to like achieve all that in it. But the life I want to live, it's very, very scary. Like I want to become very, 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 very successful. Not only successful, not only rich, I want to be peculiar. Like
I know.
it's a lot, but if there's one thing I know, now God will make an this one, so I'll be like, the honor.
So I'll make all your time done. I'm thinking of something else. I know what I want to talk about. I'm just that's fear lady that you keep posting on your WhatsApp status.
The fair lady I keep
Posting on your WhatsApp status.
Oh yes, now
I don't know her name. That one that was on my dang stage.
yes, that's my wife.
I know you're talking about. So I just want to make like say I don't know name.
Yeah,
I don't know her name.
That's my wife.
You keep flaunting her on all. You just.
People are confused.
Me, I'm not confused. Me, I'm not confused. Try to see
Who photographer the laugh here now?
Try to see me, I'm not confused. But how is she though? How is the whole experience? Because I see you guys are really mostly you guys are really friends, and in the show, like there's relationship. You know, they say I love this person and I like this person. There's relationship, but then on a companionship, you see that it's a lot of friendship. Like
basically
so
because I was friendship before the relationship.
Okay.
So it's based on that, and I feel like there's always going to be a Keptor in our situation, even if we're not in a relationship. We're always going to be friends because I genuinely like Nawal and she loves me a lot.
I see that. That is where we're all
there's always going to be a Nawal and Keptor situation. Even quite recently there was a whole drama trying to separate us, but at the end of the day, who's laughing now? Who's laughing now?
Hi, girlfriend at home. We're saying hi. We're just the history making. Anyway, Mr. FBC, what would be your closing statements to creatives and people them where like how you say job is not gender based? Yeah. So how would you advise people that we actually want to do a certain career or take a certain path, but they feel like say it's career biased or career based?
Okay, one thing we people really need to understand first, there are lots of people who don't graduate to not get a job.
True.
So if the only thing we really think about now for work in our office or 9 to 5, how for be a lawyer, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but trust me, if not that at the abo, then I feel like people really need to forget everything. Even if you still forget you 9 to 5, consider a side hustle. A very, 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 very important. And if you're creative out there and you feel like you want to go into something where the opposite gender they do, trust me, the moment you begin holding money, you will realize say waiting people they talk really, really no matter. And it doesn't define you. You work with you do not really get for defined who that you be. So feel free to be whoever you want to be, not limit yourself. Because at the end of the day, all the people are really judging not get for big bills, not get for give you money.
Right.
If you work. So yeah.
Right.
And be exclusive in terms of this is not just for makeup artists or this whole gender thing. Content, whatever thing you do, fashion, even if they get models and find something that you're going to do where they make you stand out with worker inside you?
Actually, this is so tail at the end, but you mentioned Enid being your manager. Would you want to actually tell me about that relationship?
We also had a good friendship prior to that.
Okay.
I feel like I work with people that, if they're big for myself, small. I'm sure Enid is older than me, maybe 5 or 6 years, but I had a good relationship with Enid prior to Mr. FBC. So when it was Miss Commerce, so I go to the event and I see Enid, and I just want to, aside the friendship, I just want to say, oh, I want to go for Mr. FBC. And the moment I tell Enid, oh, maybe you need to do this, you need to do that, the plan is starting. When I tell you the support I get from Enid and Momini, I don't feel like say I will like able for work with any other person again. Not saying I'm not open to anything will happen in the future, but with the kind of support I get with them, it was only fair for Enid being my manager after that, because the guide, if I able like for attack questions them for Mr. FPC, if I able for like even the way I carry myself, I admire Enid a lot.
I mean, for more we
because knowing her, it gets side them of how we go like really like say, so Enid actually the top. Or when you see her on stage, she's a lady. You know how for like putting stuff together. Like Enid get different characters. You get characters then for in Crown. You get characters then for Enid. So it's just amazing how one human being will just get all these things. It just puts together like that. So it's only fair.
I think it's also only fair that you go win Mr. FBC after being in his mentee, Miss Saloon's mentee, and I saw a momentum. I see energy, it be the dance.
And the effort and sacrifice, because you know, be the song doing the will be the plan. It can like 2 days prior. And moment they go for London Fashion Week. So we begin at the phone. Imagine like same way like something a sentence to me and next to her we get up na phone the guy. So now possibly like you know we'll do that for you. Because at the end of the day she wasn't getting paid or anything. And something we just did do no more. So it was only fair.
Yeah, definitely. One more thing, when you talk, I just watch your face. I see you mention that you status say, I think you call Bob's in a twin or a brother.
Yeah.
You guys really look alike so much.
Yeah. I'm not going to say me don't get time a lot because I don't know a lot of people always have a Bob's. For Bob's, you know a lot of people always have it. So that was just incredible GJ some way commodity sense they decide. I do the video and Bob's do the video. And then I feel like it tagged me on the video. And then I say, oh, you look nice, this and that. And he say, oh, you know, say actually people they say.
And I can pass for brothers actually.
And I go back. I want to like Bobson is the first person they don't say I feel bad, but I totally agree with Bobson.
Yeah.
I actually feel Bobson.
Like you guys could pass for brothers. After we not so even when you status now. What is you now from yesterday to today?
Actually look alike.
Like yeah, you guys actually look alike. You guys really look alike. I think again you hear away Boku, now even they take away most of the resemblance. You guys really look alike. You pass for brothers or twins and foremost.
Yeah.
Shout out Bobson. It just they send me shout out on my phone. Hi Bobson, I come for your interview. Well guys, this was Keptor Macaulay. We'll have to let Keptor go now and switch to the next interview. If you're still watching this interview, don't sleep, don't even wink because we're about to do few more hours. We're a few more hours to go. So in a bit we'll be having our next guest. Thank you, Keptor. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the makeover. I am so proud of you, by the way.
Thank you, my love.
You're doing great. Bye. Yes, I went to do what you all have been wondering about. Yes, I am human. Yes. So, we're immediately going to have our next guest. And our next guest, this sounds exciting. Our next guest is a chef. Chef Fanta Fofana. She's the head chef, founder of Fanta's Kitchen. She's a member, professional chef of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Chef Fanta Fofana is a passionate expert and a visionary behind Fanta's Kitchen. As a proud member of the professional chefs of the Republic of Sierra Leone, she combines tradition, creativity, and heart in every dish she prepares, driven by a love for cooking and a deep communication to empowering the next generation. Chef Fanta is also the founder of the Life Cookout Women Empowerment Cooking Festival. An initiative that celebrates and uplifts women through food and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Chef Fanta. We're about to talk food. How exciting does it get? Hi, Chef Fanta.
Hello.
It's so good to have you.
Me too. Thank you for having me here.
You're welcome.
You're
Are you happy to be here?
Of course, I'm excited.
Thank you.
I'm happy. I'm super. In fact, glad.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Chef Fanta. Thank you so much. So, tell us more about Chef Fanta.
Okay. My name is Chef Fanta. I'm a passionate chef, and also you can imagine the head chef of Fanta's Kitchen Catering Services, and also member of the Professional Chef Association of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Meaning, I'm part of an organization that we normally, showcase Sierra Leone local delicacy to the world through our association. And also, I'm a founder for the Life Cookout Women Empowerment. It's a yearly program we normally do, annually to empower young chefs, people that are passionate about cooking, but they don't have the platform to showcase their skills. So I came up with that idea because I'm a passionate chef since I was small, talking, and being that now I'm established with my food brand and all of that. So it's part of just my small introduction.
Is Chef Fanta sponsoring the event with food? the whole food brand, food. I'm just going to leave it there. Now, guys, I don't sell Chef Fanta.
I will talk to management.
Chef Fanta, you will not read me, not read this form, I will not read that. No problem. Officially talk to management, tell them now say.
Food they can.
Chef Fanta. Chef Fanta.
Our program is
Thank you. So, what actually inspire you for become a chef? What gave you the whole passion about cooking?
well, actually, as a child, growing up, I was so passionate about cooking, helping my mom. But as well, I'm passionate about education as well.
Okay.
Being a graduate, from University of Serenity and to the level of masters. And so, but the passion within me for cooking remains unchanged. So I decided to, develop and work on it as a career, and also doing this small catering behind the scene when I was schooling and when I was at the university. So upon my completion, I decided with the help of my management to make sure I established as a food brand. It was challenging, and so I decided to be doing it in a smaller scale, selling food to colleagues in class, cooking for my friends for small parties and small events, but with the aim of not making money at that time, but to just cook for passion.
Yeah.
And so as I develop time progresses, I decided to work on it personally as a career and then resign from my professional work as I was a former banker, resign from working.
That's passion right there.
Because I don't want the cooking to disturb the banking. Because banking is a disciplinary sector in terms of the timing, in terms of your your ability, your productivity. So I don't want to be distracted. So I resigned from the banking sector and then focus purely on cooking. So since I'm now into this catering like in details, so I'm now like, let's say 5 to 6 years now, like I'm in depth into cooking now, professionally without no distractions. So as I said earlier, it's challenging, but it's a bit encouraging in my own part because I'm passionate, I'm determined, like it's coming willingly from me, it's a passion within me, that I'm working towards. So like I'm not feeling that much, challenged to do it, even though it's difficult. Yes.
Chef Fanta, who taught you how to cook?
Well, I can see my mom. My mom is one of my motivation, and also I have my boss Sam. When I was schooling, I was hiding to go and do caterings because coming from an academic background, my dad is a professor, so it was challenging for me to like boycott the system of education for cooking. So by then I met with my boss. He's still my boss, and I recognize him, and he's still directing me. I met him and said, "Oh, boss Sam, this is what I love. I love cooking, but my parents, they are not motivating me, encouraging me to do cooking. Instead, they want me to, just focus on education." I said, "Okay, I'll complete my schooling, but please give me a space in your place to learn." So he granted me that permission. I started cooking small things, and I think from then I decided to establish my food brand. It was not big by then, but with his encouragement and the passion he has for cooking, so that is how I established. But actually, I'm passionate within. Like it's not like a force or something that somebody is telling me to do. No, it's something that I love within. It's something that I'm passionate about. So that is why I remove myself from my comfort zone to make sure I establish in my cooking career. But honestly, I love it, and I'll continue to improve and work on it. So
I can actually hear the passion from the explanation. This is a story actually. This was actually a story worth telling. Thank God you came here. Yeah. So from coming from an academic background, your dad being a lecturer, you being a master's and degree holder. And so you hide to go
and a
cook.
business school as well. Because I love
A business school, and you hide. So you hiding just to go learn how to cook.
Yeah.
And so, does this feel like a dream come true for you, having your restaurant? You have your restaurant, you have your brand. You are now part of the Professional Chefs Association, Sierra Leone.
Yes.
That's chasing dreams.
Yes, being part of the Professional Chef Association, and also a member of the West African Food Festival. WAFES is an international organization, and I'm also the president for the World Federation of Restaurant Sports in Russia.
Wow.
And him being the president here, I'm here like to call
Is this
him-
mic loud enough? Is this mic loud enough? Chef Fanta is speaking.
Yes, so, you know, you can see me small, like seeing this chef is very small, but the wealth of experience that I have, you know, that have helped me so much to, like, you know, improve in the world of culinary arts, you know, the food industry as well. And before I was saying about my training career about my food, I was talking about since I'm passionate, I've traveled to different countries to master the art of cooking in different countries like Nigeria, like Ghana, Turkey, something, and more countries. So it means so much, you know, to me in terms of much, and I'm seeing myself, you know, and being on top position in terms of the culinary and the food industry, so helping the chefs that are coming, there are many chefs around that are passionate or want to be like Chef Fanta and other big chefs as well in the country. So it's not something that I don't enjoy. I enjoy it, but it's a difficult career. You know, it's time demanding, it's challenging. You know, you have to put your mind, your ideas, and your focus on for you to achieve results. So I think it's something that thank you.
Nice. That's actually a very inspiring story. Yes, ma'am. So what also inspired the life cooking empowerment with women show?
Well, actually, it's all about the same passion that I was saying. Because, you know, you can be the best, you can be on top, you can have all the money, and but if you don't have, you know, the younger ones, you know, that are looking up to you, that will take after you, it's like you're not winning. And in the world of culinary schools, I mean, the world of culinary in Sierra Leone and in schools, you know, catering of food, or skills something, people are being skilled over the years have considered to be dropped out. And they are considered to be left out, and you know, people are just doing skill work because they don't have options, maybe they are not educated, they don't have opportunities to go to higher institutions. But that is not the case. There are people that are passionate that can actually, you know, with skills can actually stand out and be a prominent person. You know, there are a lot of successful people, millionaires, billionaires, and never go to school, they are just kids. So the passion within me drives me so much to make sure I extended it to this small educational school, like the YWC, the home and is one of the oldest school, we have women's center, and we have different types of educational schools. So what I'm doing, I take a tour to the school, try to talk to them, encourage them, motivate them, give them some mentorship, some teaching. And so what I decided with my management is to be organizing a cooking festival competitions for them. Like a cooking festival, all of us are cooking, but different is that me, I'm not taking part of the cooking competition. I'm the one cooking for the guests. It's like a live cooking. Guests are coming to see the flavors of Sierra Leone, ranging from our delicious delicacies that we have, somebody presenting, I mean, you know, one of these recipe. So, you know, they are coming in to showcase them in the cooking competition.
your clients be smiling when you're asking them because this question.
You take into consideration, and like some people don't, if you have guests that don't like pepper, some don't like onion, some don't like tomato, some don't even like tomato powder. So important thing because the person will need to appreciate the meal so that I can just stand on myself to cook and just like it. So that I can just stand on myself to do the mission. I get all organized with the back and you're adding up to it.
Yeah.
So when you're cooking, you must ensure that everything that you cook, the best way of cooking. And so you ask necessary questions. That's one of the things that is useful in this life. Part of the cooking, you also teach them, the techniques, the procedures and the things that you need to know. It's not just about cooking. That's why you hear, this chef knows how to cook. But people don't appreciate our food. But they don't appreciate the food because they don't ask. Don't assume as a chef. You always make sure you ask. You assume. Yeah. So I know I love cassava leaf, coconut oil, no fish, but we want it spicy, right?
Yeah.
We want it spicy. Like pepper.
Yes.
Your order is considered.
Check. So, your own order. If you could eat just one food forever, what would it be? I'm not going to think more than it, but yeah. That sounds like a good pick. The only thing is something.
And they tire with food. Sometimes I do plenty food for them. So now only that day I be able to eat continuously in more like then I like pepper soup. But in more, I love pemaon. And pemaon is one of our breakfast food in Sierra Leone. And I think pemaon also is a popular dish in Sierra Leone. But more especially, pemaon is originated from the Manley culture. And so each food in Sierra Leone represents a different ethnic group. So that is why most people don't know. But for pemaon, it's loved by all of us in Sierra Leone. And because it's locally made. You have your potato leaf, you have your ogi, you have your pepper, you blend it, and then just drizzle some red oil onto the rice.
Jumbo.
So nice. And then you can add protein or fish.
Yeah.
If you like. Some people don't like it. But it's popular, it's nice, it's so delicious.
Yeah.
And so that one I'll eat forever. I love it.
So what is your business philosophy when it comes to food?
Well, actually, the food business is something that is so unique, and me being into it as a professional chef, I've learned a lot about it, and it has shaped me to be a better person, and the food industry, has also shaped me to be more accommodating and listening, and also make sure you value and respect every client that you meet. You cannot just be a discriminating chef in the world of food. You must make sure for every person that you meet, is creating an impact to you and the food industry as a whole. Because you cannot just be static on, doing it for maybe personality. Sometimes people will come to you, don't even know them, don't know the type of person that's coming to you, what they really own. So after you be nice to them, talk to them, get to listen to them, at the end of the day, the industry will help you to meet better people along the way. But in the world of food industry, it's a big world, it's a big industry that will help you so much to make sure you continuously, develop. Because sometimes you can just do tiny food or tiny work. That will give you a lot of money. Some people will just come to you with small idea of, event. You don't even know the type of place. Some of them they don't even talk price or nothing. The industry is like ups and downs. Sometimes you have people coming to you with so much challenge. They want the event to go well. They want you to help them out. So it's something that is so so unique, and you must be like a moderate, a reserved, and a considerate chef or a food vendor or somebody that is into food, because you are personally dealing with people's life, you are personally dealing with lots of different opinions, critics, and things that you yourself can't imagine that you will learn along the way. So in the world of food and in my years of understanding about the industry, of course, I've mastered so much experience. It's all about, bringing so much love and passion into the food, and make sure you are respectful as a food vendor, as a food chef. Make sure you are always there to listen, to change things, to make sure like you don't react or always they criticize you, or they bring things that will put you down, or for the day that will make you smile. It's not easy, because the world of food, again, the problem. So if you when you do the work, get collapse, like you're not able for their people, then it cause problem. So like the whole idea about food and the philosophy and everything about them are just to be a decent person, respectful. You must have some integrity and ethics that you wear as you can, that you carry along the process of you executing your duty as a chef. I think that's the best way I think I can understand.
And chef, how do you stay inspired to create a new menu?
Well, actually, I do a lot of research. I'm not just comfortable about the existing one that I know. That is why I travel a lot, and I meet with big chefs in the world, and even within my country, I have my mentors, but I'm not that big to call Joy my boss. If I've learned something from you, you have taught me something, I will always regard you. And then in the world of cooking, you cannot know everything, so you must be passionate to learn. Learning doesn't mean like you are not good. It means you are adding more knowledge, and of course, now unless you don't want to like improve everything that you do, because I have on social media, how to go about it. So that is what have kept me in touch of me being, doing classic recipes, doing delicious food. I do a lot of fish, and also I love to try different things, blending ingredients, changing things, trying to be creative. It's all about creativity as well. Creativity and innovation. Somebody can teach you, but you can have your own initiative to make sure you add flavors and touch every meal that you prepare. So, because the main focus is for guests to appreciate it. So the more for today, okay, give me 4-5 recipes and say, Chef Fanta, do me grilled chicken, do jack chicken, do spicy chicken for me, do maybe peri-peri chicken. So for the other time again, you must have a program that you call me and say, oh, Chef Fanta, I have an event. I've always talked to you about this recipe. So the next time you're coming back, you need to see different recipe. It's not like the same one. So I think it's a bit much, inspiring for you to be more creative and continue to learn what you actually love. Because creativity, will lead to sales, it will lead to more recognition, because if you are continuously doing good work, you understand, so people will tend to recommend your brand. So I think that's it.
As a chef, what would you say? How do you manage your team and vision operations?
Oh, that one is a big one. It's not easy. So that is why, as a head chef, you must first be innovative and creative, and also you must know your team members. You must always learn to work in team, because teamwork makes the dream work. You must always learn to, collaborate. you must also learn to monitor as a head chef. Make sure you check every department in the kitchen, from your sous chef, deputy, because I have a deputy chef or sous chef. I normally step things for when I'm not around. And also think of your logistics. Lawyer, you have to make sure you always settle dispute, think of welfare. Some people will be coming up with issues, you know. It's just like you being consistent and being professional in terms of, you know, handling your team members. Because without team members, you don't have a successful business. So, but if you have a proactive team, you have a dedicated team, staff members, you can achieve 1,000 food per day. Sometimes we can cook for 500 to 1,000 caterings per day. We are doing like massive caterings, so you cannot do it in a small scale with a small number of staff or small number of people. Yeah. So it means the more you as a head chef, don't see yourself as a head in an organization, especially in the food industry. See yourself as part of it. Because when they know my boss will come inside the kitchen to cut, to do chops, to do this, to do that, to season. My boss is one in charge of seasoning. My boss is one in charge of this correction. Sometimes there are some errors in the kitchen. Only the head chef will see that error. Especially when you want to do food delivery, when you want to achieve some. You don't need to like leave it in the hands of your team. You have to be inclusive. You have to be part of it. So for every meal that you prepare as a head chef, you must make sure you are part of it. For you to achieve teamwork as a head, as part of the working team, you must make sure you encourage your staff. You must be polite as a boss. You must be encouraging and also be ready to listen. I think that's just the main objective of and your kitchen staff together. That will help you a lot for you not to have stress. Make sure each team is professional. Each team is specialized in their own area. You must have an expert to serve. Sometimes when you go for an event, we love the waiter, we love how he talk to us, how he take order. That waiter must have been trained from head chef. So it means collaboration. Collaboration leads to results.
Okay, that's good. And what would you say social media play in your business?
Now we are living in world of
Content creator.
Sometimes we have lots of clients that are not staying necessarily. Sometimes even if they recommend our brand to them, please share with us your Facebook. I will say, okay, Fanta's Kitchen. I will say, share with us your Instagram. They want to see every bit of your past work, your event. You cannot call yourself a chef, or maybe I'm doing BKH without you posting them. So the easier for you to go online and check, that will help you to just new customer. And also social media is really playing positive impact in my business, because you can send message to and of course or doing service. I will just share maybe the pictures of what I'm doing or the event or so within minutes everybody will know that much, good for us in business, not only for me, but also, business people as well. Because social media, is creating a lot of, positive impact in terms of you connecting with your clients. You have the opportunity to ask you a lot of questions. You have to see your past work, and it has really helped for everything to be easy. If you are consistent in social media when doing business, I think you don't need to be talking, because as for now, you cannot even believe that I can cook for, like, I'm so much innovative or creative to cook for 1,000 people. You cannot believe, you can't believe that I can do a lot of catering, that my minimum number of cooking, maybe cooking for 50 people is just like, you are doing like an intro. When really I want to cook, I can cook for like 400-500 people per day. So social media has helped a lot for people to know that yes, those people can do this kind of things. I think social media is creating positive impact. And I'm grateful that social media is helping us.
Do you think everybody should be a content creator? Do you think that's the best way, or that is the best way to consider relevance or quality?
Well, actually, everything is, I think, is passion and calling. Some people, they are already passionate about their career, of taking it to their level of, doing this media thing or this content creator. This is my business, or this is what I. Some people do it for business, but some people will just do it because they just want to be relevant, as you say. But I think whatever is the case may be, going to this social media thing, you must have a focus and positive mind in doing it, because you cannot achieve something that you are not passionate about. Because other countries, they are more passionate about this content something, and they are doing it very well. So also for us here in Sierra Leone, we have competent content creators. We have these big people that are using social media thing for business, and it really helped out, but I think it's not for everybody, because if not, it's not your calling. And I think you can do more research about it, and then you improve and you work better. You cannot just, wake up in the morning and say, I'm a content creator, I think you must do a lot of research for you to stay on top notch, for you to stay relevant in the game of technology and content issues.
Yeah. Well, I maybe because I don't get energy for them. I make her go and find, I look for person who agree with me.
Yeah, well, actually,
I look for person who agree with me. Yeah.
Some people they just like normal, they take their phone. Some people also them passion, like Beyonce. Some people they do normal because maybe they want one open page, or we get people in my way now them passion like we make all cook soup. When I in at the young business, like most time they work, they travel, go different. But you see some people they like then other country with nearby neighbors. They go out and gadgets in a street, they see the camera, they snap. So it's all about, passion, but some people are still, there are critics back to it. So any good gets bad.
Do you get criticism comments on your social media?
Sometimes when we posted about our food or something. Well, actually, say anything way good, you must get people away go one direct you waiting for you. So sometimes you will get one or two comments away and feedback way no good, but you listen to them and you work. But at the end of the day, we get always good. Sometimes even in you good, somebody will see reason for say you say, okay, well, improve on this, work on this. So now we can say we take into consideration every good critique comment, we make sure say we improve some of them challenges and then for make we better, because you cannot be a good business person without you being critiqued, in disadvantage, or you are not willing to face challenges, you are not ready for setback, and you cannot just be in the winning all the time. Sometimes these critics, these setbacks, or like those small things that people are bringing up to you really help you to build and develop. I think that's one of the reasons that have helped us so much over the years. Yeah, and we are still working on improving.
I just saw the next question for you. What's then I laugh because Abua asked, "What's your kitchen dance move when you're in the mood? Do you like dance when you cook
Yes.
with music?"
Yes. More especially when you cook, you don't tawa. But get some cook they tawa pa you. Like they keep on they get order. So sometimes I get me small Bluetooth and connect my phone. Sometimes TikTok or I go on YouTube. You know, I not only make self-care dance. So although in cooking, every cycle for be a bit like moderate because you will not go for communicate. Sometimes I go there na salad kitchen, and they go there na the grill kitchen. You not go for communicate. So, but sometimes music, me I like them, and it really give me strength. You know, music gives me strength to, you know, to continue what I'm doing, and dancing and music is also one of my best hobby. You know, to dance, you know, when cooking and all of that. And even after serving, sometimes I go for functions and events. After cooking, after everything, when the event is over, you know, the feedback is positive and guests are happy with the food, then I'll continue dancing until we pack.
That's so lovely. I think I'll take from the dancing technique.
Yeah,
maybe that's gonna make us a bit cook more.
Yes, for cook na a passion. But the way you fresh so the flavor knows. Because fry the roast
I'm gonna use gas.
oil, gas, you know.
I'm gonna use gas or air fryer or
Yeah,
something.
you know, wet electrical things. We get easy cooking and utensils that hate cooking, like your air fryer, your cooking pot, you have your microwave, your sandwich machines, and don't need to be spending a lot of time. That is why you have even your blender. Before we use this local mortar pestle, 2 pound pepper, but for now you can just chop your onion, everything. If you want to mix stew in 10 minutes, you just need to blend your tomato, onion, garlic, and something. You blend, and then you just stir. And
10 minutes.
10 minutes. You have stew.
Chef Fanta.
So it's easy.
Chef Fanta, 10 minutes. You just develop me. No, that kind of stew, they know it take 2 hours.
Very simple. You must have the skill. If you are not skilled, you don't know. You know, because sometimes you have some guests, they will say, hey, I want to eat. In fact, you have not even touched anything, but you are giving them confidence. Oh, don't worry, Joy. Oh, you want spaghetti at 4 o'clock? Okay, I'll do it. She called you 2 o'clock. And then she said she wants spaghetti maybe at 3. You don't have to tell Joy that, oh, Joy, the time is late, the food is blah, blah. I said, okay, I will even ask you, how do you want it? In fact, I don't even have onion at the moment. So, you know, the electrical things will help you. You know, it's a bit expensive to use them, but it's you know, it
fast,
saves energy, it's fast, and then it also helps you to do prompt delivery.
Okay.
Nice.
Have you ever mistaken sugar for salt or salt for sugar?
Yeah.
Why? How come? Tell me what's happened.
Especially
What's the backstory
when
to
you are
that?
cooking, you are fatigued. That happened when I went to my culinary school. When I went to my school at CMK in Nigeria. So because I was doing a double shift, so I was so tired. Then when I went to my hostel, I said, okay, let me do salon dry rice, lafidi something. So you know this student something, you are using one kitchen, you know detergent soap looks like salt.
Yeah, the one the
Asaba soap.
The Saba.
Now why not saying white, salt white. So
Chef Fanta.
and honestly, this is a true story.
I am interested.
So by then I was so tired. We do lots of food, but you know this African something new. You know, I was tired with the pizza that we made burger. We do lots of things. So when I came home, I was even tired of eating this one that we prepared for our practicals doing in school. I said, okay, let me just do my lafido soup. You know, imagine with all the energy, you know, the paper was almost cooked, and the jakato, and yes, I saw jakato where I traveled to the jakato and everything, the okra, you know, you blend this thing and then you add your maggi to it. That's our local lafido. And then I remove the vegetable. I'm about to, okay, I added the rice, and then I mistakenly took saba, because actually the washing sink was close to the garden. You know, this hostel something we are just washing. So the salt was inside the same container, similarly to where the salt is.
The salt.
So what I did, I just took this saba and then I just pour it in the boiling water, and then you can just see the saba, you know, rushing on top of the rice. I said,
how come?
And then the smell of the saba took over the kitchen. I said, And I was having my colleague, Chef Father Sauce. I said, Chef Father Sauce, I said, this is not salt. Salt cannot react like this. And then I said, oh, Chef Fanta, you have mistakenly pour this saba something to your rice. And that was how, you know, I was so stressed because I was so hungry. Imagine everything, all the process is almost coming to an end after doing your cooking and everything. So that is why what I learned from that lesson is that everything that you are doing, if you are fatigued, like if you are tired, don't do something. Sometimes you know how to do it, but when you are tired, you force yourself to it. You cannot achieve a good. Imagine how that food was for guests and they were waiting.
Yeah.
So sometimes you can mistakenly even add a lot of salt in food because lack of focus or something. You will forget that I've added salt, and then you say, okay, let me add salt again. That's how your food will go bad. So it's about focus. You have to pay attention and make sure when you are cooking, you make sure you align your cooking ingredients first. You always make sure you put them together. You make sure you see your salt, your seasoning, your vegetable oil, or whatever you want, so you will not do misplaced priorities. So I think that is what I learned from that lesson. But since then, and also your minor mistakes, you know, there are some food that you have some technical issues with that you correct. The main essence of being an head chef is to correct error before going out, but it's not advisable for you to correct errors during the event. For instance, if you know you are doing, for instance, you are doing, let's say, fried rice, and your vegetables, some vegetables are not good, and you don't need to manage it. You make sure you remove the ones that are not good, and then you make sure it's either you send, you buy a new one, or you manage the one that you have because of time, or always don't learn to manage, because when you manage in food, damage can cause to, you know, to loss of life. And because you are dealing with people's life directly, because you are doing food, and that is why it's advisable to do it in an healthy, safety environment. You cannot do you cannot put you cannot be doing things you know, in the kitchen area. There are some ethics and rules that you must follow. So if you don't follow rules and regulations during cooking, I think you will do bad dish, and bad dish is not good for you to send out.
I think I made a little mistake one of these days when I was cooking. I burnt the rice, but I corrected it. I burnt it, the whole house was smelling smoke. There was smoke all over. But then I tried to scrape out the rice that seemed fine.
Okay.
But then guess what? It wasn't even cooked.
Yes.
The rice wasn't even cooked and it's already burnt. So I placed it in another pot and added water and I burnt it again.
So I think
Chef Fanta say, oh, I tell you I burn rice 210, one cup less or 2 cups less.
well, the more you burn less, and so you reduce. So like the way we don't do, and so like when we get that kind of thing there, you just take the one on top. You remove the one on top, you transfer na a pot, wait thick, maybe put them back in a light pot. Then you make sure you adjust the gas, or if na coal you dey use, then you make sure say you put am on top iron, or if na gas you reduce the volume in the gas you put am. Make sure say you give am slow fire. You can even add foil to that aluminium foil, so it will eat up quick. Yeah, I think. But then those are minor issues. You know, salt, you know, cooking, and then you have rice. Sometimes you can even cook your rice will not come out nice. You always change your rice. You always, when you are in the kitchen, everything is not wrong. But what is wrong is for you to serve people bad food. It's for you to know that, oh, like your experience, that you cooked your rice was not coming out nice, you notice that some part of the rice has already burnt, and then you want to serve it. So it's either you discard that rice or you try to transfer it in another pot, and then I cannot even notice anything if you serve me. I know Joy served me rice and cassava leaf, and I don't even know her challenges, what happened, what went wrong. All I know, I'm eating good food. I don't want to know the challenges behind that story. The essence is for me to eat cassava leaf and enjoy. I think is you are still right when you're in the kitchen and nothing is going bad. But when once you decide to take food that is not good from your kitchen to the public, and that one is bad food. Yeah.
Have you ever, speaking of bad food, have you ever like tasted your own food and be like, nope, not today, like, no?
This very not nice. Yes, that is why I stated earlier that you can be the best cook, but there are some errors. You know, sometimes there are some specific days that you have good days. Sometimes you have bad day. When you have good day, everything that you touch will come out nice. Sometimes, because for instance, maybe you have your customer base, you have your constant customers that you are doing business with. They don't want to know maybe if you are not okay today, maybe something is not going there, you are not in the mood to cook. All they can do is to call, hello, Fanta's kitchen, Fanta, this is what we want. So like maybe you are going, you know, we are all human, and for us ladies, you must have your small personal stress issues. So you don't want to tell the guest that, oh, I'm tired, and instead of you putting in the work, you decide to do something out of content. Sometimes even the way you do your stew, or sometimes the way you do your seasoning, you know, there are some specific ingredients that you need to add because you are not focused about it. You will not add it, so you will not have the consistency will not come out now. You will not have the quality. So sometimes when I notice, no, this one did not taste well. I'm not having the vibe. Like this one is not the type of dish that I send to my guests. It's that I adjust, or I do it, or I work on it again for it to at least adjust it, for it to look presentable. And because when you eat good food, you know. When you eat bad food, you know. So even if I'm doing 10 recipes in our caterings, for instance, we do cassava leaf, we do pizza, we do samosa, we do chicken, we do goat. Even if we are doing 10, I'm tasting all of that 10 recipes before going out to make sure I'm satisfied and everything is fine, and then before taking it out. But sometimes it happens to every chef, not only me. Even the best chef in the world, they have sometimes face errors. That is why you must always focus. Don't do it as if they are forcing you. You must focus and put your mind and everything into it. So at the end of the day, you know, you will achieve the meal, the praise of the meal from your client. Because when the feelings is exceptional, when you serve your guests and you say, oh wow, where is the chef? This is nice, this is unique, this is so sweet. You know, you have special feeling, like all your energy that you invested in the cooking, you know, you just enjoy it after the praises coming from your clients. But it is so bad, you spend like for the rest of the day cooking. At the end of the day, they will say, oh, this is not nice. When you know it's not nice, and then you take it. That's how most people are. They know it's not nice, but they'll force it. The people are plenty, or they did not pay me well, I don't have the kind of, if you know, that's why for any manager it's damage. If you know this particular meal or this food, you know the ingredients that they have is smaller compared to the quantity of guests, don't do it. Make sure you communicate with your guests, your clients, and say, oh, I wanted to do 200, or what I have in my hand is 400 or 150. So can we please manage this one? Or can you please assist me with small fund or something that I can add to make sure everything. When you explain to your clients that you want to achieve the best, they'll come do for you. But mostly the reason why food is not coming out now, because for us the chefs, sometimes we are not even bold to communicate to our clients after negotiation, after sealing contract. Sometimes we can communicate to them, discuss about price or everything. By the next morning or the 2 or 3 days before the event, the prices in the market, as increase. So you have to make sure you communicate. So I think bad food is something that we chefs really need to work on and make sure we always correct in-house before going external. I think it's good.
Wow, thank you, Chef Fanta. This was a really good session. Thank you very much.
Okay.
It was really nice to have you.
Me too.
And I hope to see you soon with my cassava leaf.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming.
Life,
And I had it, yeah.
Yes, I count them.
This
I
Thank you very much. It was so lovely to meet you.
Me too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi guys. So that was Chef Fanta. I hope you enjoyed the session with Chef Fanta, because I did too. It was also educative. Plus, I get cassava leaf now. We come with oil and So we're jumping right next to our next interview, and my eyes are starting to do bad reflection, guys. So our next guest is the Chief Executive Officer of the Philly Tech City. It provides strategic leadership and mentor and management for Sierra Leoneans Tech City project, ensuring alignment with national development priorities and project objectives. With over 10 years of work experience in the public and private sector, he is a passionate and driven leader who strives to advance the social and economical development of Sierra Leone through innovative and impactful projects. Please help me welcome Mr. CEO of Okay, come on, Mr. David. You know I'm talking about you. Hi, Mr. David. Oh, thank you. Everybody's bringing me gift. Thank you. Hi, Mr. David.
Hello, how are you?
Tech. I don't know which knowledge I'll take back home, because kisses to my grandma. I don't know which knowledge I'm really going to take home. I've had activism, I've had sports, I've had chef, I've had tech. Now let me start my brain, refresh my brains for the tech knowledge. So tell me about yourself. Start teaching me.
So let's divorce the conversation from tech. I know it's a hard thing to do, but let's try that.
Okay.
So what the government has is a Ministry of Communication, Technology, and Innovation.
Okay.
So yes, tech, but also innovation entrepreneurship.
Okay.
This is entrepreneurship. This is innovation entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
So this is all part of the tech package.
Yeah. I knew that.
Right. And then to your question, I am David Manley, the CEO for the Tech City. I've been in tech advisory for a very long time now in Sierra Leone. I started my professional journey in Sierra Leone in 2018 at the Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation, which was an office that was set up by His Excellency the President to help make sure that government decisions are data-driven. It still exists. That was all part of the innovative approach that His Excellency brought into governance right after he appointed the country's first Chief Innovation Officer, who is now the Chief Minister, Dr. Moina David Senge. So I worked at DSCI for a few years, ended up heading the policy team, the UNICEF portfolio, project and project management. And then I left and worked at Tony Blair Institute, tech advisory, for some time. And then I took a break from tech advisory. I went into politics.
Okay.
I contested as a member of parliament for the Sierra Leone People's Party here in Freetown. And unfortunately, my number didn't make it. And then after that, I was a strategic advisor in the Ministry of Communication, Technology and Innovation until it pleased His Excellency the President to appoint me as the Chief Executive Officer of this youth initiative.
Mr. David Manley, ladies and gentlemen, such a cool intro. I would want to introduce myself like that, but I can't. I don't have the endurance in me to even start the life of being able to introduce myself to like so. So tell us more about the Philly Tech City.
Philly Tech City is an initiative that was launched by His Excellency the President last year. We had a national tech and innovation summit, where the focus was on the digital economy. So we brought over 1,500 young people from across the country. I've been to Manley for 3 days, where we did showcases on what government has done around empowerment for the digital economy, and link them up with all the players and the ecosystem, showcasing what young people are capable and have been doing for tech and innovation. So during that summit, one of the initiatives among many that was launched by the President was this Tech City. The idea behind that is to create a sub-regional hub for innovation entrepreneurship. Sierra Leone wants to be